lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on and think
He missed the complete that. He's crazy
Side by
stuff.
side, Freitas is on the grass on the infield for 4. He slides through. He tags Richard Eck.
While the prestige of many endurance races bring big names out of various other series to ply their hand to this unique trade, only the 24 Hours of Daytona is so far outside the regular racing season that it attracts active drivers from championships as diverse as NASCAR, IndyCar, and Formula One. Likewise, here on iRacing, all types get ready to tackle the infamous high banks of this legendary superspeedway. But it'll take way more than 500 miles to be able to claim victory, and with teams already having been out on track for multiple hours, we're getting a good feel for who is likely for the win. Welcome to the 2017 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, and you're watching it live on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth today is Adam Forever Young. Also with us is James the Dirty Kalachi Krahula. Behind the scenes is director Amjad Yaman, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. James, it's Florida, it's January, and it's time for sports car racing. Tell us about Daytona's road course.
Welcome to the house that Bill France Sr. built well over 50 years ago. And even though that this was a temple built for NASCAR, there is equally as much prestige here in the 24 Hours of Daytona. They run the majority of the oval here, but right after the tri-oval, we cut right in there to the infield, and we give a very fun and a unique road course. This place is all about speed, and we've been coming here for many, many years, and this is something that is a big one on the calendar. Just behind Le Mans, this is the sports car race that everyone wants to win, and you have a place with a lot of speed, and as you said, everyone comes out and plays at Daytona.
And of course, we want to give a big thank you to RaceSpot TV for covering the first 6 hours of this race. We're going to send an intern over to get a throat lozenge to Will. His voice is sounding a little bit worse for the wear. I'm sure he'll be back and fine, ready to go for the final 6 hours later on today. And just to get you up to speed, let's talk about the top drivers, top 5 in each class. And the prototypes, VRS Coanda SimSport has Jorn Jens in the car, and he's got about 10 seconds over Hoisingfeld. Core Motorsports, Niels Koch is in that car right now. The number 11 is in third. Enex Racing DP PJ Sturgis is currently holding down the fort inside that cockpit. Wave Driving Revolution, the number 4, is in fourth place, appropriately enough. Giuseppe Curry is in the car right now. SimRC.de Florida has Maximilian Scheider out in the car in fifth place. Let's go to the GT class. Adam, what does it look like down there?
Yeah, GT class right now, of course, going through a little bit of a round of pit stops, seen a couple cars come in and out, but as it stands right now, we've got the Pure Racing Team Black. That driver in that car right now is Florian Wolf, followed behind by the Pure Racing Team Yellow. Andres Allmansberger in the Pure Racing Team Yellow car just completed a pit stop a little while ago. He is one lap off his teammate, who is currently sitting in the lead, of course. VRSR Coanda SimSport number 18 currently in that car. Looks like David Williams. They are 14 laps off the overall leader, but sitting third in class, only a lap off their class leader. Aftermath Motorsports Red in the 08 car with Trey Edson behind the wheel. They are looking right now pretty good, sitting in your fourth position, 14 laps off the overall leader, only one lap off your class leader. Mad Cow Racing car number 22, Hayden Burns behind the wheel. They will be looking pretty good also, with only about 2 laps off their class leader. Of course, as you know, this is getting to that point of race where you might as well look at laps sometimes like seconds. So if we say they're 2 laps off the leader, it doesn't take much to get that to turn upside down on its head.
And if anybody's been following this, they're probably already aware, like you said, that it can just change in a heartbeat. And in fact, just as I say that, we've got a car that's towed. It looks like SRB Racing Yellow, potentially. Let's find out what happened on the replay. It's one of the horseshoes, it looks like. I can't quite make out which one. Looks like this is in the International horseshoe that he's coming out of now, coming through the kink. Mercedes number 31 looks whole right there, so they haven't had any trouble up to this point. And then they've got a DP looking to the inside. Oh, just starts to lose it. There's no grip out there, and into the tires they go.
At the very least, you know, at that particular spot on the racetrack, if you get into the tires, it's sometimes going to be a softer hit. Yeah, you're going to have some repair time, but you're not going to be sitting in the pits for 30, 40, 45 minutes. So they should be able to get back out here pretty quick and start turning laps again.
And interestingly, you saw on screen, there's Niels Cook, who is in second place. That happened right in front of him. That always gives me a scare. I don't know about you, Adam. Whenever you have something happen in front of you when you're running so well.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, we've all seen it. It's just kind of one of those things, especially in endurance racing, where you're on the track for 24 hours, and you see a lot of stuff in 24 hours, and you just hope that you're able to avoid some of it, and some of it stays off your own front end.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. And but one thing also to keep in mind too is that I think we had it at Le Mans last year, but since then, iRacing has definitely turned up the effects on the rubber buildup. This place already got completely rubbered up about 2 hours in. Now we just have a lot of marbles out there, and so you saw what happened when that Mercedes got into those marbles out there. It was hard to correct, and you're taking the tow back to the pits. The marbles have definitely are playing more of a factor than they ever have here in the past with the 24-hour event.
And it sounds like we've got a couple interviews that we're ready to try and pull in here, talking to Timmy Hill and Adam Gilliland, and see how their race is going. Guys, we're about just over 6 hours in. What are your thoughts so far? Has traffic been mostly behaving? Has it been a bit of a headache?
Well, start the race off, traffic was very difficult to work around, but over the 6 hours now, I just got out of the car just a few minutes ago, and traffic's really thinned out. But to really start that race off, it's really aggressive. You wouldn't think so for a 24-hour race. We got some scrapes, beats, and bangs on the car, but overall we're fine. But we've seen some cars get eliminated because of that. But I think for the most part now, guys have kind of settled down, running their own race instead of racing others. It's really kind of spaced out now.
So from here on out, is your strategy mostly to just kind of pound the laps out, not worry about anybody else, or are you focused on anything that the other teams around you are doing? You're paying attention to their pit stop strategy at all?
Well, going into this race, I think our strategy's kind of changed over the 6 hours that we've been in so far. We came into the race and we qualified quite a bit further back than we kind of imagined we would. I think we started 20th in the class, and speed-wise, I think we kind of came in this race and we realized that maybe we had too much of a downforce package and didn't have quite that straightaway speed, and we were getting kind of hurt out there. But it's kind of helped us keep the car underneath of us, and we managed to take that 20th place start and march all the way up to, at one point, third. I think we're running fourth now with Trey Edson at the wheel. Adam and myself have done a good job passing cars and advancing our position. But to start the race off, we didn't see the speed that we thought we had, so we're just kind of hoping for a top 10 maybe. But quickly we found ourselves getting through traffic, passing some cars, and found ourselves in a little better position. So I think our game plan has kind of changed to where we're really going to try to fight for a podium finish here.
Adam, you've been a little bit quiet over there. Is the Merc a regular car for you? Are you used to driving it, or is this your first time out there?
Honestly, this is all of our first times really driving it. We planned on running the Audi initially, but after some testing, we quickly found out that the Mercedes was more suited for the high banks of Daytona than the Audi. So I actually just purchased the car about a week ago, and for the last week, just been really trying to learn it to get ready for this race. Our team loves running this race every single year, and we've had some good success. We've had some bad runs due to damage a couple years ago, but we really want to put this whole thing together and come out here with a podium finish.
Well, fourth is definitely putting you in a great position to try to achieve that. Was it a steep learning curve learning the Merc, or did it feel like kind of an old shoe slipping into that?
Honestly, it really wasn't. All the GT cars drive pretty similar. I will say it's a lot more enjoyable to drive the Mercedes because it's a front engine car, whereas the Audi rear engine, it just makes it a different driving style, I guess, with all the power being back there. I can tend to some looseness off the corners, but overall it's been pretty easy to adjust to. It's actually a really fun car. Probably gonna try to run more of it after this event's over.
Now, normally we see you guys, bypassing the infield here, and typically out there on the ovals. So, what is it about this race that has you guys so interested that you just have to come back each year? Where's what's the appeal to this event for you guys?
I think mostly it's just a familiarity that we come here quite a bit on the oval side, and the track's very familiar to us. The road course isn't too hard to learn, but Daytona is just a very cool place to come to. When we come here in real life, Adam and myself, really our whole team, we kind of gather up here in real life, and we park our cars in the infield of this road course, and we kind of walk it a little bit, and we really enjoy. We kind of joke about this race every year. This is our third year running it together. But I think just being familiar with it, it's a special place for us to come to. I know Adam. Especially on the peak side, he's had a lot of success here. What do you think, Adam? What do you like about this place?
It's just Daytona. That's all that needs to be said about it. Daytona is a very special place, both not only because it hosts the Daytona 500, but because it hosts the Rolex 24 and just the history of this place. No matter what you come here in, whether it's a Cup car, a Mercedes, or a Kia, you want to win and you want to be competitive. It's Daytona.
Well, I can tell James from experience that you can't sell Timmy short on his road course prowess, because I've raced him on a road course, and I'm mostly a road guy and he whomped me, so he's got his own chops out here. Thanks for coming and talking to us, guys.
Hey, we appreciate it. Hopefully here in the next 14, 18 hours, however long we got left, we have a lot more better news to talk to you about.
Hopefully we will see you guys back. Thanks for talking to us.
All right, take care, guys.
It was Timmy Hill and Adam Gilliland. We're going to pull up a replay, though. While we were talking to them, Mika Eshouse had quite a spin for Team Bushfink Yellow. Familiar name. He races on a lot of series here on the GSRC. And this is coming into the bus stop. Looks like that DP just got a little bit loose with all the traffic around him. Easy to do with the air coming off of those spoilers. And does not hit a thing, thankfully.
Yeah, and one of the bus stop, particularly the exit of the bus stop, ends up being one of the big danger zones on this racetrack. You've got to be real careful with it. Of course, being in that dirty air, as you mentioned, on the rear spoiler doesn't help. You saw the car just kind of kick out a little bit once he got back on the gas, and in the process of correction, he ended up having to ditch the car and ended up ditching it off in the grass where he wasn't going to hit anything, which ended up being a smart move, but granted, of course, cost him some time. At long race, he was able to make it back up, but at least he still has his race car.
Yeah, that seems to be my worry. As soon as the car starts to go, I'm like, just keep it away from the wall, keep it away from other cars. That's all that matters at that moment. We also had a change of position while we were watching that. Tetsuro Hashimoto and Vendaval White managed to overtake VEC Sim Racing's Michael Dalval for 9th position. And those two guys are actually still relatively close. So this battle might not be over. About half a second between them. Both currently about 2 laps down from our leaders. And actually, you can see Michael got a great exit coming out of turn 1. Just not quite close enough to attempt to pass down into the International Horseshoe, though. And James, I find it interesting that we have been seeing as many Mercs out here, and what Timmy and Adam were saying about that being the car to have, because this is such a high-speed course, and you said that you're driving the Mercedes as well. Does it just have such an advantage on the infield section, or is it just more slippery in a straight line than the Audi is?
Oh, it's all on the oval portion of the track. The Audi absolutely has a little bit of an advantage on the infield. You might gain a couple tenths there if you you take the same driver, same level, run the same laps, the Audi will be a little bit faster through that infield. But man, when you get up onto that oval, that Merc, it just pulls away, and it's a good amount faster than everyone else. The Audis are able to keep up in that draft, but the Merc is definitely showing to be the preferred car here today. And then the BMW is still out there a little bit too, but I mean, we're not seeing a whole lot of the Beamers out here either. It's right now the Merc is definitely running the show here in the GT category.
Yeah, and to kind of add to that too, and I harp on it a lot. The Audi doesn't like curbs. You really have to use those curbs here through the infield. So the Mercedes, what it ultimately ends up being, is a much more stable, much more dependable car and predictable car, even through the infield. I think, than the Audi. So I think that's part of the reason why you got a lot of people running it for this race.
Well, I have to say that I'm not surprised at all that the Bimmer is not showing. It's notoriously got not much top end, so I think we're not going to see too many of them here at the top split.
Yeah, and actually going back to looking at your first Audi, that will be the number 09 of the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 24-hour GT with Ashley Owen behind the wheel, currently in 6th in class right now. So the Audis, they still have plenty of gusto, but it's going to be hard to overthrow the Mercs here today.
Well, as we've seen with endurance racing, it's not so much about one lap speed, but whether you can keep the car whole and pointed forward for as long as possible. They were touching on it in the Race Spot broadcast. The fewer mistakes that you make, the better position you're going to be in, and that will be the name of the day for 24 full hours. Still have 17 hours and 43 minutes left. If you're just joining us, this is the 24 hours of Daytona here on iRacing and iRacing Live. You're watching it on the Global Sim Racing channel. And if you're just joining us, of course, our leader right now, VRS Coanda SimSport #1, you can see them on screen right now. Jorn Jens is currently in that prototype and leading, and at the GTs is still Florian Voigt for Pure Racing Team Black.
Yeah, and right in front of him is the VRS Coanda SimSport #18, third in class right now. And I think they just made a little bit of contact there. Pure Racing Team Black is coming to put them, I believe that would be 2 laps down if they're able to get around that 18 there.
And it's not impossible to come back from those, but you kind of have to wait on a mistake from the car ahead if they put you a lap down, unless you've got a real secret weapon. But it's hard to find much difference in pace in this top split because the talent level is just so high, Adam.
Yeah, and real quick, let's go ahead and go back. We actually got a fight for position right now in the DPs for 13th and 14th position. With Gregory Tansen and Timu Valkarvi with Glacier Racing. They actually just also had to get through a crowd of GT3s while they're fighting for a position, with a little bit of bumping and banging going on back there, letting people know that they're there. So that was almost an interesting moment between those two and those two Glacier Racing, the Glacier Racing machine and the MSP Drivers Home machine.
It's the nature of multi-class racing. You could be in a battle and suddenly you have to call timeout just to try and get around the back markers, but there is no timeout in this game. Timo's actually told us that we can call him White Lake. Apparently that's the English translation of his last name. So
I like that.
Yes, might be a little bit easier on the tongue. I got a couple Texans with me. We have pity on these poor guys.
Oh, is that how it is? Well,
yeah.
That car that you just saw getting around Timu was his teammate Rico Olatu in the Glacier Racing 2 machine. Currently, they're a little bit higher up on the grid right now, running right now in P7 in that number 20 machine. But so that battle back there for positions kind of broken up a little bit. But hey, we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Well, let's jump back to 9th and 10th because it looks like Michael Dalval still hasn't been able to shake Tatsuro Hashimoto. Actually, no, excuse me, he's overtaken him, retaken the position back. He's back in 9th because remember, Tatsuro overtook him about a few laps ago. So that battle still rages on. Once again, this is for 9th place as they overtake the lapped car of Ashley Beard and Madhouse Racing.
And that's one thing that you're going to find.
Whoa, and Timo, we were just looking at him.
Oh, no. Commentator's curse on Timu.
Was this in the bus stop? It looks like it is. And once again, you know, I'm starting to think, and I'm telling this somewhat from experience because I'm driving a DP in my own race after I jump off here. It seems like when you're in traffic in the bus stop, Adam, that it just starts to wreak havoc on the car, and it can be very difficult to control.
It really is. A lot of it has to do with the air that's coming off the car in front of you. The DPs really don't like that dirty air, so to speak. You hear dirty air a lot with IndyCar racing in particular. And that I really think that has a halo effect because that's such a relatively high-speed complex of corners that you're trying to get through. And on the exit of it, well, you not only have the air off your spoiler at that point, but it's dirty. Lots of dirt accumulates down there. And as you saw from a few minutes ago with the Mika spin, that it's really easy just to lose the back end back there, and unfortunately in Timu's case it ended up kind of snapping back on him going into the wall instead of into the grass.
And we saw on screen that Glacier Racing Machine had significant damage on the front as we see this battle continue on here between Dalval and Hashimoto. Tatsuro had a close moment with Jason Dixon coming up behind him, coming out of turn 6, but I don't think there was any contact made between those two classes.
Yeah, one point that I wanted to make real quick before the accident there with Tatsuro and Michael here is that's another reason with Daytona that it's really hard to get away from people sometimes when you pass them. You can even be a little bit slower than somebody, and it's hard to get away from because the draft tries to be the great equalizer out there on the oval. So that's why you see somebody complete a pass, and even though they look like they're a lot faster, well, it takes them 10, 15, 20 laps to fully pull away from them.
That lap traffic did help Tatsuro just a little bit. Dalval's about 8/10 back now as they head back into turn 1. Both of them giving the apex a miss there around that corner. And continuing on, and Dalval continues to slip back a tenth at a time. It's now 1 second between him. I think this is going to be the best opportunity for Hashimoto if he can just stretch away far enough to get out of that draft you mentioned, Adam, and maybe get him away.
Oh, and going up a couple of cars here real quick, going up to David Williams and Bruno DeCarmo. Bruno running in 16th position overall. Let's see, was he... I think he had a little bit of trouble going into the Western Horseshoe there, and David Williams blew the breaking point and did almost a lot of contact back there. And sometimes that's something you got to watch out for, and particularly in a DP, is that you stop almost as fast as those GT3 cars.
Yeah,
sure
and I was watching that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, and I was watching that when you're mentioning that, Adam, and you know, to a lot of drivers too. The GT3s might even have a shorter braking point at or at least that's what it feels like at certain parts of the track, just because the top speed, isn't what the prototypes have, and so you could definitely have you have the faster vehicle, but when they're definitely through the horseshoe complex there on the infield, you could definitely have. The GT3 cars, they need to be a little bit careful, and they need to remember, I'm kind of on the same level when you're going into those corners.
Yeah, and you see P1 right now as far as your DPs on pit road. By the way, the car at David Williams there that we were looking at a few minutes ago, the car just behind him, Pure Racing Team Black. David Williams is getting ready to go down another lap here.
Now,
I did look at that. That will be the first lap that he go down. They are still currently barely on the same lap.
I wonder if we could go back to the leader now that they're exiting, especially. One thing that our viewers should know if they haven't, if they only just joined us, these DPs on the outlap can be very slippery. The cold tires are extra tricky. Now, I don't expect to see any problems with a team of this talent with Klaus Kivikas in the car at the moment, but it's very easy for it to come out from under you, so he's got to tiptoe just a little bit, as he does have a bobble coming out of the International Horseshoe.
And what I found too, it's not so much the DP and the DP driver themselves that you got to watch out for. It's some of the, another thing you're probably not going to encounter too much in this particular split is sometimes GT3 cars don't realize the DPs are on cold tires and how they drive on cold tires. So they see a slower car, they try to pass them. Well, all you're really doing is putting yourself in a situation and the other guy in a situation.
No such dramas for VRS Coanda, though, as they now get onto the oval. They got clean air in front of them. You can see one more lapped car, but they're a ways up the road. As we're actually on board Niels Cook, who we've switched while I wasn't paying attention. But that gap is down. Look at this between our leaders. Now only less than a second between Husingfeld Core and VRS Coanda. The battle is on.
So we'll have to see how everything cycles out on the pit rotation here. But right now, an exciting battle between P1 and P2. There's that draft. So Neil should be able to kind of gate on him just a little bit. You do see that interval coming down in that draft as they start heading toward the trioval here, Joe, and sliding into turn 1. So now the question will be is who's going to be faster in the infield portion of the racetrack?
Well, hopefully by now Klaus's tires have come up to temperature. I know it's hard to get a hot lap in when they're still cold, and that may have helped Niels catch up to him. They could still be getting fully up to temperature, so he might have the ultimate pace here still, and I think Niels has got his best opportunity to try and make something happen. So they work their way through the kink, now down to the western horseshoe. Definitely looks like Klaus is coming into his own as the car gets comfortable underneath him. Of course, VRS in the purple and white machine, Niels in the purple and yellow machine. Now up onto the banking. Niels trying to pull that draft. You can start to get a whiff of it just about a second and a half back. So he is going to be reeled in. Not a whole lot. It's staying steady at just about 7/10 between them. Coming up to the bus stop, sometimes the chance for an overtake down into there. Not usually the best place in lap traffic. Coming into it, that's Claudio Klima that this VRS DP has caught up to. And look at the difference. The momentum goes the way of Husingfeld Core. They're now right behind our leader. Pulling into the draft, they're going to work their way around another lapped car. Is he going to try and make a move? Is he going to stay patient? Looks like he's holding position, but now it is down from 7/10 to 2/10 between first and second. Now I'm curious, actually, when was the last time that Heusinkveld pitted? We know that VRS has just come out recently.
I'm trying to find on my telemetry, and I'm not finding it here.
We'll continue to try and look for that, but in the meantime, as far as we can tell, this is a battle for position. Strategy may split them up sooner rather than later. We'll update you on that as soon as we are aware. Now, one thing, Adam, that plays into endurance racing a lot that we haven't touched on yet is fuel saving. And you have to wonder if maybe Heusinkveld will take that into account and they're not going to be going onto the attack, but instead just hanging behind the leader.
Yeah, and meanwhile, also Team Hauser in car number 17, P24 in the DPs, just had an off-track and spin. As far as fuel saving, I can tell you from personal experience that you're thinking about it a long way out. Even in my personal split race here a little while ago in the Merc, one thing that we did was, we pitted a couple laps short of our pit stop. And the reason being was because it was going to be, we knew we were faster than some of the guys in front of us. They were driving a little too aggressively. So we came into pit road, pitted, came out, and could make up that time on them on the racetrack and pass them whenever they made their pit stop in a couple laps. So strategy like that. Fuel strategy too. Maybe you're already thinking about the end game. Maybe you already have it timed down to that 56 or 57 minutes that you can go on a tank of fuel in the Mercedes. And I know the DPs are going to be quite a bit shorter than that. I think they're actually closer to about 45 minutes or so. So, you're thinking about that a long way out, and you might be timing your pit stops right now to think about that end game.
We did get some information James has sussed out. They pitted 6 laps ago, so these guys are on the same strategy at this point, effectively, only separated by a few laps, and this battle for position is legit. And a great run off of turn 6, one of the more critical corners on this circuit. Klaus Kivickas has put himself in a good position to try and stretch away from Niels Cook and the Huizenfeld Core Motorsports machine. We saw Klima get in the way of this battle not too long ago, but sounds like Claudio is in a battle of his own. This is for, looks to be 8th in class, as they almost go side by side down into the bus stop. Claudio backs out of it though, tries to get himself a good run off the corner. Jason Dixon for Team TTL starts to streak away. Oh, was there a cut course for Claudio maybe? Looked like Claudio had a great run, and then suddenly he slowed up.
And Klaus a little bit loose going into turn 1 there, and the back end on his DP just tried stepping out just a touch. Niels tried sticking his nose in there, but I think thought better of it. But this battle for P1 maybe trying to heat up here real quick. I think Niels might be wanting to try to lead a lap before he's got to make his way into pit road.
With apologies to fans of Claudio and Jason, I think we need to stay on this in case it starts to erupt, like you said. Getting very hot once again, now back down to 3/10 between Niels and Klaus. If he can just get himself a launch here off of turn 6 back onto the oval, and they're going to have lap traffic up ahead of them, they should be able to clear it on the banking, so it shouldn't really get in the way of them. However, it might provide a draft for Klaus, give him that extra little oomph that he needs to stay clear. Looks like they're both going to get by just maybe. That's the car of Florian Voigt, who gets out of the way. Sandwiches between them nicely. They've got one more GT car that gets a little bit wobbly coming out of it, and it balks our leader. And that was David Williams, another one of the drivers in VRS Coanda. Once again, though, we are seeing Niels not try to take advantage right away. He's still on top of him. I think he is indeed fuel saving. He could have been right all over him. Backs out of it down into turn 1. No aggressive moves. Huizenfeld playing the long game potentially. The return to the infield portion just hangs on him like a bad smell. Well, if they are not going to go at it hand over fist, then let's jump back to Claudio and Jason, because it looks like Jason has been overtaken, so you can move Claudio up into that 8th position. Question is now, we keep talking about this, James, can he get away?
And I'm going to go ahead and guess no. What we've been talking about, especially here at the draft, and especially here in iRacing, it is you won't be able to pull away for a long time. You'll need some traffic to kind of help give you a little bit of room there to try and really get your spacing there that you need.
And now I know it from the prototype perspective this year, but not so much the GT perspective. How is that traffic mostly, James? Because I know I'll try and outbreak you guys sometimes into places like the Horseshoe, but I feel a little bit guilty about that. Does that tend to get obnoxious, or would you guys rather us try and get you in those spots?
Oh, you're always going to be incredibly mad at the prototypes, and the prototypes are always going to be mad at the GT guys. We're out here and we're running 2 separate races here, and we have to share the exact same racetrack. And so the oval is where everyone is hoping that you catch the different traffic. So you could just let the prototype go by on the outside, and things will be fine. But it depends on where your position and everything is. The horseshoes are definitely one of the better passing zones if you have to do it somewhere other than the oval. but sometimes some guys feel like they just need to go, and they're not going to really wait around for you too much. And also the same token too, you'll have these GT battles that like I don't have time to let this prototype by, and you won't see. You'll have moments where, okay, yeah, I can go ahead and let that guy go, and other times there's no way I'm letting you go right now. Wait till the oval.
Yeah, I think there's one spot we can all agree on that's not a good idea is the cake.
Oh yes, no, and when someone tries that, it is definitely a large pucker factor there.
Well, we've got some information that apparently there's no point in passing the Coanda car, and that they have lost some straight line speed. I'm assuming this is from the Hoisingfeld core team that's feeding us this information. Double checking. That's correct. There we go. Okay. On screen, we did see our GT leader for a moment, and also before we switched over to that, we saw the battle there break up between Claudio and Jason, illustrated perfectly us talking about that traffic coming into play as a DP kind of split those two. We're back to our overall leaders, though, as we found out there's a bit of damage on the P2 car, so they're trying to see what they can salvage while they're dealing with that little bit of oops on their bodywork. Now 6.5 hours into the race. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
Yeah, it's one of those things that the damage on their car, it's not showing up too well visually, but it might be something else. We do note that they did have contact with the wall back around the hour 15 mark, so it could be something left over from that as far as internal to the car.
Very true, and especially if you hit the wall, if you get it broadside like that, sometimes it can damage suspension ever so slightly, and that can slow you down as well, as they've got a couple more lapped cars. They've got Tanguy Pedrozzoli and Virtual Driver 69. They're just going to breeze by him on the backstretch. And speaking of,
see those guys. Oh, sorry, Joe. You see those guys there going through the bus stop there on the back, and if you have not driven here and know that bus stop, it is not very wide, and going in for the first two corners of the bus stop aren't that bad, but it is threading a needle every single lap to on the second half of that bus stop, leading back out onto NASCAR 3. And we saw again with drivers getting loose there and putting wheels off and everything. There's only one line to take through there, and it's no room for error whatsoever.
Certainly a case. Oh, bit of a lockup there, going deep into the International Horseshoe goes Klaus Kivickas. And once again, Hoisingfeld opting to just stay behind, not taking advantage of that mistake. They could have taken a nose in, and has stayed behind him. 10th place has got themselves a battle side by side down into turn one. Michael Dalval and Jesus Pasillas there. And in this case, it's going to be Michael who comes out on top, outbreaks him to the apex. And just ahead of him, he's got Tom Jones that he's got to put a lap on. This could give an opportunity back to Jesus. And as we watch this battle, Adam, you were mentioning the damage that can't be seen on some of these DPs and whatnot. The underside of the car is important too, and the drivers have to be careful coming out of the pits because there's those, I don't know what you call them, giant ripple strips or whatever.
Baseball bats left and glued down in the middle of the track? Or cricket bats for some folks across the world? Yeah, or what do they call them in cricket?
A bat, as far as I know.
Okay, so either way, something they left out there, they decided to glue it down to the track, and it will really mess up your car. I've seen DPs hit that before and completely lose their front end. Like the body work is just gone. I made a mistake in practice 2 days ago in the Mercedes, hit it, and almost completely knocked the front end bodywork off the thing. So they do a lot of damage if you're not paying attention when you're exiting the pits on that pit exit road, which is a very tight pit exit road to begin with. So you really got to be up on your toes, especially in the DPs with the cold tires, because the last thing you want to do is lose the car and and have the back end take you in there.
And Jesus is not done with Michael yet. He looks to the outside down into turn 1. They've got more lap traffic up ahead of them. Felipe Paiva and SRB Racing Green is going to be ahead of him. Is he going to try and pull over, let them through, seeing this battle? Yes, he does. Lets them to the inside. Michael gets through. Still trying to get by as they go too wide through the International Horseshoe. And it looks like he's going to get a buffer with his GT car. And there's a car off Zach Rupchik and Acme Racing. What happened to him? I think that's a DP off the course. Let's see. Oh, and exiting the pits, Zach Rupchik got on the power a little too hard, clipped the grass. That has got to be an embarrassing mistake to make. Did not even reach the circuit. There you can see that orange and white machine just pancaking its right side into the pit exit wall.
Yeah, that's right there. Exactly what we were talking about just a minute ago. That pit exit is insanely tight, and you've got to be up on your toes driving through it.
And he is not the first person to do what he did either. And he will not be the last.
Can't be too embarrassed. And as we come back live, they are in the pits. The damage was enough that they had to, you can see right there, come in and get some repairs done. They will be back out currently 24th overall. So they are not at the sharp end by any stretch of the imagination.
But, and with the damage here, these DPs in iRacing, they're really good at replacing the bodywork too. And that goes back to your point about the underside.
Oh, there's a spin in turn 1. Spin it. Oh, big.
And that is the GT3 lead that's involved.
Yeah, David Williams is involved in that.
Let's go to the replay, see what exactly happened. David Williams came up to the spun car of Wayne Burke, had nowhere to go, went right into him, and there was a checkup. Florian Voita almost made contact, managed to squeak through. Wow. Let's watch on board Voita to see how he manages to get this car woed up. He had inches to spare. Look at this.
Heads up. I mean, that's such a blind corner, too.
You could see on the replay from the onboard, all he could see was smoke. He had no idea if there was a car stopped there or what.
Yeah, and so that was your third place of David Williams in the BRS Quinn Sim Sport, getting a little bit of nose damage on there. I'm trying to see as he's up on the oval right now. Doesn't look like he's too far down on top end speed, so hopefully just a little bit of cosmetic damage, and he'll be able to get that fixed here on the next pit stop. But definitely not what you want to see going into turn 1, such a fast and on edge part of the course.
Oh, and this is why you want to extend as much of a gap as possible, James. Florian Voita, despite almost coming to a complete stop, in fact, I think he did stop, still has 30 seconds over Andreas Allmensberger.
And I just saw your 14th position, your GT3 cars that they just had an incident. That Audi is missing its front end. Oh, another one on the exit of the bus stop. Car number 74, Earl Ertz Jr. Currently on the exit of the bus stop on lap 220, his 220, ended up catching that little bit of dirt that we talked about where you have to thread a needle on the outside of the bus stop. And like what we talked about with some of those, the DPs that did it earlier, ended up spinning it into the outside wall.
Ooh, and it has a close moment. Let's stay on it after the incident, because Hayden Burns nearly takes him out. As you see him now coming into the bus stop, you'll watch the car get loose on the second half here. And as he finds the wall, Earl turns it into a modern arts car. Whew, very close moments for that Mercedes, squeaking by. Number of cars having to head to the pit stall take repairs, sit in there for a while. In fact, I'm seeing, looks like about 4 cars stationary at the moment, hopefully waiting to get back out on course. And in this case, usually in most races, James, you when you get an hour's worth of damage, you're done for the day. You throw the gloves in. And in endurance racing, that's not necessarily the case.
Oh no, you will have some amount of damage at some point today that you will have to stay in the pit road and probably have your car worked on at some point or the other. And unlike the real 24 hours that they have here, iRacing does not throw a yellow. You'll have your local yellows, but we will not have any of the full course yellows that we would be accustomed to seeing here next weekend here. So this will definitely be it's go all the time. You really can't find a moment to sit by and be comfortable. You need to constantly be going. But the reason that you have no problem getting that damage fixed is because you know that it's equally likely to happen to the cars that you're racing around you as well. So 24 hours, I mean, it's you definitely have to get it done. It'll definitely hurt you then, but you never know where you'll end up at the end of the race.
And look at this mess of cars that we're watching. They work their way through the bus stop. Now we have a DP trying to make a pass behind our leaders. Who is that? I'm trying to see. Michael Healy overtaking Ashley Owens. Thought better of trying to get another position, realizing those are the leaders battling one another just ahead of him. And I tell you what, a great job by all cars involved there, because both classes, various positions all mixed throughout, and we've already seen that any sort of dirty air in the bus stop can really cause tense moments, but everyone held station and held their cool.
And that point you were just making about the pit stops, staying time on pit road, you're getting ready to come up onto an example of it. One of the next DPs that these leaders should catch is going to be Timu here in a little bit. They got a GT3 car. The GT3 car of Sean Cole is between them right now. But, Timu got the car back out on the track and out there again to try to click off laps because you don't know what's going to happen.
And good to see Sean Cole of the Sim Pit out there and putting some laps in here in the top split of the 24. Wish him the best.
Currently running P19 in class. Saw him in some practice sessions earlier this week. I think they had some pretty good strong times. So, but Sean Cole, of course, we all love Sean Cole. One of the nicest guys you could ever meet out there.
He was just overtaken by our P1 and P2 overall. We're just about flying information with the way that this has been going. Let's get back to the GT3s. There's not a whole lot of battles going on over there at the moment. Guys are getting pretty spread out, which I'm sure they're not too unhappy about, James, getting their own piece of track to just focus on their race.
Oh, no, definitely. But I guess the biggest news story that's happened here in the last 20 minutes or so since we really last covered this battle was we had the number 18 of BRS Quanda Sim Sport with David Williams driving that was involved in that accident when that prototype spun going into turn 1. He has been passed by the Pure Racing Team Black, currently driven by Florian Wolf. And he's finally put that car one lap down, so it's just him and his Pure Racing Team Yellow teammate here currently on the lead lap of the GT3 battle here, as we are about coming up on about 10 minutes away from 7 hours into this race. Currently on lap 230 for your leader.
And here's a familiar name we see on screen in 27th. George Sandman in Blackadder Motorsports Blue. George has definitely had his fair share of time in these DPs. If you ever watch the Pacific Majors, he is not one to be trifled with. I'm going to assume that his team ran into some trouble somewhere for him to be as far down as 27th.
And I was talking with John Ulmer, another familiar name on a lot of GSRC broadcasts, about George Sandman just last night, actually, about some of their own personal competition between the two of them in qualifying for this thing. How Sandman's a little bit faster than DP. Sandman goes a little bit more to the DP side of things, where Ulmer's more the HPD, and they're going to be fighting each other for the Pac Majors race coming up here next weekend. So they've also talking about the HPD, and they're only about a tenth off of each other in either car. So that's going to be a fun battle to watch next week.
You say that Ulmer's only a little bit more towards the HPD?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's putting it lightly. Ulmer is definitely much more a fan of the HPD than the DP.
It took some talking, I guess, to get him to go into the DP, but he's actually enjoying it quite a bit. He's taken to it.
And on screen, Tanguy Petrozzoli, wow, had a close moment. I wonder if we can get an onboard of him closing in on the back of the DP of Jesus Bazilius. Did not expect him to slow as much as he did. Here you can see we're coming up to the tri-oval. And as we enter turn 1, that Audi has to really check up and take off of the racing line. Hello. Oh, it looks like he actually almost lost the rear end, so that was a good save from the car in 7th for GT3s.
And James, I'll ask you too if you started feeling the same thing in turn 1, particularly as the track got more and more rubbered in. I mean, we're probably close to 100% track state now, if not past it.
Well, we should be well
did it feel
beyond.
Did it feel like the back end started to try to come around on you a little bit more when the track was rubbered in?
No. And honestly, you can maybe have a little bit of that on the power, but that could also just be more of how the car feels on older tires. But I really don't feel like a lack of grip in the rear end, but definitely in the front end. It definitely... you're running a lot slower than you did at the beginning of this race. You have to definitely you'll be backing up a little bit. These guys have definitely run the fastest laps that they're going to run all event long. When the track gets all this rubber.
Oh, and Jesper Durlicka has had a spin. This is in turn 1. The Grip TV car coming down. This was a solo spin, I think. As the rear of the Mercedes, you're going to see it here, just starts to come around. Does he hit anything, though? Or does anything hit him? Looks like a few cars try to go around the outside. Let's stay on the replay here. It takes him a while to try to get it going. In fact, a long while. He is practically stuck and finally is able to get it go a little bit from now. Now we're coming back live. It took him too long for our replay to catch it.
Now, Adam, before you call me a liar, it's definitely very easy to overshoot turn 1 there. So I doubt that was rubber that was playing into to that one right there. But from my personal experiences, I've just felt a lack of grip in the front end here, definitely with the extra rubber out there.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the guys that I was talking to, and almost for the sole purpose of trying to get through turn 1, they were bringing their brake bias a little bit more forward, and it seemed like it was helping them too. But it's funny that we were talking about it, and something happens.
Well, and he was also sponsored by the Grip TV, and he was obviously lacking a little bit right there. So all around, we were just having a fun little moment.
Feels like I got Townsend Bell and Paul Tracy in here. A disagreement between my commentators.
Yeah, and we've seen turn 1 is such a treacherous place because you come in at the fastest part of the racetrack to essentially at a certain point it definitely becomes a blind corner. And if you have an accident there, you can't get woe down. You're already on almost full brake at that point. And Joe, I think that we were actually at the 24. Right next to each other when we saw the Delta Wing.
I was just thinking about the Delta Wing last year.
Yeah,
I remember that well.
Yeah, I think that we were both at the same track at the same time, both watching at the same time, and it's a hard, difficult part of the track, and you're kind of committed when you go in there. So that's why we see a lot of accidents going into turn 1 there, when you kind of are set in your way when you start your entry into turn 1, and you just hope that there's no trouble there.
Yeah, you have to refresh my memory. The Delta Wing was leading when that happened, was it not?
Yeah, I think that was the Delta Wing was leading when that happened. Yeah, I think that was the Delta Wing was leading when that happened. Yeah, I think that was the Delta Wing was leading when that happened. Was it not?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they were leading. It was that was a sad moment for a lot of people involved that just wanted to see the Delta Wing finish.
We've had the number 18 VRS Coanda SimSport GT3 car. Mac Backham is currently in there as they come into the pits. Sitting in fourth, you can see on the windshield. And I think they're waiting. I think this is a normal pit stop. Actually,
yeah,
no,
I think they just had a driver change as well. I think David Williams was in that car just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, which means that they might actually be getting repairs done. So this is yes, it looks like this is going to be longer than normal. They're definitely sitting in there longer than they should be.
And this is a good stage of the race to do that. You know, you've been out there, the car's a little bit beat up, but obviously still drivable. Yeah, come in and start taking a little bit of your optionals and start trying to click those off and get the car back to a better state of health.
Well, this long stop has allowed Hayden Burns up into the fourth position. The Mad Cow Racing Bessie machine notches one up. It actually works around a DP that seems to have had a problem. That's Luke Harvey. Harvey had a spin down into turn one. This is another solo incident. He is in 17th position currently, and it was about maybe 30-40 seconds ago.
Oh, accident heading into the NASCAR 1 coming out. Let's see, that was Dennis Garce in the position number 27th position.
Let's see what happened to Dennis here. I actually saw him with an incident. I think it was the one that turned around that
yes,
had
that
the
was him.
GT3 leaders, get involved with him. That's where we go. We've got the replay. Another solo incident. Oh, we might have to wait a while.
It was coming. NASCAR
Turn 6.
One, sorry.
Turn 6.
This was in turn 6 where we're going to have to go through the infield with Dennis. I don't think we have any battles happening at the moment, so we should be able to stay with this to follow the replay. Gecko Machine not looking too bad from what I'm seeing here. And he didn't get hit by anybody when he gets it turned around at 6, although I'm sure he doesn't like facing traffic for the second time within an hour.
Oh, and even live here, right now I'm still following him live. He had a little bit of trouble getting through 1. I mean, kept the car going straight, but it was probably a 45-degree angle for a second.
Yeah, it'll be coming up right here, and you'll see as he's heading through this corner, just spin around, but everyone does get around him. Was able to split him just fine, and no harm, no done. Just a little extra rubber there on the track.
Oh, and great thinking by Dennis. He actually puts it in reverse and gets it out of the racing line to get it turned around. So nicely done for him not to drive back toward the oncoming traffic.
And that's another danger zone on this racetrack is that turn 6. If turn 6 right on the inside there, it's real bumpy. It's a lot of bumps. If you put down the power at the wrong place down there, that back end's going to come around you on just about any car that you drive.
I've gotten a little bit of a correction. The GT3 stop for Mac Backham was about normal time, we understand. I was used to those DP stops being about 30 seconds. But you can see back out on track in 4th place for VRS Coanda. Hayden Burns must have come in for his stop as well and handed that position back. Oh, we're seeing him ahead, actually. Oh, excuse me, yes. So he's moved himself up into a podium position. So Mad Cow's Bessie is on the top 3 steps now.
Yeah, but we are going through pit stops right now, though, so that might cycle back through here.
Right on cue. Comes in. Is he going to hit his marks? And he gets it nice and slowed down.
Oh, we have someone stopped here. Let's see. That's Sean Wiltzer in the CTC Racing Red position 20th. He stopped there for a good bit, just right past turn 1. Actual road course 1 here, Amjad, not NASCAR 1.
And nosed it into that inside pit wall as well, and another bad spot to be kind of stopped on the track. He does have quite a bit of front end damage after that.
is able to get the car going and continue on. The question is he going to come in to get it repaired? And our GT3 leader has come in for a stop. Florian Voita for Pure Racing Black. Hits his marks, gets fresh fuel and fresh tires. Should be back out without incident. And in fact, I don't think he's going to lose the lead. Daniel Schoik for Pure Racing Yellow follows him in, and he is in his stall. Also, our director has noted, and I think that there was mention of this on the forums with photos of Hayden Burns in that Mad Cow Bessie car. They've turned the cow inside out now.
Interesting.
Yeah, they now getting a good look at that. We're definitely seeing the internals there.
I was love
brisket.
Oh. Well, let's hope they don't make it brisket. Let's not see any smoke come out of that car unless they're doing donuts after the 24
Sirloin,
is over.
T-bone. I mean, come on.
Yeah, Adam and I are from Texas here. We're just seeing some good barbecue. This we're excited.
Now I'm hungry. Thanks, guys.
Sorry about that. He is back out on track and continues on in the 5th position. Just now, with 17 hours to go, we've topped the 7-hour mark here. And if you're just joining us, this is the 24 Hours of Daytona on iRacing. Your current leaders are Klaus Kivikas in the VRS Cohen SimSport number 1. They've been leading the way for 207 laps. That purple and yellow machine just behind them, that's Niels Cook. And they are keeping them in check, but not attacking, attempting to try and save fuel since they have damage. In the GT3 class, it is Florian Voita, who just finished his most recent pit stop, is back out on track in first place.
If I can interrupt you here for a second, we actually just had GT3 DP contact. Look at Ashley Beard, car number 337, going back in the first horseshoe, or excuse me, the Western horseshoe, the second horseshoe. Just his last lap, he ended up kind of taking it wide, ended up cutting down on Wayne Bork in car number 200, running 15th in your DPs. And that's just kind of that classic kind of DP GT3 kind of contact where you got to be watching your mirrors.
See if we can pull it up here. Oh. Let's watch that one more time. We watch from the back of Beard now in the Madhouse Racing Mercedes. Just did not anticipate him trying to stick his nose in there. Adam, I can tell you, I know for myself, I always try and play it a little bit safe. If I see that DP not making it obviously, or the GT not making it obviously clear that they're giving me the inside line, I just kind of hang back.
Yeah, that's sometimes a smarter play. I mean, first and foremost, you got to survive.
Fortunately, it was Beard who came off the worst on that one, I think. Madhouse Racing car gets turned around but continues on, now in 16th in the GT3s. In fact, since we've just topped the hour, why don't we go through the top 10 of each of our classes, give a little bit more love to everybody, and give our audience an idea of what the status is. We already mentioned our top 2 overall, Klaus and Niels, who have been tied at the hip for a number of laps. Back in third, Jack Sedgwick, Enex Racing DP. They have not gotten a lot of love on air, at least on GSRC for this broadcast, but boy, podium position, just running quietly, nobody around, no one to battle them, and they're looking handy. Just a little bit farther back, his car in fourth place, actually heading into the pits right now, Giuseppe Curry for Wave Driving Revolution. So they're going to slip down the order. Actually, no, they may not, because Maximilian Scheider is nearly an entire lap behind in 5th place. So Giuseppe might be able to retain that 4th position. There you can see Max in that yellow and black car for SimRC.de Florida. You go a little bit farther back, just about a minute. Michael Healy, Trans-Tasman Racing. He is in the 6th position and is also all by his lonesome at the moment. as the Australian's probably quite late at night for him over there at the moment. Then a little bit farther back, you've got Tapani Lina Luoto. My apologies if I have messed up that name. Glacier Racing number 2, and that number 20 machine is out there on the backstretch heading his way through the bus stop. Step a little bit farther down, 1 more minute back, it's Daniel Sterna for Petronas Racing Team. And then 1 more, Matty Kadisoya. We've seen him on GSRC before. Vindeval Sim Racing White tends to show up in the Blanc Pond Series, holding down a top 10 in the top split. Nothing to be ashamed of there for Matty as he just races on. He's only got about 6 seconds back, though, to Michael Dalval, who we've watched have some great battles throughout our broadcast. Let's see if he can catch up to Matty, give us some more action. Let's go to James, though, to figure out where everybody is over in the GT3s.
Well, right now, Florian in the Pure Racing Team Black is still leading the way, heading into the bus stop now as we speak about him. He's been leading here, at least since we've been on the air here for the past hour or so. And second is his teammate in the Pure Racing Team Yellow. That's currently driven by Daniel Schuch, and he is currently now heading past the tri-oval and down into the infield. And he almost had it. Yeah, let's
Federico Pizzotti, he's slammed into the Armco and is stuck now. My goodness.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, so you'll see here on the replay, he gets a little bit of help from the GT3 behind him and does a good job of staying off of your second place leader, but as you see, he's stuck now and he will have to take a tow back to the garage. He's still stuck there, and he's just now got it loose, and he's going to try and just now rejoin the racing surface there. But that was a scary moment there for your second place.
That was Dylan Carroll who gave him a nudge. So I'm sure those two will not be exchanging Christmas cards next year.
Well, continuing on, third place, who we saw having trouble just about 20 minutes ago in the BRS Gwen Sim Sport, number 18. Mac Beckham is now in that car, just taking over, and he is currently 1 lap down to your leader in the Pure Racing Team, but still having a good, solid podium position. And then after that, we talked to them at the top of our broadcast. We saw Trey Idson in the Aftermath Motorsports Red, currently doing a great job, just 1 lap back from your leaders right now, currently heading into the West Horseshoe. A very solid day for them. That car looks very clean. And then we have our sirloin, Mad Cow Racing, Bessie, with Hayden Burns in there, and he's running in a very juicy and spicy 5th place position as we speak.
Seasoning.
Oh yeah, it makes me want to get some Rudy's spicy sauce to put on that car. But let's move on, and here is your first Audi in the event, and that's going to be the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 24-hour GT of Luis Rodriguez. They are currently heading out into NASCAR 1 right now. Solid day for them. About 2 laps back from your leaders right now in that 6th position in class. Behind them, you'll have the 169, the virtual drivers, number 69 of Antonio Heiglin, currently in that 7th position right now. Again, another Audi that is showing some good speed here in the event. Behind them, you'll have Core Sim Racing GT3, currently driven by Claudio Klima in the and another Merc right there. Another solid day there in 8th, and then you have Positive Champs right back there, getting updated here, coming through onto the nope, that's the front stretch there, about to head right here into the tri-oval, having another solid day, about 3 laps back from your leader right now. But Izavi Clock is having a very solid day, and behind them, Team TTL with Dylan Sharman is rounding out your top 10. But I'm going to go ahead and 1 step back to 11. You look normal. Your performance ? I just had to get a good shout out for that creative team name there with Jesper Drikla in that Mercedes there, having another solid day, not too far back from your 10th place position.
I noticed that earlier for the Grip TV guys. That was a great little name of them. Derlicka is how Jesper pronounces the last name, is what I understand. I know that's a weird looking one. And Niels Cook comes in for Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports. Wonder if this is going to allow Klaus to try and maybe get away from him, because he continues on. He's dealing with just a little bit of traffic, you can see. No dramas there as he works by Dylan Carroll in Oceanic Sim Racing. And as we watch this, one thing I want to point out, all these names that we've been calling out, the teams that we just listed in the top 10 in each class, this is an incredibly diverse race. When we talk about this being an international race, everyone from around the world, we mean it. Here's some of the clubs that are involved right now out on the track. Central Eastern Europe is represented. DH, which is Germany, Austria, as well as, I can't remember what the CH is for, I apologize. Australia is out there right now.
Czechoslovakia, I think?
Switzerland, I'm here. Yes, there we go. Of course, CH, Switzerland. How could I? Silly me. Hispano-America is a club out there. France, Finland, UK&I club is out there. Brazil is out there. Iberia. Just an incredibly diverse. I see Italy out there on track right now. As we got an incident happening. Cameron Brie, what's happening to him? This is in the DP class, down into turn 1. Boy, we've seen a lot of action down into there, and it looks like a solo spin just starts to lose the rear end.
And DPP1, Klaus Kavakis is back on pit road for a scheduled stop. But, going back to your point, too, about all the international drivers that we have, one great thing about this iRacing event is how many real-world drivers actually come out here. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen any names that have come across the screen yet that I recognize as far as being real-world drivers, but they're scattered out there. I know Sage Karam was in the split that we were racing in, Joe, and that was the actual real Sage Karam. And Jax Hawkworth was actually supposed to be in that same car, but unfortunately they ran into an incident. Last year we were running with Scott McLaughlin of V8 Supercar fame. So they actually turn up quite a bit for these events as well. And hey, who knows? Maybe one of those guys is out here actually running under a different name. They're out there too.
Yeah, I did recognize Sage. I made it past that afterwards. I regretted, because I thought maybe I had scared him a little bit, but it all worked out in the end.
I just hope he doesn't find you there, Joe, and you should be okay.
Thankfully, I'm not scheduled to see any IndyCar races until the 500, and I don't think he can get out to the crowd for me. So, you may have noticed that second place has changed names. Moritz Lohner has overtaken the car for Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports. However, Klaus Kivikas is now back out on track, has not changed drivers for VRS Granda SimSport. The critical thing about this pit stop here, Adam, is it's now 8 seconds between first and second. Hoisingfeld, Core Motorsports can no longer ride the coattails of VRS Coanda.
No, they can't, and that's going to be exposing them to the fact that that they're wondering how much down on power they are. So look for them to try to use every little advantage they have as far as the draft and everything else. They do have a couple of cars between them, but the next car is a ways up there as they come out of the bus stop here and back onto the oval. So they're going to have a more open track to have air go into that front end and possibly slow them down here.
One of the names I want to give a little bit of screen time to that we haven't quite yet, well, actually, maybe we won't, because I just realized they're in the pits. Patrick Pitchler for Pure Racing Team Red. This is both the name of the driver and the name of the team we're used to seeing much farther up the order. They seem to have run into some trouble. And there you can see Pitchler's got a very bent rear wing, and I'm not sure if they intend to get back out on track or not. They are 238 laps down, so this may be a lost cause for them.
So I don't know how much you guys are on Facebook, but as much as I've been on there today, that's all that I'm reading out there. And then I'll have like a normal person that isn't into sim racing, like a random picture of their dog. But everything else on my Facebook page right now is the 24. They're talking about their teams and everything. And I was actually I took a picture right before the start of the event, so I don't have official numbers, but we have around 1,200 drivers or teams that have been signed up this morning, and I'm showing that the split we had close to around 470 C7 Daytona prototypes and around 740 GT3 teams that are out here today. So if you know someone that is into iRacing, they're probably out here racing today, and this has definitely been very, very fun, and it's again, you see everybody come out. You have the guys that you'll get mad at me because I make them run extra road courses over in the Premier Racing League, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, yeah, we're going to go run Daytona, though. It's different. Everyone loves to come out here and run this event. It doesn't matter if you're primarily an oval guy, road coursing, road courses, anything like that. You want to come out here to Daytona. Everyone has a blast, and I know that the teams that come out here, it's definitely a very fun bonding experience to hang out with your teammates all day, and it's just an absolute blast. Since this is, again, I think the third year that we've had the 24s out here, it just adds such a extra level of fun to the sim, and I'm really the next transition that I think that we're waiting for is the day to night transitions, and it's just going to, we're just gonna. This is only the beginning, guys. It's just gonna keep getting better from here, and this event's gonna keep growing, and I just can't wait to see where it's gonna be in a few years.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to see the day-to-night transitions. I'm sure there's a lot of drivers itching for that. I want to grab onto your mistake, actually. I'm cool with making road coursing a verb there, James. But yeah,
I'm stealing it.
Go right
ahead.
But one of the things that I wanted to touch on here as well is, if anybody's watching this and they're a race fan and they're wondering what is going on, this is all virtual. None of this is real. This is all happening on computers and in live time. These are all real people driving and racing against one another on iRacing. And if you're into racing and you're a hardcore fan, and you love racing games, get on iRacing and try this out. You too can try this. This is the top split, so this is the best of the best here that we're watching. But there are multiple other splits out there, as James described, with all the people out there taking part that are taking place at the same time. So you can also race these 24 hours yourself and experience what the real-world drivers experience, having to go for that full length of time and work with a team and get to the finish line.
Yeah, speaking of Sage Karam and Jack Hawksworth a few minutes ago, their teammate Clark Archer were teammates for Ride Shotgun Motorsports, and he brought up a really good point in our Facebook chat earlier after his accident, of course, after our accident that knocked us out of the competition, as you really do experience almost all the same feelings that you have in a real-world endurance race, with the exception of the cost. We're not spending $10,000 out there to try to buy a ride to get into this thing or something like that. Yeah, you got your subscription costs. Yeah, you got your track and car costs and everything else as far as paying for the license to use it. But that's such a... I don't even think it comes out to 1% of what some of these guys spend to come out there and race in the real world, and you get a lot of the same emotions with the exception of the cost.
Yeah, like especially the anger, and just being very glad that the person that you just took out on the backstretch does not know where you actually live, because you might come over there and slap you around like AJ Foyt has done a couple times, and just to name one. So that's another thing, but. Yeah, the emotions definitely get real. It's as Amjad was saying, it's still real to me.
Well, the other thing, and this is how you know that you've got real racers out there, is there's no money involved here, obviously. This is all down to bragging rights. And if there's one thing that you can do to get drivers out there without having to get any money involved, is tell them that they get bragging rights. And boy, you'll get drivers just chomping at the bit to try and prove they are the fastest, as we've seen today. There's our fastest GT3 driver, Florian Vojta, who's currently on screen.
Yeah, that's another reason too why it's great is how many guys actually come out here and use iRacing as a tool for real world driving. Some of those IndyCar guys, they're out there, they're going to be competing in the real world 24 next weekend, and they're coming out because a lot of the same muscle memory is the same. I mean, yeah, you don't experience the G-forces or anything else sitting in your chair, but the muscle memory of when to brake and all that's pretty similar. We were talking to a driver at COTA. A lot of the Texas Club guys get together at COTA every year, and he was saying that he uses the iRacing GT3 car, the roof GT3 car, because it drives pretty similar to his Porsche. It's a little bit faster. So when he gets out there in the real world car, it actually slows down for him. He's able to hit his marks and everything better, and that's why he won his class at the Continental Tire Series at COTA this year. He thanks a lot of it onto iRacing just because it helps him memorize the corners and muscle memory that goes along with it.
It's not just a fun game, but also an incredibly useful tool. Right now, Mac Backham currently sitting in third in the GT3 class for VROS Coanda Sim Sport. Took over for David Williams. It looks like that damage that those guys incurred hasn't been hurting them too terribly much. Whatever shunt that they had into the front of that DP of Dennis Garis seems to have been mostly fixed.
And you're speaking of the Daytona prototypes. Are you looking forward to seeing the new DPI here next week and seeing what those new cars are all about?
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see how that's going to play out between all the different makes. I'll tell you what, I am partial to the Mazda. The looks...
Oh, it's beautiful.
It looks good.
I have to admit, a lot of the other ones, they look quite a bit like what you've seen from the Audi and the Porsche over and the P1 category over at Le Mans. They're very similar, but that Mazda, that stands out, and I like that.
See, and I really love the looks of the Mazda, but I'm loving the sounds of that Cadillac out there, like what Wayne Taylor Racing and those guys are going to be running. Man, that thing sounds beautiful, but it doesn't look nearly as good as that Mazda. That Mazda is a work of art.
Let's hop over to...
Years? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, we got battle starting to brew here. Cameron Bree and 18th is hunting down Luke Harvey and the prototype class, so you can see them on screen. They're not quite up on top of each other yet, so if you can break in if you want here, James, with your point.
Well, I was just asking, for how many years did we have the Daytona prototype out here? It definitely served a very useful life, a much longer life than we're used to seeing most race cars live.
Well, and Luke Harvey has a mistake coming out of the bus stop, manages to keep it pointed forward, mows the grass across NASCAR 3. Woo! Boy, you talk about a pucker moment, James.
Yeah, and we were watching with that live, and again, it's threading a needle through there, and especially in that in the prototypes, those cars they sit very low to the ground, and so if you clip a little too much of that curbing or that grass, it really upsets the car. So even more so than the GTs, those prototypes they don't they like very nice smooth pavement.
Well, it looks like Harvey has come into the pits. I'm not sure if he incurred some damage on the bottom of that car from clattering over the grass, but that onboard really made me appreciate the car control that he had of that Evolution Racing Australia machine. Quick hands, and he saved it in a flash, and he's already out of his stall, so that appears to be a stop over and done for them. With that was the closest fight that we had out on track. It's now split up after Luke's mistake, who stays in the car, I should mention.
And to go back to our theme of the race has been so far is he did not put a whole lot of that left side off onto the dirt, and you're on the edge for 24 hours, and so it is definitely you have to be concentrating at all times, and so this is. And again, is what you're talking about, Adam, is you don't experience the G-forces and everything out here, but as far as the mental and everything, it is exactly what you experience here what these guys will be experiencing next week, and you have to. It definitely takes a new level of concentration, and especially for some of these guys too, that it's the middle of the night for them and everything, and for a lot of people here, we don't know with all these different people and different countries out here where they are in the world. Everyone's going through a little bit of different time and everything right now, so you'll be sharp at one point and maybe not so much in the others, and you'll have a different cycle of that throughout the entire race.
Yeah, and that's one thing, that it's a 24-hour race. So yeah, we all are at different places during the race as far as our locations across the world, but we're all going to experience that diurnal day-night cycle. And we're all going to have that same experience at some point. So I think that was good. We're hearing Ben Gonzalez got punted about a lap ago, so we're going to try getting back to that here. I think Amjed's working on the replay, but that definitely plays a role. Working on getting that. We'll get it here in just a second. But the other aspect that too is a lot of us on the United States side, when we end this race, and it's the most crucial last couple of hours, that's coming from the middle of the night to that first thing in the morning when you've been up all night and your focus just isn't quite there just yet, and that sometimes makes it. That's our challenge.
Well, it looks like we won't be able to get a replay, but interestingly, one of our top players was involved in the Riku Alatalo, and the Glacier machine is what caused this incident. Benjamin was exiting the pits. Riku did not see him coming. His spotter didn't alert him that there was a car exiting. He took the normal line, which goes straight into the pit exit, and poor Benjamin was an innocent victim there, just got punted right into the Armco. We might have found it. Let's see if we've got it on replay. Here's Riku. I don't think this is it. He's coming, this looks like, onto the tri-oval. It would be a little bit after this. No, he's not. He was going to the bus stop. All right. Nope, it looks like we're not going to be able to find it. Well, that damage was enough for Ben's team, VEC Sim Racing, that they are now sitting in the pits. And that is definitely unscheduled since they had just exited when the incident happened. So, unfortunate to see for the number 28 machine.
What?
Whoa, in the second place car in GT3, Daniel Schoik. Ooh, didn't make contact with anyone. Nearly got into Luke Harvey. Here we go. We're going to see it here. Just caught a little off guard and had to take evasive action. Nice job, not managing to hit anything.
That's the smart move to make there. I know that you don't want to be spinning out, but you do not want to risk any contact whatsoever. So, you have all that runoff right there, and they paved over that area here a few years ago. Absolutely the right and the smart move there.
He's able to continue on and has not lost second place, but now the gap between himself and VRS Coanda 18 is only 30 seconds.
We'll have to keep an eye if that accident, the spin out there starts to wear on him. One thing I want to point out here real quick, going back to our DP leaders, P1 and P2, there was that worry that 33 car was going to have a little bit of damage and possibly be a little bit slower, but they've been able to maintain that gap coming out of the pits, that last pit stop cycle, anywhere between about 8.5 and 9.5 seconds. So maybe they were able to get some of that fixed.
I think, I have to agree there. We forgot the fact that they were in a pit stop, so they could have had the crew maybe work on it a little bit, the virtual crew, we should say. But with that, we'll have to just keep an eye on it because we're going to take a break in just a moment. Just a quick rundown. Klaus Kivica still your leader overall into the prototypes. We mentioned Moritz Lohner holding that gap at just under 10 seconds for Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports. Jack Sedgwick still out in that third place car, the number 11 Enex Racing DP, all by his lonesome. Over the GT3 is Florian Vojta holding down the castle in first place. and he is about a minute and 30 seconds, quite a gap, back to second place Daniel Schoik, who just avoided disaster coming into turn 1 not long ago. Holds that 30-second gap over third place VROS Coanda Simsport number 18, Mac Backham, in that Mercedes at the moment. And with that, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be back after just a moment. You're watching the Daytona 24 Hours here on iRacing and the Global Sim Racing channel. Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. We're watching the 24 Hours of Daytona. Right now, your leader in the DP class after 7.5 hours is Klaus Kivikas, and your leader in the GT3s is Florian Vojta. Now, I want to go to 8th and 9th because we have quite a battle going on, almost too wide through the bus stop a moment ago. Daniel Sterna is not far behind Matty Katasoya, who has just come out of the pits, and it looks like Daniel outbreaks himself down.
Sorry, third place in prototype had just spun out going into turn 1. Jack Sedgwick.
Ooh. We're going to look at the replay. We were just praising Jack not long ago about him having a quiet race by himself. Commentator's curse strikes again. It looks like he gets a little bit of the grass. And the rear just comes around.
He's very, very lucky because when you hit that grass right there, a lot of the times that leads into that tire barrier right there. So very, very lucky there for Jack to just spin off there and avoid any contact.
We're going to watch it on board here. Does he actually get loose before then? No, it looks like he clips it. Looks like he got a little bit greedy going inside, I think. We'll come back live. You can see he does continue on. However, this has closed the gap. Now Giuseppe Curry only 10 seconds back from Jack Sedgwick. Keep an eye on that. See if Giuseppe can start to run him down. And you have to imagine, especially at this point in the race, Adam, that you kind of need that sort of thing where you're running by yourself for most of the stint. You maybe have lap traffic to deal with, but when you get a car that you look on your F3 box and you can see they've turned white, so to speak, that can put the incentive in you.
It really can, and it almost has to throw you in the middle of a different mindset mid-run, which some people don't react that too well to that. I think Jack will be, of course, just fine here. Jack Sedgwick's a terrific driver, but a lot of times that's when you start to see some mistakes happen. You start to see that number dwindling down a little bit on you, particularly after an accident when your heart rate's already elevated to begin with. So,
yeah, Jack's managed to help get his team up into third, so I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing and has dealt with pressure before. Right now, it's just been holding station at about 9.3 seconds between himself and Giuseppe as we got him off.
We got Mark Schindel on Acme Racing, and that's in 23rd position. No harm, no foul. Rejoins the racing surface.
Let's look at the replay. This is actually a nice recovery. Once you get into that grass, it tends to just keep going in that direction. You can see just keeps it out of the tires. Mark Schindel also going on to live another day. Meanwhile, over in our GT3 class, it's actually not too far between 3rd and 4th place as well. It seems like that final podium spot in both classes is the one most under threat. Trey Eitzen is about 15 seconds back from Mac Backham at the moment. So he's not within range that he can attack or really be any sort of threatening force, but definitely I'm sure his team is keeping an eye on that gap and seeing where they can maybe start to bring it down.
Yeah, and I've actually raced with Trey going back well over a decade, back in the NASCAR 2003 days. The guy knows how to get around a road course just fine. So he's has a magnificent stint going on here, and has really put a big dent into that lead that Mac Beckham has in that BRS Quinn Sim Sport. So a very solid run here for Trey.
I think there was a bit of traffic that slowed Mac down slightly because it's now down to 14.5. So Trey is, in fact, closing the gap. I think he's going to have our prototype leader coming through in a moment here. Yes, indeed. Klaus Kivikas still in that VRS coin at Sim Sport 1. And he's going to put him one more lap down. As we ride on the nose of Klaus, getting right up behind, not afraid of getting close to that Mercedes. And he's going to overtake him now as they hit turn 6. and be able to accelerate clear. You know, one thing that I'm curious about that we won't always get to know with these teams in this broadcast, Adam, is how many of these guys have a dedicated crew chief up on the pit wall. Obviously, everybody's got a team. Most guys are going to be watching each other's back, acting as spotters and calling strategy when they're not driving. But having someone who is there specifically just to plan out the strategy, I feel like that's a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it definitely helps. I mean, you want to try, especially these long endurance races. We're getting deep into it. So that's when you really want to let the driver focus on driving. So if you got somebody there that can kind of think about, okay, we're going to pit here, pit there, crew the car. I'll set you up with so many gallons of fuel, that kind of stuff. It really helps take a little bit more out of the driver and let them be focused on just the driving.
And some of these teams might, in fact, have that. I know our team, GSRC, Turn 2 Motorsports, is out there in fourth split, and we've got the wonderful Sean Ambrose up on the box at the moment.
Sean loves being up on the box, too. He's he was a little surprised that he was actually going to get to come in for a stint this year, and he's just like, thankfully it's only just 2, and then I get to be up there comfortable talking to everyone and until then.
He's been very nervous about getting out on track, but I have full faith in Sean.
Yeah, and usually what I like to do is when I'm setting up the schedule for driving and everything else, I always list the driver and I always list the support person. That way it guarantees that there's always somebody on with the driver to handle those kind of things. And we just kind of split it up amongst ourselves. Usually you'll get 2 hours of support before you drive. That way you also can kind of feel out how things are going on the racetrack as well.
We saw Jose Maria Lopez there just behind the DP of Giuseppe Curry. That is not a battle for position, though. Curry is in fourth position, and Curry is behind him at the moment, but is just giving a lap back to Jose Maria Lopez, who is in 15th. And I'm pretty sure that's not the Jose Maria Lopez of the World Touring Car Championship. And if it is, then my apologies, and that'd be awesome if it's Racing for Thrustmaster Movano out there in the DP. A little bit farther down in the order, just about mid-pack at the moment, but certainly holding their own in that Thrustmaster Movano machine. And a lot of times, all it takes is a little bit of patience. Continue to put your laps in if you've had a mistake that's put you back in that 15th position. Stay out on track, keep the pace up, and attrition brings the race to you.
So, last year was the first year that iRacing decided to run this event at night. So we run all 24 hours at night. How does that, in your opinions, change the feel of this race and just overall how it goes since we run this one under the lights the whole time now?
Well, I think there's more grip, for one thing. Makes it a little bit nicer than when the sun is constantly blaring down on the track. I also feel it's more appropriate. One thing that's unique about this race is with it being so far into the winter, in real life, it is mostly nighttime. It's got, I think, one of the longest nighttime sections of any endurance race that's held around the world. And I feel it's just more appropriate, more fitting that you're just kind of running under the lights for the majority of the time.
Yeah, because at Le Mans you only have 6 hours of darkness. It's not much. Definitely a lot more treacherous. They don't have built-in lights at Le Mans. Definitely down Mulsanne for sure. But you do have the lights here, and they don't turn them on full power. But you do have a nice little glow and everything out here, so you do get to really enjoy the racetrack. And it was weird after I did my stint this morning and. Went out to go get breakfast, walked outside, I was like, oh, it's daytime. It kind of, you really do forget. You kind of get involved in everything, and I was like, oh, it's actually not nighttime. It is, you feel like you are involved, and you're in the wee hours of the night, even at the beginning. So it's definitely a kind of a weird sensation.
And as we were talking about that, Tom Jones of Evolution Racing found it not unusual to slip off track once again in the Western Horseshoe, but he has continued on. Now we've got some information. I guess Adam's done some digging, and that is the Jose Maria Lopez, the racing driver.
Yeah, I believe it is, and he's been on iRacing before. Quite a bit here. Actually, give me just a second on that here real quick, but I do believe it is him. Yeah, okay. So he actually commented a few days ago on his Twitter about participating in the iRacing 24. So that is him. And of course, not only did you mention the World Touring Car Championship, but I just also was reading that he signed on back in July of this year to run in Formula E.
That's correct. Yeah, he has been competing in that, if I remember correctly. So, my apologies, Jose, for saying it wasn't you. Welcome to iRacing. I'm glad to see yet another real-world driver. We keep mentioning that out here in the top split and competing.
Well, and he definitely earned my fan vote for his Formula E debut.
There we go, yeah. Well, and you know, sometimes there's talk, especially among sim racers, that sim racing is a little specific, that real racers struggle because there's no seat in the pants feel. We're seeing top guys. Timmy Hill is out there competing well, and here we're seeing a side-by-side situation with Jose as he sneaks by another GT3 car. That was a little tight, but he makes it work. But yeah, 15th position and in top split is no mean feat. So that's another real-world racer showing that you can make the transition from real-world racing to sim racing, and not just from sim racing to real-world racing.
You know, and that's something else too. That's a cool factor about iRacing is, you know, I've raced with the likes of AJ Allmendinger.
We have a GT3 car. Let's see. So Luke Harvey, but he got involved with the GT3 car. And that GT3 car is definitely stuck on the infield right now. I'm trying to see who that was.
Claudio Klima, unfortunately. We've seen him in the Blanc Pond series, and wow, he got knocked way off course. I'm going to watch it from above. I think there was a bit of miscommunication here that went on between the DP and the GT3 car. Oh, it looks like Harvey got a little bit to the inside of the Western Horseshoe. He lost grip, was trying to get it back up to speed. And the GT3 of Klima was not aware that he was going to be there, just came right over.
Yeah, I think he was moving over to let another DP by, and just was not aware, like you said.
And you know, I want to cut a little bit of slack to Claudio, because there is a known bug that in endurance racing and driver swaps, sometimes the spotter can accidentally turn off on iRacing, and the virtual spotter. I had that happen to me during this race, and that might be what happened to Claudia, that it just, he was not aware that someone was beside him.
Yeah, and a fantastic job avoiding that chain link fence there, too. That would have been, very well could have been a tow and everything if he made contact with there. So, good recovery there, sure.
Let's jump back to Jose Maria Lopez, because he has run down Wayne Burke for Synergy Racing, Sim Racing 1. And there is now less than half a second between these two for 14th position. We could see a battle. He is gaining hand over fist at the moment. Coming down into the International Horseshoe. Nothing doing down here. A little bit off the apex for Wayne Burke. Driver we're familiar with from the Pacific Majors.
What I was getting at earlier is racing with the likes of AJ Allmendinger, racing with the likes of Denny Hamlin on here. You know, they're out there, and how often in a real world are you able to race with the same guys that do this for a living? I mean, when was the last time you picked up Matt in 2016 and played Cam Newton? You know, and that's another cool factor about iRacing. If you haven't tried it yet, you really do need to get out here.
I actually got to race a roof against Will Power once, so that was pretty cool. Right now, Wayne Burke is not intimidated by Jose Maria Lopez, holding down that position. He got a great exit out of turn 6. Lopez gains ground with the draft down into the bus stop. Actually looks very handy and solid into the chicane. Coming out, this is what he needs. He's going to have that draft once again. Is this going to be enough to maybe get 14th away from Wayne? Closing and closing. That draft definitely helping him now. He peels out to the outside. Is Wayne going to give it up? Is he going to lay down, or is he going to fight for this position? They've got another lapped car ahead of him. That's Daniel Sterna. And it looks like, ooh, bit of a bobble going into the braking zone. Huge slide from Jose Maria Lopez. Recovers it, but the position goes back to Wayne C. Burke. Nice save from Jose. All right, he's going to get another try at it since he didn't hit anything. But once again, this lapped car could come into play. Actually, no, this is not a lap car. This is a car a lap ahead, we should denote, for Daniel Sterna and the Petronas Racing Team DP. Is he going to let these guys through? He's not pulling over down into turn 6. Could be an opportunity. He goes way wide out into the marbles, and it is definitely going to be handed over. And it's going to take a while to get the marbles off those tires. He's going to be slow for a couple of corners now. And Lopez has been set free to try and chase down Burke. Closes in on him. Down to less than a car length. Is he going to look to the inside? Oh, he tries to squeeze to the outside, but there's no room there. Makes contact. Expected Wayne to try and dip to the inside to cover him up, but Wayne did no such thing. As we look back, now we hop off to the chopper view. I was trying to see if we could see any damage on the front of Lopez's machine. And we're getting information that this is not the Wayne Burke from the Pack Majors. Now he pulls over and lets Jose Maria Lopez go. This is Wayne Burke from Australia, I understand. Actually, maybe I was thinking of the IDA, iRacing Drivers Association, is where I've seen Wayne. Took care of some more lap traffic that they went past. That was Marcus Bloom and Corsim Racing GT3. Almost went off track, but I believe he has just come out of the pits there. So as things continue on, we're now just about 8 hours in. We've got one more hour with our team here, myself, Adam, and James. Amjet's going to stick around, poor guy, send him some coffee. And then we're going to swap teams here at the Global Sim Racing channel. We're going to bring in Bill Zahn, who will be joined by Richard Losper and Sean Ambrose. They will cover the next 3 hours until we hand over to V8's Online, who will cover hours 12 through 18 of this 24-hour race.
See Marcel Vanderlyn that just went off track there in the bus stop, gets it back going, and we are clean and green.
We are seeing P5 Dustin Hickman make a stop, so we might have another round of DP pit stops coming up here.
Looking at the replay of Vander Linden. And ooh, actually, it looks like he was a little off-put by Daniel Sterna going slow into there. Wow, another great recovery. We're seeing some drivers really get their workout, earning their money. Well, sort of earning their money, I guess. Earning their stripes, I should say. Nice job by Marcel. He's running with Atomic Motorsports Blue Team here in the top split. For just joining us once again, this is the 24 Hours of Daytona on iRacing. And you're seeing it all on the Global Sim Racing channel. Boy, it was not sure if we had it on screen or if we switched, but Daniel Sterna had a big bobble coming out of turn 6, managed to gather it back together. Looks like right now we're watching Daniel Schoik in second place. He's about a minute and 24 As, excuse me, we're watching Florian. Oh, we had another moment between Sterna and Marcel once again in the bus stop, except it was reversed this time. Sterna was looking to the inside. Let's look at the replay. He's definitely going to get a slowdown for cutting the course here. There you see, oh, there's that bobble that I just mentioned that's going to allow Marcel to sneak by him. Now, this is not for position. That's what's interesting about this here. And that gives the momentum to Marcel as he goes up around the long way around, down to the bus stop. With Daniel being a lap ahead, I would think that he would just kind of let him through here. But instead, you'll see he tries to make it too wide, and this kind of doesn't go well for Daniel. As we come back to live now, everybody continues on. So, as we like to say every once in a while, no harm, no foul. So what, Wayne Burke has not dropped off of Jose Maria Lopez for that 14th position. The draft once again keeping him in play. You can see those two on screen now.
And actually, you have a we do have a change for your podium position here in GT3. Trey Idson has moved that Aftermath Motorsports red car up into third place, but he is coming to the pit road right now. So obviously, we're cycling through pit stops here in the GT3 category.
It says Marks. Renz Brookman has been in and out. He's taken over for, I believe it was Mac Backham. Let's see,
And I think
Trey
they're doing
Einstein is going to swap. Yeah, he is.
Adam Gilliland, he's going in now.
Had a chance to talk to Adam just a moment ago. Let's see how he fares out on course. He's already been in the car once before. A nice paint job. I'm enjoying that, digging that scheme on that car. Rico Alatalo for Glacier Racing also has come in. Wondering if he has any damage from that contact that he made with Gonzalez. And indeed, we caught a little bit of body panels moving as now he exits his stall. That number 20 continues on.
And as he exits, P2 Moritz Lohner is coming in as well in that Husqvarna Core Motorsports machine.
These guys, we've been watching for quite a while now. Did you happen to see what the gap was before he came in? Was it still at about 9 seconds?
No, he got caught up in traffic quite a bit, and I do think that eventually that it took its toll, and they started widening that gap a little bit. His lap times were about a half second a lap off Klaus's.
So it continues to stretch in the favor of VRS Coanda. There you can see them on screen in the number 88. They've been known to be dominant here in endurance racing. They're showing once again, doesn't matter if it's GT3 cars, HPDs, or Daytona prototypes, they know how to wheel a car around the track for long periods of time. Moritz Lohner stays in the Huizingfeld Core Motorsports machine, and he's back out once again. We've kind of been keeping an eye on the GT3 leaders and seeing how that gap continues to progress. Well, right now I'm seeing there's an entire lap between Florian Vojta and Daniel Schoik. I'm not sure. Actually, no, it looks like Daniel is just coming out of the pits, so that may have had an effect on it, so he could still be on the lead lap. It's Pure Racing Team Yellow that Daniel races for, Florian for Pure Racing Team Black.
In P1 right now in your prototypes is on pit road. Klaus has made it on there in the VRS Coanda SimStore machine. Waiting to see if there's going to be a driver change. Doesn't look like there is, but they are going to be pulling it back out on the track here any second now.
I want to say this is at least the third stint for Klaus, so these guys not shy from keeping their drivers in there for quite a while.
Ooh,
However,
and he's going to come out here in a little bit of a gaggle of DPs. He might be able to get out just in front. Gets a little loose on pit exit. Allows one of them to get by. I didn't see who that was in that red machine there. That was Josh Muggleton in the Trans-Tasmania team. And Gernot Fritsch is on the inside of him. And behind Klaus right now is Luke Harvey in that Evolution Racing Australia car. So he's going to have a little bit of traffic here to work out right after his pit stop on cold tires.
Woo, another bobblehead through the kink, obviously struggling a bit with those freezing footsies out there, but I don't think there's any worry for Klaus at the moment because that gap I'm seeing is about 15 seconds between himself and Moritz. So even if he has a bit of trouble with this traffic, if he stays clean, he should retain this lead easily. And just like that, we are just about to hit that 8-hour mark. And we're not even halfway through, guys. In fact, I guess the easy way to think of it, we are now 1/4 of the way through. Is that correct? No, wait, that was
1/3.
Yes, 1/3. Don't.
Yeah,
this is
hard.
This is what I get. Yeah, for trying math live on air.
You know, and I'll say for this deep into the race, so far, there's only 10 cars that don't currently have drivers, whether that means they're completely retired or just, taking a break while they're waiting on repairs. So the attrition rate in this race, while it was a little bit high earlier, is really kind of stabilized out and pretty normal for this point.
Yeah, I'd say that's about what you're used to seeing in an endurance race, is a little bit of chaos at the start. If you can survive that, everybody gets their own bit of track, and then they start to settle in. There we see Florian Voita for Pure Racing Team Black is into his stall. It doesn't look like there's going to be a driver swap there.
And that gap between your DP 1 and 2, that's stretched out now to about 14 and a half seconds. So they did not gain any time on that pit cycle.
On screen, we've got second place Daniel Schoik for Pure Racing Team Yellow. Closes in on our GT3 leader, who's still stationary in his stall with a regular stop. This is going to put him back on the lead lap as the seconds now tick down for them. The other thing I don't know if it's possible, and I know this is a bit of a contentious subject on the forums, but I would love to see it possible to somehow figure out for endurance racing realistic cautions. It would certainly spice up the strategy quite a bit.
And the simple mention of that means I'm hearing pitchforks and other metallic things beating on the door outside the studio. So, I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't mind something like that, just to kind of add to the realism, the immersion, but also to kind of sometimes take a quick breather while you're driving.
Well, you have so many different, as far as endurance racing goes, Daytona is completely different than Le Mans. At Le Mans, you have your slow zones, and if they do have a full course caution, you have 3 separate pace cars out there on the track at the same time, so everyone doesn't get bunched back up. So, whereas Daytona, it's just a normal yellow and everything. It definitely, there's a lot that can go down, and all the endurance races are separate. So each one kind of has its own beast here, and you kind of have seen that here in the last few years, is the full course yellows really playing a factor in the real 24 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we're starting to see is we've got a battle for 9th and 10th here on your screen. Soren Kolozej, excuse me. Wow.
Kolozaj? I'm going to guess Kolozaj?
I think it's a little bit closer. In car 12 there, he's trying to fend off Gernot Fritsch in the car 79. So only about 0.8 of a second. Looks like that's widening up a little bit with the lap traffic trying to get around those GT3 cars.
Yeah, Gernot, I've been kind of watching this. He's slowly closing in on Soren. And actually he's going to get a nice draft here.
Yeah, they might be able to try to do something here going into turn 1. I have a feeling he might think better of it here, though.
That's the leader that's between them at the moment. It's going to keep them together, even though he's causing a buffer, but offering a nice little tow to Gernot Frisch down into the International Horseshoe, rather. And no place to try and get around for Klaus Kivickas. And unfortunately for him, Saroon isn't really wanting to give up the spot right now, because he knows as soon as he does, that's going to give an opportunity to Gernot, causing a bit of frustration for Klaus. But thankfully, he had that 15-second buffer to allow him a little bit of time to try and be patient here, which he's being extremely. Closes up down into turn 6 once again, doesn't stick his nose in.
And I think that's one thing that you're seeing too is the patience of Klaus. I think Klaus knows the situation that Soren's in right now, so he's not even flashing his headlights at him or anything else like that. But you see Soren kind of move up at the bank, and he's going to let Klaus go by here because he knows he can do it and not lose a whole lot of time to Gernot.
Nicely done. Beautiful move there by Soren. Sorry. Trying to figure that name out here. We're both having trouble. But look at that. Down into the braking of the bus stop. Great run from Gernot. The CTC Racing Black DP has him in his sights. He's got the draft. He looks up to the high side. He might have moved a little too quick, though. Probably wanted a little bit more of that draft to get him some speed as he starts to peter out on the momentum. They're going to go side by side, down, up through the tri-oval. Will they still hold on to that side-by-side down into turn 1? Let's see what happens. No, he backs out of it. Frisch, not quite brave enough here.
Just FYI, the car behind these two is Denise Garis, running in 23rd position, so he's not actually for a battle on the track.
And more traffic coming into play here. That's Sean Cole, who almost gets shunted off track, has to take evasive action, brings it back on, doesn't hit anything. Sean Cole lives to stream another day. Let's watch from on board, see what Cole
had
saw.
A little bit of contact with the leader there.
Did he actually make contact?
Yeah, he actually did.
Yeah,
Their fingers touched.
And now we're going to get the onboard. Hopefully, the sim pit host won't have to head to the pits.
I think they both get away pretty well unscathed. I think Sean realized at the last second he was there and is already trying to take corrective action as far as the steering. But definitely, as James would like to put it, a pucker moment for both those guys.
And I tell you what, Klaus is still being as we got to cut course.
Yeah, Gernot's gonna have to. Oh, and he comes right back up in front of another prototype there of Dennis, and that was good heads-up driving from everyone there. That could have been very ugly very quickly.
Yeah, but that battle now is all but evaporated with that cut course and blowing the bus stop like that.
He made the right decision, though. I agree with James here that he saw it coming and just bailed out of it, said, you know what, we've got 16 hours nearly left in this race. There's no reason to try and fight hard and go too wide through here.
Pretty much. Joe, a calculator.
Well, one of the what we were talking about before that battle erupted was those cautions, and what do they call them nowadays? Code 60s. A lot of series going to them and stuff like that, where it's almost like a virtual yellow, where the cars just kind of slow down. A virtual safety car. That would be something that they might be able to implement pretty easily in iRacing's case. I mean, because it's almost like a video game at that point anyway.
That's very true. That would be interesting if they started to utilize that.
You saw a little bit of a moment there with your DP leader there with the GT3 car. They were able to kind of keep it going straight, though, heading now into the NASCAR 1 and 2.
Yeah, this was coming into turn 6. And Dylan Sherman actually gets on the radio and apologizes to Klaus. I don't think Sharman did anything wrong there, actually. He was kind of running his line and...
Well, especially here in the top split, you're seeing everyone playing really nice with each other for the most part. I really am not hearing a whole lot of anger on the radio, and I mean that's all that I heard in our split personally. As a lot of people yelling at each other, and it's like we still got 23 hours, guys. Let's. But it's definitely a completely different attitude here in the top split, and maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe that's why these guys are in the top split, and you don't get here unless you really know what you're doing, and these guys know how to make it to the end of the event. That's for sure. And I mean, we still have the majority of the field still out here racing, and I mean, we have 40 cars here that are still very much running. At least probably going back all the way to maybe around 45th, 46, until you start seeing guys that maybe are in the pits, or maybe we'll go ahead and call it a day. So of the 57 starters out here, we really have not had that much attrition.
Well, on screen, Marcus Bloom is who we were watching there, was in a bit of a battle. That was with Juan Prieto, but Prieto has now dropped back. Unfortunately, it looks like some traffic of DPs came in and split them up a bit. Still only about 2 seconds between them. This is for 8th position in that GT3 class. And I have to say, James, it sounds polite, but I can tell you from experience, the top split drivers are intense. These guys, they know what they're fighting for, and every moment means something.
Oh, absolutely. And mostly what I was meaning is everyone knows where they need to be about 95% of the time. And then you just have, I mean, it's all chaos and everything, but you have just pure pandemonium for that other 5% of the time. But no, these guys, it's intense, but they know where to place the car. They know when to, okay, I need to fight for this battle. I need to go ahead and just wait a little bit to try and find a better opportunity. As you said, it's intense, but everyone kind of knows their place and where they need to be.
Absolutely. So we watch our second place driver in the GT3, Daniel Schoik, working his way through the Western Horseshoe, up and around. Boy, our overall leader is working through a lot of traffic. Just managed to go by Juan Prieto. Also overtook Hayden Burns and Soren Kalajais. And finally, I think once he gets past Marcus Bloom, he's going to have a little bit of clear track. Oh, we got a moment in front of him, though. Cameron Marie just made contact with the GT3 car, trying to get himself turned around. That was right in front of our leader. Let's look at the replay. This was a botched attempt at putting him a lap down into the bus stop chicane. And this was second place that he ran into right there. And GT3.
Yeah, and it was really none of Daniel's fault there in the Pure Racing Team Yellow Machine in that GT3 car. It seemed like he was giving Cameron enough room on the inside, and Cameron lost under braking there on entry.
He came from a long way back. I think that was a mistake from Cameron, to be sure. As we come back live. I wonder how much damage he has on the side of his car, though. Oh, as Daniel actually goes in front of our overall leader. Oh, and they go side by side through the kink. This is always tense moments. They manage to make it through.
There's that 5% I was talking about, Joe.
Oh, man.
But he's still back there. It looked like Soren was having a little bit of an issue trying to get past him as well. And I think he kind of got a little close to him and let him know his trouble on the outside there at turn 6.
Daniel's having a hell of a lap right now. I'm glad we went back to him. As I was saying, I kind of wanted to check and see if he got any damage from that contact. It was kind of a glancing blow as that DP spun around in the bus stop. Thankfully, it was right, I think, in the door panel if he did get him, so hopefully shouldn't have damaged any of his suspension. Here we're going to get a good look at the side. I'm not seeing anything. So I think he is in the clear. Oh, and I'm hearing that we've got another familiar face here on the Global Sim Racing channel Eero Gnome is out on track for the number 1, 2, 3 Bushfink Yellow, currently sitting in 18th. Must have been the same car that he was sharing with Mika Eschhaus, who we saw out on track earlier in this broadcast. Gnome known for being just utterly unflappable and very dominant. But you can see once he enters in with this level of talent here in the top split, it gets a lot harder to be as dominant as we're used to seeing him in the absolute beginners league. Let's see how he fares if he can get this car up any higher than 18th. He's got about 20 seconds up to Jamie Wilson, and then not much farther ahead of them to Luke Harvey, excuse me. So 2 positions could be on the cards. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Global Sim Racing channel. We're watching the 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing. Right now, our overall leader, Klaus Kivikas, is in the car for VRS Coanda Sim Sport, and Florian Vojta is in the GT3 lead for Pure Racing Team Black. It has been that way pretty much since we took over coverage from RaceSpot TV. Looking at the gap between first and second overall, Moritz Lohner, who has taken over for his teammate just about an hour ago, has the Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports car now within 14 seconds, just about 13 seconds. He's making a little bit of progress there. We're going to stay on board Moritz and watch what it's like from one of the top-end DPs here around a lap of Daytona. Took over the car from Niels Cook. And elsewhere on their team, they've got Alexander Vos waiting in the wings. This is our second place GT3 car that he's actually moving by at the moment. I thought I heard someone make contact with something. We're going to see if we can figure out what happened.
Adam Gilliland's yelling at somebody in the 08 Aftermath Motorsports car.
Seems to be
Oh,
the
yeah.
car of Sven Kamertz. Oh, no,
Yeah, I can
excuse me, not
understand.
Sven. It's Rufy Munoz. Yeah, he slid a little bit wide, I'd say. We haven't seen it on replay, but yeah, that was tense moments about maybe 50 seconds ago coming into the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, I believe the comments were along the lines of, that's fine if you want to make that move, just make sure you make it stick, and in the polite way of here for broadcasting is how we'll say that. But yeah, you'll just see him going in there a little bit and overshoots it just a little bit, and Adam's able to keep it on the road though, and little yelling, and we move on.
What do you mean the apex is way over there?
Of course, the Adam Gillen beautifully painted 08 car for Aftermath Motorsports Red, having themselves a good day despite that little incident back there. Right now running P3 and GT3s.
Looking at a potential podium there for a couple real-world drivers having their hand at the sim world. I was about to say dip their toes, but like I said, these guys have both been on here, and they mentioned they like to take part in Daytona. They're showing that they are not slouches at all. Adam's about to be overtaken by Jose Maria Lopez. There we go. All right, two real-world drivers overtaking one another in the sim world as Lopez overshoots the corner as well. Boy, I don't think that Adam's got a great opinion of these DP drivers at this moment.
Yeah, and that Aftermath Motorsports Red car started out our broadcast in 4th position, Trey Eidson had it for the first 2 stints that we were here on air before Adam took over, and they've been able to move up between them up to that 3rd position. So those guys are definitely on it right now, and looking again very good for a podium right now for the that Aftermath Motorsports car. And I'll go ahead and be the 3rd to say it. It's a good-looking car.
Of course, they took that away from VRS Coanda's number 18 machine. Mercedes out there has Renz Brookman into the car. He's not too far behind. He's only 11 seconds back, so those guys can still get in this and threaten the Aftermath Motorsports Mercedes for that podium. Just about 41 minutes left in our coverage, I believe. Then we are going to, or at least for us 3 in the booth right now, we're going to hand over to Richard Losper, Bill Zahn, and Sean Ambrose.
I just
let all
hope
3 of them into the booth at the same time?
No, we're not. But I'm really hoping that that soup brings along some additional caffeine for Amjed's IV.
Yeah, we're just directing pure coffee via IV drip into Amjed right now. Keep him awake, because I believe he has to drive here not too long after he gets done.
Well, actually, Amjed's got it better than us 3. All 3 of us are taking part in the race, but Amjed's team is not today, so. And that silences everyone. I guess everybody's disappointed.
Yeah, we were. I always like seeing how Amjed does.
Amjed is downplaying himself behind the scenes, but let's get back to the racing. Let's run down our order real quick. Let's give a top 10, since we haven't in a while, in each of the classes. I've done the top 10 of the DPs for a couple times now. I'm going to hand it over to Adam to bring us what it's looking like in the prototypes.
Yeah, so far here in the prototypes, of course, Klaus Kvekis in that VRS Kanata SimSport machine. SimSport's hard enough to say sometimes. Of course, they've just been dominating here so far. They've been the leader pretty much the entire time that we've been on air here. So they are continuing to gap Moritz Lohner in the 33 machine. They are currently about 14 seconds back. That gap is kind of stabilized after the round of pit stops, probably about 20-30 minutes ago.
We got a car
stop back there.
Looking to try and get a name. Oh, that's Manning Brennan in 42nd position, 74 car in Falk Speed GT.
We got the replay up. Let's take a look through the bus stop. And he loses it. Does he hit the wall? Oh, yes, he does.
Ooh, I do believe. Isn't that the second time that machine's been in the wall exactly like that?
I'm not sure if it's the same machine, actually. But that was a tremendous hit. There is safety barrier up there. Safer barrier, rather, I should say, that is up there. But I don't think it's going to do much to really keep that car from being... Oh, and he actually... Wow, he just about got into Soren Kolodai's on recovery, was trying to come down to the racing line, and Soren was at full blast and narrowly avoided him. No contact between the cars. So, whew. Let's get back to the rundown, as Adams had to step away for just a moment. Where did we leave off here? Actually, I was caught up on that. Let's go to 3rd place, which overall is going to be Nolan Scott, who's taken over in the Enex Racing DP. Marco Asediacono and Wave Driving Revolution, and no, I'm never going to get that name right again, sits in 4th place, still in the number 4 car. We saw them in that position at the start of our coverage. Dustin Hickman currently sits in 5th in the 797 for SimRC.de Florida. They were also in that spot when we picked up just about 2 and some hours ago. And there's a car behind spinning. That's Luke Harvey down in 17th. Doesn't hit anything. Gets it going. Let's look at the replay. Boy, if we want action to happen, let's just go for a top 10 rundown. That seems to bring it all out. As That was all on his lonesome. He maybe got a little bit unsighted by the cars in front, took the air off his nose, but I think that was all on Luke just losing control through the International Horseshoe. As we come back live, let's go to 6th position. Josh Muggleton for Trans-Tasman Racing, currently holding that down. Riku Alatalo in 7th. Remember, we saw him make some contact earlier on, but that doesn't seem to have hurt him too badly. And that number 20 machine, Glacier Racing 2. Matty Katisoya, another Finn driver. Vindeval Sim Racing White, currently in the 8th position, just ahead, actually not just ahead, more like 50 seconds ahead of Gurno Frisch in 9th spot. And then rounding out our top 10 is the driver we saw have a huge moment, at least I saw, you guys didn't quite catch it on screen, Soren Kolodais and Petronas Racing Team rounding out our top 10. Let's go to James for the top 10 of the GT3s. Let's see if you can make it through without action interrupting you.
Well, good luck here, but Florian Wolf is still leading the way here in the GT3 class, and that number 1 Pure Racing Team Black Mercedes. And right behind him is his teammate in the Pure Racing Team Yellow. Daniel Schuch is in that car as we speak, on the same lap, about half a lap behind our leader right now. And then we talked about them earlier, your new 3rd place Aftermath Motorsports Red, currently driven by Adam Gilliland, has moved up into that 3rd position, 1 lap behind your leader, but gaining some time, I think, here on your 2nd place. So this battle here in your podium is can definitely still develop here throughout the night. And then your previous 3rd place, the VRS Coenda Sim Sport number 18 of Rens Broekman in that car now, was in 3rd at the top of our broadcast, now moved back to the 4th position, but still running solid there as he comes through the International Horseshoe as we speak. And then we have my favorite, the delicious looking Mad Cow Racing Bessie team, currently driven by Hayden Burns, currently up in that 5th position, having a very solid night here in that Mercedes. And then here's our first Audi again, the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 24-hour GT, currently driven by Emmanuel Petri, is chugging away there in the 6th place position. Good showing here for that Audi, which we think is down a little bit of that top end speed here on the oval. Behind them is Virtual Drivers number 69, and that is going to be driven by Antonio Heiglin in that Audi right there, currently coming into the West Horseshoe right now. Very solid day for that Audi as well. And then we go down to the 7th, number 7 Core Sim Racing GT3, currently in the 8th position as well, currently driven by Marcus Blom. Behind them, Positive Champs is currently driven by Juan Mauricio, coming here on to the oval. Good solid run there in 9th place. And Team TTL right there behind, driven by Dylan Sharman right now. Good solid top 10. And then of course we have a lot of really fun names behind them right outside, but we will keep moving on. But white cars matter, and your normal you look normal, your performance, question mark. Both those cars are having a good solid day as well in 11th and 12th position.
There's your top 10 rundown in each, well, top 12, I guess, in the GT3s of our 2 classes out there after 8.5 hours.
Fun.
Yes. Well, you know, I'm glad that you managed to get a little bit more screen time to Mad Cow Bessie, because we're used to seeing a little bit more of them on here getting in the action, but today their sightings have been a bit rare.
Oh, that's still delicious.
I had to.
Really?
It still looks so good. If you're worried, I was looking at the car actually when on their last pit stop. They left some fluid behind. It's just barbecue sauce.
I thought barbecue sauce would increase the grip.
It depends on where you put it. Well, I see that 12th place has come in and out in the DPs rather. Marcel van der Linden still in that machine for Atomic Motorsports Blue, in and out, no issues. As long as he can navigate this pit exit, which we've seen is not necessarily a promise.
seen more than our fair share of our cars hit that concrete wall between the track and the pit exit there. So that one, as we've talked about before, can always get a little bit hairy, and you're always kind of taking a chance going through there.
Hey, let's give some screen time to some of our drivers a little bit farther back. Dennis Garis has run down Mark Schindel. That could be a battle for 22nd position on track right now. They're split by the lapped car, a lap up of Soren Kolodais. He can just navigate his way around him. This battle will resume. Soren doesn't have anybody too close. He's about 7 seconds behind Kano Frisch, who he was fighting with earlier on. But if we can hop off board, I think I'm seeing... Is there some damage on the front of Soren's car? It's difficult to see. Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, there is indeed on the right front. Looks like he clipped somebody at some point, and it is bent in, but he's going to be overtaken here by Dennis. Oh, or is he? Going to let him through now into the bus stop, and manages to squeak through and can go on to fight. But now that he's taken over that, he's got more lap traffic in the way in the form of Thibaut Vernies and Rens Broekman.
Wasn't Soren involved in an incident in the bus stop about 15 laps or so back? Could that be the right front damage?
I don't think I saw him make contact, so I don't think that was the incident. Unless
See,
it was...
I know the left front, you see a lot of DPs with the left fronts kind of tweaked a little bit because of going over curbs, but that right front damage is pretty significant.
As Soren almost got into the back of Dennis Garis there, coming into turn one. We're going to look at the replay, because I'm not sure if we quite caught it on camera, but he had them all locked up, was trying to stay out of the back of that DP in front of him. You're going to see it. Nicely done to just kind of get out of it and also avoid. Was that our fourth place GT car that almost got into the side of him there? That was indeed Rens Broekman. All right, everybody manages to gather themselves together, get a little space, and continue on. Unfortunately for Dennis, that gap has gone up from about 0.7 to about 1.4 seconds. So Schindel's got some breathing room. And I believe this is the same Mark Schindel from the Autobahn series, if I'm not mistaken. This is what I love about these endurance races. We cover a lot of different series here on the Global Sim Racing channel, but this seems to bring people from all different series all together. And we get to see them all kind of face one another in the same place. Mark's usually driving in the HPD, different type of prototype, a lot more downforce than this machine. But he's running the top split, and he is holding his own at 22nd.
You know, and I don't think that we'll see this battle resume before we have to get off air here, but probably here for the next 3 hours we have coming up, as we saw a good shot of the Ferris wheel. We're seeing our second place in the prototype category. Has gained a couple seconds. Started this last round of pit stops about 15, 16 seconds back, and right around the 11 to 12 second mark right now. So this battle is definitely not over, and it looks like they've gotten that damage fixed that they were talking about earlier, and they're in a good spot, just trying to slowly reel it in. And I don't think in any hurry to get there, but they're definitely making progress.
Yeah, they definitely need Klaus to have a little bit more trouble getting through traffic to kind of close that gap up a little bit more and get it back on his coattails like they were earlier in this race. But of course, that damage might be holding him up just a little bit, because if Klaus isn't in traffic, his lap times are still about half second faster a lap than Moritz's. But, traffic means everything here.
Certainly seems to be playing a big part in this battle for first, with these two being so close on pace for a number of laps now, almost hours. We've seen them very difficult to separate. Speaking of that Ferris wheel, though, James, I know you and I have both been to the real Daytona 24. Did you get a chance to go up in there?
I sure did, and let me just say that I'm not a fan of heights, and especially it's a very primitive Ferris wheel, at least in my opinion. Everyone else seemed to be fine. Of course, I'm stuck up there with Ricky Harden and Jesse Fowler, and Ricky's trying to shake the cart back and forth and making sure that I had a fantastic time, but absolutely cool. There's so many places to go around here, and in the real 24, the Ferris wheel is an absolute blast to go up onto, and they have the whole grandstands open. You can just go walk around wherever. You can head above the garage area during the race. The campgrounds going down there next to the International Horseshoe is there's always a lot of people packed in there. The people we were camped out next to, they set off their Christmas tree on fire, and I believe that actually made the broadcast on TV of a giant smoke storm in 3 and 4. And
that was you?
Yeah. That was our neighbors. It was not us.
Yes.
Oh no! Are
Neighbors.
you sure? Are you sure? Are you telling
100
us a colored version of the storm?
I did not say that we didn't encourage them. Yeah. So we saw that on the TV, and they got a little bit of trouble from the staff fire department there, but all around, just an absolute party everywhere you go for 24 hours. It's an absolute blast, and it's very, very affordable for the amount of racing that you get. And man, the sounds, if you haven't witnessed these cars in person, you know when the Corvettes are coming by, when the Ferraris are coming by. You don't even have to look. The sounds are just incredible. It's an absolute party. If you ever get a chance to go, definitely try and make a vacation out of it. And of course, you have the beach right down the road there, so fun vacation all around, and a fantastic facility with the new grandstands, the Daytona Rising that they have there. We're giving Daytona a lot of good props and everything here, but it's a fantastic event, and it's very, very fun to come and enjoy this here on iRacing as well.
Yeah, I can tell you that as far as sports car racing, nothing is going to get you hooked more on sports car racing and endurance racing than going to an endurance race. After going to Dakota for the 6 hours of Le Mans the last couple of years, I've added the Daytona 24 to my bucket list. I'm going to have to do this one day and actually go to this track. I mean, I've been to Daytona before, but go and actually be there for the Daytona 24.
Oh, it's fun, and and surprisingly, you're able to sleep, and that might be alcohol induced a little bit, but especially when you're right there at a shifting point, and one of those drivers happens to miss that shift in the middle of the night, you wake up randomly, very, very quickly, with the sound of that engine, and then okay, it's I'm not under attack, and then you go back to sleep for another few hours. Not much, but an absolute blast.
Oh, Marcus Bloom in 9th in the GT cars, having a big moment. Was this down into, yes, it was in turn 1, it looks like. And I think he lost him by himself. You're going to see on the replay a death wiggle. And around she went. Did he actually hit the tires? Ooh, he managed to keep it out of the tires. Let's watch on board as he tries to save it unsuccessfully, sadly. Through the trioval we go. Watch these hands. Ugh. Just a lurid feeling when that starts to happen.
Yeah, and going back to looking at him live here too. I mean, he's got his hands full right now. A couple DPs around him. He had the leader kind of caught up there a little bit for a second ago while we were watching the replay. Him and Marcel van der Linden have been able to clear him, but man, he's still a little bit off the pace. And he's got the likes of Dylan Sharman and your GT3 leader Florian Wolf behind him now too.
Voits won't want to be sitting around too long, even though he's got a gap. Wants to keep this pace up, I'm sure, and also get ahead of these guys in case they start fighting. Let's see what happens here through the bus stop. Voigt probably going to try and get himself a nice launch here. We're all just about dead even with one another up at the front of the train. That is Marcus Bloom for Core Sim Racing GT3. Dylan Sharman and Team TTL. He's got the draft. He's going to close in on him. Let's see if he can overtake this Merc by the time they hit turn 1. He's going to have to do it a long way around. Goes to the outside. Are they going to go too wide down into turn 1? Very difficult curved braking into this entry. And wow, looking very strong. Dylan Sharman not afraid to take it in deep. and moves himself into 9th.
Yeah, look at those brake rotors glow there on Dylan Sharman's car. Beautiful sight there. And he's going to have to try to fend off the likes of Marcus Bloom here going back into the horseshoe. Looks like he's going to be able to do it pretty well. So gap widens and looks like he's going to fall back into the clutches almost of your leader, GT3 leader, Florian.
Yeah, Florian's been extremely patient back here. And this is one of the things we haven't talked about quite yet, Adam, is that the more that you lap cars, the more you're going to get to lapping faster cars. And those can be harder to overtake when you're trying to put them a lap down.
They really can. So, you also start having to try to mind your P's and Q's a little bit more because, I mean, right now, he is fully aware that that the leader of his class is the one that's trying to overtake him, and it almost kind of adds into the factor of like, well, the last thing I want to do is try to take out the leader of my class on accident too, while also trying not to lose too much time, where some of the slower cars in the class would be able to just kind of breeze by.
There you can see he's managed to get one. Next on his list is going to be Dylan. And that is going to bring the battle back together, probably. Right now you can see, actually, that Marcus is just kind of riding the coattails, using the draft of Florian to close back in. He may have been separated. They've got a car blinking their lights on it. That's second place overall, actually, it's coming up to this battle. Gonna wait behind them. Once again, we're seeing Florian, since he's trying to overtake in the top 10 now, having a hard time closing up. Oh, going way wide for Dylan Sharman. Brings it back to the apex, but now they've got the DP of Moritz Lohner coming through. He sneaks by our leader, Florian Voigt. Now he's going to have to deal with Dylan Sharman. Gets through easily, coming through turn 6. And second place overall, continues on his way. Positions not changing in the GT3 cars he was overtaking.
Oh, 13th in your DPs right now, off the track. Nito Nascimento with the iRacing Brazil team, car number 16. Looks like in the first bus stop here, trying to go back to see what happened.
Looks like he was trying to overtake a lapped car. Guy Leach went in a little too hot, and around she went. You're going to see it here. It's down into the International Horseshoe. It's a Mercedes GT car, so he's not racing them, just wanting to get by. Overestimated things. It's a nice job getting it stopped, getting back going. So, as we come back live now, once again, your leader, still Klaus Kivikas in the DPs, and still Florian Voigt in the GT3 cars. It's been a little change between our leaders, although in an endurance race that's not too uncommon. We got a battle for 13th. Jose Maria Lopez once again giving us great action. This time with Neto Nascimento. Yes, it is indeed. Oh, wait, no. Or is this? Oh, wait, no. Neto is trying to catch him. I'm trying to figure out what my timing and scoring is telling me here. Oh, excuse me. I was on replay. So that's what was happening. Neto is behind Jose Maria Lopez. So Jose has passed Neto recently.
Whoa. Wait, sorry, I saw a little 3 wide and people on the apron here going down the front stretch, right around your leader.
Yeah, it looked like Klaus came on some the GT3 cars of Ian Lane and Antoine Heglin, the 169 and number 3 machines, and ended up having to go to the apron to try to get around them while they were racing side by side, but was able to make the move and get around them before they went into one.
Going to watch that one on replay. Once we do that, I'd love to go to Iro Noom because he's looking to be battling very soon here. Ooh, just a little bit of 3 wide moment there. Nicely done. Noom back in 18th is just behind Luke Harvey. Has gunned him down. That Team Bushfink Racing Yellow looking to take one more position using the draft down the backstretch into the bus stop. Closes in, under braking, tries to get that DP a nice launch off the corner, and he does. Going to have the draft once again coming around NASCAR 3 and 4. I think this might be a done deal. We'll see how hard he fights. Ooh, a little bit of weaving. Not sure which way Luke was going to go, but takes the inside, and yes, indeed, it was a nice, easy slingshot. So move Bushfink Racing Yellow up into the 17th spot.
You know, we've been following that that battle between P1 and P2. Just to update, we don't have to leave it what you have on your screen, but Moritz Lohner was just on pit road just a moment ago, so we're starting to see another pit cycle with these DPs.
Hearing that we've got another car in, didn't quite make out who that was. Oh, our leader actually also into his stall. There we go. Klaus Kivika's VRS Coanda in and out. No dramas there. Klaus stays in the car yet again. Is this the 4th stint we've seen from Klaus?
Give me a second, I'll look that up for you.
These guys are gluttons for punishment. I know after 2 stints, I feel pretty ready to get out. Sounds like we have one of our Glacier guys, Riku Alatalo, waiting in the wings. Let's see if we can bring him in, talk to him about how the Glacier team is doing out there. I believe they've got Yoni Backman in the car at the moment. We've got Rico in here with us. Rico, it's now close to about 9 hours into the race. You've got Yoni in the car. You guys are sitting in 7th pretty handily, about 18 seconds over Katasoya. Are you feeling pretty confident about keeping this 7th position?
Yeah, we're quite happy, and I think we can actually catch up to 6th. They're only 30 seconds or so up road, so we're pretty confident where we are right now.
We saw an incident that you had a little bit earlier with Gonzalez coming out of the pits. What was your take on that?
Oh, that was 100% on me, and I already posted on the forums that I'm really sorry for that. Once I hopped back in the car, my spotter didn't work anymore for some reason. It stayed completely quiet, and I didn't realize there was a car until the impact, and it was like obviously my fault, but I didn't notice there was a car there. So sucks for them to have lose their race like that. It was really unfortunate.
Yeah, I've experienced that myself. We were mentioning that on broadcast. Now, what is you guys' realistic goal for the Glacier Racing 2 DP? Do you think a top 5 is feasible? Maybe even a podium?
We're considering I did 3 laps of practice ever in this car before the qualifying session. I think we're quite happy with 7th, but obviously we're aiming for maybe to be top 5.
Of course, you make it seem easy out there. Must be the Finnish way. But
well,
you guys
I had about 8 hours of practice just now.
Okay, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
280 laps.
Yeah. So it looks like Yoni's working his way around traffic. What are your thoughts on the traffic so far? Has everyone been pretty well behaved since things have gotten sorted out in the first hour?
I feel the traffic's been pretty good so far. It was obviously a bit hectic in the first 3-4 hours, but now it's evened out, and there's quite a less traffic now because of people wrecking themselves out or something. or wrecking each other. But yeah, now it's fine. But it was pretty annoying in the first 4 hours when there was massive GT3 trains everywhere, and it was pretty tough, and you would lose a lot of time. But I think everyone's driving quite nicely now. But there's some people who've lost or DPs that are quite far behind who have decent pace, and then there's been some questionable moves there.
Yeah, such is the case with a race of this length that not everything is going to go to plan. Well, thanks for coming and talking to us, Rico, and hopefully you guys continue to have a good stretch and good practice out there.
Thanks.
This is Rico Alatalo for Glacier Racing number 2. The 20 car out there in 7th position. Man, leave it to the Finns, James, to consider 8 hours just a bit of practice out here.
Well, that's one thing is they, what would you say, glutton for punishment. That describes a Finn pretty well. But 8 hours. I know after the 3 hours earlier today, I was absolutely ready for a break, and they're just like, well, I'm just getting started.
And sorry, we got some information that I couldn't quite make out. Oh, 57 car. Look at Lee Deemer. 337 rather. The GT3 car is in the Armco. Serious damage. This is coming through turn 1. We're seeing on the replay now. Let's watch it one more time from above. Who did they get clipped by here? Looks like it was Marcelo Rivera for Evolution Racing Australia. And I think it was just a glance. I'm not sure if he got too much damage from that, but Lee Deemer definitely got turned around. So we come back live now. Thankfully, Lee's able to get the car going and continue on. We're hearing that Rivera actually does have quite a bit of damage, so that shunt did affect them. Rivera currently running in 21st overall. There you can see the front. Yeah, actually looks like he's damaged both the right front and the left front equally at this point. Oh, and it's popped back into place, so maybe it was some netcode. Put another lap on the car of Adam Gilliland for Aftermath. JB Massada just behind him for the White Cars Matter team.
I just see that Jake Sturgis has just joined the server. I don't know what team he's racing for, but I'll be looking forward to possibly him getting in the car here before too long.
I believe Sturgis is for Enex.
Oh, yep. We'll see. So we might see him here in that number 11 here before too long. But yeah, just saw him join the server. So maybe he's getting his driving suit on, ready to go.
While we were also looking at that incident that we saw with Rivera, Ironam took another spot. He's now into 16th, overtaking Jamie Wilson for that spot. Can't say I'm too surprised to see Nam moving up the timing sheet. Steady but surely. Driver we were mentioning not long ago that had a little bit of an incident with Rico Alatalo. Benjamin Gonzalez is back out on track and actually in a battle. Rufy Munoz just ahead of him. This is for 19th. There you can see Rufy in front in the blue and yellow machine, and the black and white car just behind. That is Benjamin Gonzalez from VEC Sim Racing, trying to make up a little bit of time for his unfortunate incident coming out of the pits. I love this fender view that Dougie's given us here. Just looking over the car all the way back through the rear wing. Nice chase cam.
Now you're going to be the ones to pick the bugs out of Dougie's teeth a little bit later on today from being on the hood of these cars, right? I mean, leaning over, getting the shots like that while leaning onto the hood. I mean, we're going to have to ask Roofy to make sure that, he's not being bothered too much by him on there.
Remember to floss, kids.
So we give Doug hazard pay, so he can pick his own bugs out. And this battle is getting tight. Look at that great exit from Benjamin coming out of the bus stop. Gets the draft through NASCAR 2 and 3 and 4 rather. But it starts to peter out. Might have a little bit of damage. It's slowing the top end here, and it's not going to matter because here comes Roofy down into the pits. That battle is over. So as he comes in and hits his pit stall just nicely, doesn't have to back up or anything. We might be speaking to our next team any moment now, as Bill and Sean and Richard are going to be taking over for us in just a few moments here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the 24 Hours of Daytona on iRacing. And we are now just about 9 hours into this race. Klaus Kivickas is leading the way in the prototypes for VRS Coanda SimSport, and Florian Voita is leading the way for the GT3s. Wow, I've been keeping an eye on Renz Brookman. And actually, was he overtaken? Because Renz was in 4th position not long ago, wasn't he? Pit Cycle might be playing with this since a lot of guys are coming in about now. Let's go through the top 5 of each class real quick, since we're just about to hand over coverage. We mentioned Klaus leading the way in the prototypes. Moritz Lohner has also been in that car for a long time. Back up to about 14 seconds. The yo-yo effect continuing between 1st and 2nd in this prototype class. Hoisingfeld Core Motorsports is the car that Moritz is driving. Nolan Scott, he's out there for Enex Racing DP. He's a whole minute behind 2nd place. Not much hope for him to try and get up there unless there's a major mistake from 1st and 2nd. Marco Asiadacono, he is in 4th place still for Wave Driving Revolution. We've been seeing them in that position since we took over coverage. And then rounding out the top 5 in our prototypes, Dustin Hickman, SimRC.de, Florida Machine out there running around the banking still since we picked things up. Let's go to James for the GT3s.
Florian and the Pure Racing Team Black still leading the way. Been here the entire time that we've been here on air, doing a great job there, leading the GT3 field, coming up to the 9-hour mark. After him, again, we might be going through pit cycle right now, we'll see, but currently in 2nd place we have Adam Gilliland in the Aftermath Motorsports Red, and that beautiful. Nope, never mind. Yep, nope, so we're, as I say that, my timing just updated here, so Andreas Almensberger is in the Pure Racing Team Yellow, resumes that 2nd place, also for the Pure Racing Team 1 and 2 right now in class, and then your new podium 3rd place, so with Adam Gilliland in an Aftermath Motorsports Red. Very solid day here for them as well. After that, we have Coanda SimSport, which looks like I have a lot of update going on with my scoring right now, but VRS Coanda SimSport is up there in that top 5 as well, with Renz Brookman up there. Very solid day for them. We saw them make heavy contact with the Daytona prototype earlier, but they've been able to manage and keep going on. Not too much damage to their top end. And then, of course, Bessie is looking good there, and Delicious as well with Hayden Burns. Right now, currently in the pit road, getting some service here, but Mad Cow Racing and that Delicious Mercedes is rounding out your top 5 here.
And with that, we've got our next team just joining us in the booth. It's getting a little cramped in here, but we'll exit soon so that they can take over. Leading the way is going to be Bill Zahn. And Bill, we've been watching this now for a while, and even though the lead has been rather stable, it's been close at times, with second place being as close as half a second. It's obviously grown since then. With you guys taking over, it's what would be well into the darkness hours if this were a real race, but at this point, I'm thinking fatigue may come into play.
Yes, and you've been having a great call, and I've been watching it from the very beginning with Race Broad's coverage. As we have
Luis
some
Maria
issues.
Lopez hits the wall hard coming on to the oval here in NASCAR 1. Continues on, though.
Jose Maria Lopez, it sounds like, having problems, as James was saying. Yeah, that was a hard slap there. Just, I think, understeered into the corner. We're going to watch it on the replay here.
We call that a pretty good tank slapper, boys.
Yeah, that would be Sean Ambrose, who has been up on the box for much of today for Turn 2 Motorsports. And we can see here, Sean, that the WTCC driver just underestimated things and added some paint to the wall.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get on it just a little bit too much, getting off the 6 there and do exactly that. And hopefully the damage not too bad. He can continue on still at full speed.
Also with us, of course, it's going to be joining in is Richard Losper, coming to us from good old Australia. Richard, welcome in.
Good day to all and all our viewers as well. I have been watching the broadcast off and on and the live session off and on, and this has been a fascinating race, so I am just ready to get into it.
We're ready to let you take over. It's been 3 hours for us, and we need to take a little bit of a break. Some of us need to go and drive for our teams. And once again, thank you, James and Adams, for joining me here in the booth and giving us some insight to how these cars are driving out there. It was a joy to work with you guys today. And with that, we are going to sign off for just a moment. The team is going to get settled in, get mic'd up properly, and we're going to let them have their way. Stick around, because we got a lot of racing left to go here in the 24 Hours of Daytona on iRacing. You're watching it on the Global Sim Racing channel. Don't go away.
Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the Daytona 24. We roll into hour number 10. Bill Soup's on here with you with Sean Ambrose and the Australian sage, Richard Losper. We've been following up on what GSRC did from hours 6, 7, or I guess it would be 6, 7, 8. I guess we're into hour 9 right now, if I do my timing right here. That was Joe Peak had that one. And of course, Race Brought took the first 6 hours. Right now, our leaders in each class, it is VRS Coanda Sim Sports. That's the number 1 team out there right now. Klaus Kavickas has been in there for quite a while. He's got that team out in front. And then in the GT3 class, there's a couple of pure racing teams out there right now. We're going to look at Pure Racing Team Black. They've got about a minute and a half lead on their sister team, and Maximilian Beneke out there for that team. Well, it has got a little bit exciting, a little bit attrition plays a role early on the first couple hours. Things have settled down a little bit. We've lost a couple of the top seeds in the GT3 class. Most of the main drivers who qualified big, a lot of the big names still out there right now. Sean, it's all night today. There is no daylight. That's going to make the grip a little bit easier for these guys, I would think.
Yeah, the track has been grippy. I will say from my experience, we've been down in the 4th split running a team down there, and grip hasn't really been the issue. The issues have been really traffic, to be honest with you. Not that it's been bad or hard to work through, just a lot of cars on track, and you've really got to pick your spots carefully. And as the old gambler used to say, you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them, buddy, because like entering the bus stop, for instance, you're surrounded by GT3 cars. Is it better to give? Is it better to fight your way in there? Man, we've got just under 15 hours left. I'm thinking I'm taking care of the car. Done this before. Let's settle in, and things will work itself out in the last 6 hours, really.
Yeah, right now we're kind of in the dog hours, these long, it would be nighttime hours. And of course, what's interesting about the real Daytona 24 is that because of the time of year, racing in January, and the location on the globe, and I guess Florida is about the middle of the globe, so it doesn't have that much to play in it, but the hours are longer. There's more, actually more nighttime hours here in Daytona than there are daytime hours when they race for real. Richard, I know you're familiar, since you're in Australia, with those long summer nights and winter days. You covering the GT3s for us?
Absolutely. As I said earlier, a very big welcome to everyone. I am, like Sean said, I'm really excited for this stint of ours. 3 hours it's going to be. It's going to go over like a flash, I believe. The GT3s at the moment is being led appropriately by car number 1, Maximilian Beneke for Pure Racing Team Black, followed by his own teammate Bill in the yellow car. And I tell you what's exciting for me, one of my teammates and good friends is indeed the Mad Cow Racing team, and they are in 5th position, so that is a really good situation for them at the moment. But we know from past experience, Bill and Sean, that things can change in a flash. So it's all fingers crossed at this stage, but looking forward to the next 3 hours.
Of course, the Mad Cow, I always thought that is Bessie. I always thought she was like a dairy cow, but apparently, if you get a close-up of that paint job, she has had a trip to the slaughterhouses. We're seeing some ribs on her there.
Let me tell you, Bessie's only one. There's Muriel, there is Buttercup, and a couple of other names. These guys have really been inventive with the names that they use, but on track they are mean and lean and not to be trifled with, and doing a great job at the moment.
And Sean, that's one of my pet peeves when it comes to naming teams. I don't like the use of numbers or colors to differentiate those teams, and certainly Mad Cow does a good job with Team Buttercup or Team Betsy. That's what we like.
Well, I'll tell you what I like right now. I like the speed of Moritz Lohner in the number 33 Huskenveld Core Motorsports machine. He's got really good pace right now, making his way through the bus stop. Just got through some GT traffic and did it quick and easy. and gets a really nice run out of the pit stop, and now finds himself just a little over 16 seconds behind our leader, Klaus Kavikas.
Yeah, and that's for Pulsing Belcore Motorsports racing in second place, and VSR Coanda Sim racing in the lead right now. A couple names we're familiar with as GSRC covers the Blancpain Endurance Series as well. We see a lot of those drivers in there. Final spot on the podium is Enix Racing. Right now they have Nolan Scott in the car, the U.S. driver from the Mid-South, doing a good job racing third. Still on the lead lap, only 3 cars in that class on the lead lap. You know, Richard, in your GT3 class, there were a couple big names that aren't in there. Radical, their number 10 team, they got tagged early. They were going through the bus stop, and they got out very early. We won't be seeing them. They qualified way up front. And then also, Enix Racing GT3, that had Dave Galink in the car. That was car number, I believe, car number 10 on that. No, car number 9, I believe. They had trouble about lap 44, and they are not in the race. Both of those cars qualified within the top 5, and attrition got the best of them. But there's still some strong drivers down there in the GT3.
Absolutely. Going a little bit further, one of our friends from the Apex Online, Blake Neck, he was racing for Evolution. Looks like he's out. And of course, Team Potato, just before we go to that action, Team Potato's out as well.
Of course, Blake Neck we saw in the IDA series. Yes, that a great long series that GSRC covers every Saturday morning or afternoon or night, depending on your place on the globe. Big undertaking there.
And Giuseppe Iannucci in Team Potato, along with his teammates, they out, and we know them, of course, very, very well. Just looking at some of the others that are out, don't know too many of them. But I want to go to, let me see, it is, the guy I'm looking at here is actually in racing for Glacier, and that is Jonny Beckman. Now, I watched the beginning of this race, guys, and in the car at that time was Rico Alatalo, and we did interview him. He had such a horrible start. I now realize why, because in the interview he said that he was just learning the car. Well, he had some early incidents, let me tell you, and fell right to the back. So it's really good to see that they've made up time, and they're currently sitting in 7th position.
Just stepping into the booth. Sean, working my way through the prototypes. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, Marcel van der Linden is in for Atomic Motorsports Blue. That's the 11th place car coming in the DP class. Sorry, guys.
No, that's fine. We're looking there that we really didn't see a battle. I was going through the top 10. I didn't see anybody within 8 to 10 seconds of each other. No real battles right now as that car comes in running in 11th spot right now. Looking to see who might be coming in next for you guys. I see a 21 lap stint now. Now you just got off the box. The GSRC is running the DP, are they not?
Yes, we are. The GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports team is running the Corvette C7 DP, and I will tell you 27 laps is very safe. 28 laps will do it. You go any more than 28 laps, you're fuel mapping. Now that is an option here on the Corvette prototype, is that you can map the fuel, get a little less horsepower, save a little bit of fuel. You can get some more laps out of the car. Now, what does that do? That robs you of power. You need the power here on the oval sections of this course. It's your friend. You need as much speed as you can get. Saw a couple guys down in the 4 split that were fuel mapping, but the guys in the lead were the ones that were going all out, and like I said, 28 laps max.
So that's about a 40-45 minute run if you were looking at it that way. Am I in the ballpark there?
It's just over 48 minutes at if you're doing the 28. It's just over 48 minutes.
Got it. And that compares to what Richard, what we figure that the GT3s can run is probably just close to an hour, maybe a nip under or over, depending on how hard they're pushing it.
That's right. And just a note, here comes Felipe Persona for SRB Racing Green, coming in to make his looks like a scheduled pit stop. Bill, I'm quite amazed by the number of Mercedes cars in this race as opposed to the Audis. There seems to be a preponderance of Mercedes, so this must be the better car for this track, hey?
Yeah, full disclosure, I have spent about as much time in the DP as I have spent like in a makeout session with Madame Curie. But I do know a little bit about the GT3s. And here's what I know. I spent some time in them. Sean, you can correct me if you think I'm off base on this. I know that I think the Audi has the maybe a little bit faster through the twisty sections, but the Mercedes has so much more straight line speed that I think that's the car of choice because you spend so much time on the throttle here at Daytona.
Yeah, Soup, exactly. It is, the Mercedes got a little bit more grunt to it, just a little bit, not much, but a little bit of grunt. The Audi just a little bit quicker through the curves, but listen, compared to the DP, it's like having autopilot on those GT3s. Come on, man, that's the little guy's car.
Honestly, though, I think one of the big downfalls to the Audi, and I spent some time in both of them, and I was almost as fast as each, but the problem is there's curbs here at Daytona, and I think if you happen to make a mistake in that Audi, you get up on the curb, then you got your hands full, because it doesn't like to be it doesn't like to go over those bumps.
Yeah, we've seen that kind of damage today. The curb shots here are pretty deadly when you hit it just right.
Well, I spent a little time practicing, not much, just a little time practicing in the Mercedes at this track. And I want to tell you, it's not a difficult car to drive. I was surprised because I don't like GT3 cars. Just quietly, I'm whispering that. I hope nobody hears me. But I felt quite comfortable in the Mercedes. Then I tried the Audi, and I felt the Audi was a little more twitchy for me anyway than the Mercedes on this track.
Yeah, for guys who are short on talent like myself, the BMW felt the most comfortable. And I was in the BMW and go, oh man, this feels so good. And then I'd look at my lap times. It's like, oh, that's why they're so good. I'm going so slow.
But how many times have we said it before? What car really holds up when you need it to hold up in a pinch there? That's the old BMW, baby, the tank.
Yeah, it takes a beating, and also it's easy to keep the car on the track. So yeah. But at this level, it's all about speed. Nobody can afford to sacrifice that time for comfort up here.
Well, our leader in the DP class, Klaus Kavickas, tell you what, he had to work around some traffic, fighting for position. Yannick Danish there in 11th, and Michael Delaval. Now they're trying to get back, back into this race. Still a long way to go. So those positions are still valuable, Soup. Those guys can't stop racing. Klaus has got to be the one to get around them and navigate around them safely.
Yeah, and I think lap traffic, you brought it up. I think that's going to be the issue, not only for the fast cars getting around them, but the slower class avoiding those guys right now. We talked about battles in the prototypes, in the DPs. I didn't see much down there. Let me look through the GT3s, through the top 10s. I don't see anybody within 15 seconds of each other. My goodness.
Yeah, it's in these long races. It's par for the course to not see a lot of battling going on. It's all about strategy. It's about your pit stops when you do them. It's about keeping the nose of the car clean, keeping the rear end clean, and just running your laps. 24 hours is a long time. I take my hat up to these guys who do this. But Sean and Bill, you see the same names up near the front of the races in all of these long events, all of these endurance events. So Pure Racing Team, VRS Coanda, Glacier Racing, names like that, they are always out at the front. So these guys obviously do a lot of practice, and they specialize in these long events.
Okay,
Sean,
I found us a good one, boys. I found us a good one. Let's go up to Ian Ford in the Evolution Racing Australia 228, sitting at 17th place right now. He's got sandwiched in between him there. Yoni Blackman in 7th, and just behind Joshua Chin for Team Chimera. This is heating up, boys, and they're about to get back out on the oval here. A little bit of draft in and a little bit of speed coming up at you. Heading down to the bus stop. Now,
gotta say this,
right now,
Sean. Gotta jump in very quickly and say that that team has one of my best iRacing friends in it, and that is my good friend Sonny Canton. He is part of that team in the car ahead there, the yellow car who's being chased down here by Yoni Beckman.
Yeah, it's Ian Ford got the advantage right now. He got through the bus stop clean and finds Yoni Bachman and Joshua Chin back there fighting with each other.
And Sean, Ian Ford is, I think he's one of the leading V8 supercar drivers in the official series. So he knows his way around these fast cars, these heavy cars.
And then we see there. Now look at that. I was just watching there. Was that the car that was a lap down? That was Chin who got around. Maybe he's on fresher tires. He was able to get around Blackman. Now Blackman's running. Bachman is. Oh, that's Yanni. Of course he is. He's running in 7th position. So see if I can see the stint. How long he's been out there? 23 laps. So maybe that explains it. But now, yeah, it looks like Ford's being chased down here by Chin.
Yeah, Chin's on the hammer right now. The very tricky turn 6 here.
Love that turn. Love that turn. It sets up the whole oval. And if you get it wrong, it doesn't set up the oval.
Yeah, it doesn't. You lose a lot of time. Yoni having trouble there. Again, that car's got a lot more laps on it right now, so he's taking care of it as he gets deeper into the run. But Chen's starting to pull away. Maybe even pick up a little ground here on Ford.
Yeah, and with these cars, tires are so important. I saw the early part of the race that I mentioned. The car that's ahead, the yellow car, where Ian Ford, that car was involved in an incident, and the car was going very slowly. He came into the pits. This was on about 5-10 laps into the race. Took on some repairs, got fresh tires, and he was smoking after that, doing fastest laps of all the DPs. So tires is a huge thing in these cars.
Yeah, and Ian's got some traffic coming up in front of him here. He's going to have to be careful as he catches everybody down here in the International Horseshoe.
And the speed differential between the GT3 cars and these DPs is remarkable. Not through the infield, I have to say. Through the infield, you really have to be patient in the DP car because put it this way, the GT3 cars are actually
he locked him up. Oh, and he's off in the grass. But a great job of keeping that car off the wall, Mr. Ambrose. I thought he was going somewhere.
Oh boy, and Chin right there up in front of him, and Yoni Bachman trying to be careful getting through 6.
Now they're working on this is when that's Brockman they're getting around there, and then they also have Jan Pareto up here in the number running in 34th position for positive changes, but they catch them on the oval, so that's going to be a lot easier.
Now they come to the bus stop. They're passing a slower car. This can get pretty hairy, but they all safely through. Ian Ford through, being chased by Yoni Beckman. And now they've got a couple of the GT3 cars, but those are slower on the oval, much slower on the oval. And Ian putting some distance between himself and Yoni and still trying to catch the car in front.
Yeah, Ian really was hot through the bus stop there, kept the car under control as he chases Joshua Chin for position. Heading down into 1.
And now they're coming up on a fellow DP here. He's running in 15th position. He's ahead of these guys. That's Dave Oliver. But he doesn't have the pace racing for Synergy Sim Racing 1. I think they're going to catch him. Of course, there's so many factors involved here, guys. You never know if it's your A driver or your B driver in the car right now. You don't know how fresh they are. So even though a car may be running ahead of you, it's hard to say.
Soup, here's something interesting. Now, Dave Oliver is 2 laps ahead of them right now. So this is a battle to get a lap back, okay? A very, very, very important battle developing here. Oliver got to be on point, wants to keep that position, doesn't necessarily want to give this lap back. Oliver just about on the same strategy they are, only about 3 laps separates their pit stops.
The lead car is 6 laps back. The 2 cars in the middle are 8 laps back, and then the 4th car in line is only 3 laps behind the leader. So that's what you have when you've been racing for working on your 9th hour.
And for anyone who says there's no excitement in these hours of the race, I beg to differ. There's a great little race going on here back here with Dave Oliver leading the way, but here comes Joshua Chin. That Corvette still very, very fast.
And in cricket, there's a term called the night watchman. That's the guy who they put into bat when they're in a situation where they just want to hold station. And this is kind of where we are. Look at that. Look at that pass, guys. That was absolutely fantastic into turn 1 there. Passing. They're still side by side with the car behind him, but Ian Ford makes that work, and good on him.
He took that car down in there like he was running Bathurst, heading down into Hell's Corners. Richard.
My gosh, if his teammates were watching, I think they had to hold their breath on that one. But man, he got him woed up and turned left and got it in there.
Well, sometimes yeah, go ahead, Sean.
No, I was just gonna say, just amazing. That amazing piece of driving. Sorry, Richard. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, that was very brave, let me tell you, because you're approaching the turn 1 at about 260 kilometers per hour, and then you got to break that car down and get into second gear to get into the turn. That is some fantastic driving, let me tell you.
Continue looking at that battle right now. Hey, we have a good chance. This is a great chance to bring in one of our favorite guys here. We're going to bring in Mika Eshouse. He's teamed up with Arrow Num for Bush Fink Yellow. He has Arrow, I believe. Is Arrow out in the car right now, Mika?
Yep, sure is. Still got like a stint and a half to go, so.
Okay, now you guys are, let's see if I can find you in the standings. You are down a few laps, if I remember right. What happened to you earlier
on? Well, the first time we passed the GT3 cars, I locked up the brakes going into the first horseshoe. That spun me around, and then I got hit by a GT3 car, so we lost like 2 laps there. I think we lost probably another 2 or 4 laps just on pace compared to the leaders. And when Edo was doing his first double stint, at the start of his second stint, he got disconnected in the big server issue, so we lost another 2 minutes there, sadly.
So, that'll cost you for sure. What is the schedule for you to get back in the car? When do you plan to do that, or are you doing that again?
I have a double stint somewhere around 8:30 GMT, I think. So I'm gonna get a little bit of shut eye in a bit, and then I'll be driving in the morning.
And to give an idea, you are in the Netherlands right now, if I'm correct on that?
Yes.
So what time is it over there right now?
12 at the moment.
12 at midnight. So it's turning
midnight.
into Sunday morning. All right, we'll get some shut eye, and we'll have this covered not by GSRC, but somebody will be covering you when you come back. Good luck to you the rest of the way.
Hey, Soup, I got a quick question for Mika.
Sure.
I know you got a little bit of left front damage on the car. Is that affecting the handling or the top speed right now? I don't think it's affecting the top speed much.
To be honest, we've damaged the car lots already throughout this race, many times, and every time we pit, she just seems to disappear because we all get all new body panels. So in terms of that, the DP is a great endurance car because you can just smash it up as much as you like and you get a new car every pit stop, so it's great for us.
Well, yeah, definitely, Mika. Go get some rest, buddy. I know you're going to need it. Best to the team.
Thanks you, Sean.
Okay, we can report there as Mika, a friend of GSRC for sure, cover him in several different series. We can report that Huizingveld Core Sim Motorsports has brought it in running second right
and
now
in
the DPs. Now, is he in jeopardy of losing that spot? No, I don't think so.
Glacier Racing 2 in as well with Joni Beckman. He stays in the car. And the Huizenveld Core Motorsports, he's back out. Here comes Joni. So they're starting a new stint now, and we can make a note of that. And so second place and seventh place just got tires and fuel, and they're ready to rock.
Yeah, actually, Huizenveld and Enex Racing came in the number 11 car. So second and third both came in. They are on the exact same strategy.
Now, Juani Lopez just got by Joni Bachman there as he got finished with that pit stop.
So I'm going to go have a look at the GT3s now. Our leading GT3 car is Maximilian Benecke for Pure Racing Team Black, which is a bit strange. Is that a white car I'm seeing? I need to make sure that my paint schemes are up to date. I'll check that in a minute. But Pure Racing Team Black leading this race, car number 1. Second place, we've got Andreas Olmensberger in Pure Racing Team Yellow. So teammates leading holding positions 1 and 2 at the moment. This is fantastic.
All right, Sean, I'm going to test you on your up on the box here. I'm showing the VRS is on their 28th lap stint right now. They're currently coming around, coming back out onto the oval. What would that be? That'd be corner number 6, I would think. Entering back out onto the oval. So let's see if they come in after they visit the bus stop.
Got a feeling.
And here we go. I think I'm good now. Yep.
Kvikis is in the bus stop now.
Uh-huh. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Now our director found it. There we go.
Yeah, Kvikis now making his way through the turn. I got a feeling, Soupy, going to be peeling off here for that stop.
I'd like to be able to call pit stops when they happen here as we're in that 10 hours into it. There it is.
Yeah, and Launer's not going to catch him back there in Huskenfeld. They're 58.6 seconds back. Delta about 50 seconds. It's going to be close.
P1 pitting. P1 is pitting at the moment.
And as the P1 as they come in here, we talk about Huisenveld Core. They are right now out onto the oval. It's a long way around. They got to go through the bus stop before they get there. Sean, what are the rules for tires on these cars? Is it? Oh, there's a driver change also for VRS.
Yeah,
who are they bringing in there?
Going to get in the car.
Look at that name, Martin Kroenke.
Mm-hmm.
Tires after fuel like the GT3s, or can they do it all at once?
All at once.
All at once. Ah,
yes, sir. All at once, and you're going to take them every time. Why not?
Now, one thing that is interesting, it won't be a big factor at this skill level as our leader comes out. But we can stay on VRS Coanda here for a minute. Sean, these cars, the DPs do not like to come out on cold tires, do they? They'll get a little squirrely.
No, Sue. No, and I'm surprised it took us this long to talk about it. But while we've got the leader coming out, probably not a bad time to bring it up. Yes, the cold tires are just a bear on the prototype. You've really it's worth every bit of about 4 to 5 seconds, depending on driver. I mean, what you're comfortable with, but you've really got to take it easy because they're not very nice. The car just slides all over the place. You get into this horseshoe right here, you've got to be just so careful. You've got a car out there with better tires, breathing down your neck. Jose Maria Lopez driving really well right now and all over the back of Kroenke. Kroenke's just got to be careful. Got to watch yourself getting out of 6th there, and does it pretty clean, not bad. Now, Kroenke's got to watch himself getting down to the bus stop. This is where those cold tires are still not quite up to heat yet. Could get a little tricky through here. Got a car coming up around. He's going to let him go and follow him in.
Now, you talk about this. The interval when they actually came out and he got up to speed was about 9 seconds. Kroenke lost about 2 seconds to Lohner, who's running out there for Hossenfeld. Now, again, this is like a brand new deal of if you're playing poker, you got a brand new cards. We don't know what type of driver Kroenke is. Well, I think imagine we have a clue what type of driver he is.
I can tell you what his iRating is.
Yeah.
To those of you familiar with the iRacing service and a race here, he's an 88.57, guys.
Is that all?
Yeah, you got to do a little bit to get that kind of an iRating.
And let me add, I think he was the winner of the Formula One series just done.
You know, sometimes when you're commentating, you go to a place, and by the time you get there, say, where have I gone? Yeah, I knew where I was getting into trouble there. So the point is, Lohner running in 2nd position. Well, let's give him a little bit of benefit. He's been out there for a while. At least he knows what he's dealing with. He's been in the car for a stint, so we'll see if he can run him down. Interval, 7 seconds right now between 1st and 2nd, which, Sean, is basically a blink of an eye when we've been racing for this long. 7 seconds is nothing.
Yeah, 7 seconds really is nothing here. You can make that up pretty quick. Now, the car that our leader is chasing, Jose Maria Lopez in the Thrustmaster Movano Racing prototype, they are both Diats drivers. So maybe a little friendly countryman play here. I'm sure maybe they'll play nice next to each other. But Lopez doing a really good job of holding them off here so far.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the GT3s again. Very interesting situation here. We've got P1 in the Mercedes, that is Maximilian Benecke. He is 20 laps down from the leader. Behind him, we've got Andreas Allmensberger, but he's a further lap down. So even though they sort of one behind the other, there's a lap difference between them. So they're not fighting for position in case any of the viewers thought that Allmensberger was trying to get the position of P1 in the GT3 class.
I see what you're talking about right there. They are nose to tail, basically.
Yeah, exactly. They are nose to tail, but there's a lap difference between them, so not a fight for position here.
But what we can do is take a peek and see what their pit cycles are like here, and yeah, they're pretty much about 20 laps and 24 laps, so they're running about the same. Of course, it's always something if he can get around them. It's nice to have that at least be on the lead lap.
All right, guys. Yeah. I think I found one here for you in a DP class, heating up. Patrick Wolf is chasing the Sim RC DE Florida machine. Number 797 is chasing Marco in the Wave Driving Revolution. Marco from Italia. That's my home country. They are getting very, very close to each other. Now, the interesting thing about this battle, those two on different pit strategies, and Marco going to have to peel off here pretty soon, I think. So, may not be much of a battle. It looks like Marco's probably got about one lap left in him, Sue. I probably jumped on that one too early, buddy.
That's okay, as he comes in, as we see there, the Marco is coming in. Wolf right now is in a pinata full of bees here as he continues to race in here with these guys we were looking at before. This is Joshua Chin. He has in front of him. And of course we know Wolf, Patrick Wolf, I have to assume this is the same, director will correct me, from Autobahn series where we saw him. There's some drivers in there that we've talked about earlier in the broadcast. John Ulmer, who else is in there? Jason Girard is in there, and of course, the best one is that's my name, Bob the Blade. Robert Tinsey is a really dominating driver over there in that series, and Patrick Wolf can run with the best of them. We see Wolf making his way around Joshua Chin. Sorry there to be such name droppers on that one, but I had to get those out. When I have knowledge, I had to get it out. Hey, I went 10 minutes before I did a Madame Curie reference, so.
What a great name, Bob the Blade.
Bob the Blade Tinsey. Wolf, I believe, is from Germany.
All right, Ian Ford's in.
Wolf.
Here we go. Evolution Racing Australia 228 is in the pit.
Question is, who will get into that car? I'm waiting to see my good friend Sonny Canson drive that car, but I don't know when his stint comes up.
Actually, I think this is going to... I think Ian will stay in the car here, actually.
Okay, Joshua Chin. This is coming off the oval, right behind Patrick Wolf. We were talking about Wolf before. He spun it around. Luckily, he didn't hit anything.
He didn't. Kept it off the wall. Good job by Chin there.
Dave Oliver had a good view of that one as he saw that car spinning. Boy, if you're Oliver, you got to be thinking, here I'm working on my 10th hour, and I got a car spinning in front of me. Oh, we're going to ride on board with Oliver now. Watch how much smoke he's going to see. You be the driver. You can see that yellow car up there. He goes, where are you going to go? I'll go here. Nobody there. I'm okay. Richard, you're a musician, and I know we've talked about this before, how racing, so much of it is rhythm. You get into a little rhythm, and then something like that shakes you up. You have to catch your breath and get the rhythm of the road again.
Absolutely. Pit stops can, it breaks the rhythm that you've built up. And particularly in these very long races where you're doing long stints with full fuel. So, these guys are doing an hour or more in the car. And you after about 10-15 minutes you build up that rhythm and everything is just moving along nicely, and then you come into the pits. You've got a different set of tires, you've got the fuel change from almost zero fuel to full fuel once again. You're exactly right there, Bill. A very good analogy. It breaks the rhythm up completely.
Sean, our director had on there Martin Karanke racing for VRS Coranda there in Sim Sports. Maybe you can put it back there again. Look at that number, Sean, that interval. Remember, we were talking it being just over 7. He's knocked off about a second.
Yeah, Launer just has a better pace right now. Plain and simple. A little bit faster. Almost at least last lap, about a second and a half faster. So, doesn't take long to start picking up that time when you're a second and a half faster than somebody. The speed of this course is blinding, and out on the oval section here, there's so much time to be gained. Even picking up the draft of these GT3 cars, coming up on them when you get out on the oval sections, every little bit helps. You can crank that thing up to 188, 190 miles an hour through the front stretch. You will pick up more time.
That's a tip I learned from talking to some of the guys in the Autobahn series about racing the prototypes, that if you get behind a GT3 car, those GT3 cars punch a much bigger hole in the air than a prototype. In fact, if you're following somebody, if you're looking to make a pass, what some of the tricks they say was, well, don't follow the guy you're trying to pass. If he's lapping a car, get behind that GT3 car, because you can really pick up a toe there. Little tricks that some experienced drivers give away.
That's such a great point you just brought up. We're going to see that happen all day. Launer getting right back up on the wing there of Maximilian Benecke going by.
Doesn't work so much in reverse. I try to hang on to the back of those faster cars when they're passing me, and they seem to just leave me behind.
Well, that's not surprising, Bill. I mean, you are the president of the Backmarkers Association.
Yeah, they have no love for us. And we give out apple fritters to backmarkers here. Almost nobody here, Sean, deserves, and Richard, nobody deserves a apple fritter here.
No.
To call somebody a backmarker here that wouldn't be right.
There'll be no fritters given today.
No. These guys couldn't find they couldn't find a Backmarkers United meeting if you gave them a map.
Now you certainly have to take your hats off to guys who are brave enough to even join a 24-hour race. Every single one of them is a champion in my estimation.
Richard, I almost wish we could cut away and go to a lower split, because it's almost a different sport of what goes on in some of the lower splits. The driving is not quite as professional. Some sillier things happen down there.
Oh yes, and let me say that these guys, most of the guys in this split here, they are so well versed at doing this this endurance racing. Down in the lower splits are the guys who just say, 24 hours of Daytona, I think I'll give that a go. And so they jump in a car that they're not familiar with and they have a go, and you're quite right, it's totally different.
Although, Sean, to fill up a team, sometimes they do the splits by whoever qualifies. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. So it's by I rating, right? Is it?
It is by I rating. Yes, right. It's a combination of the average I rating of all the drivers registered when registration opens, or you can put one to register, and it will register based on that one driver's I rating. Now, the qualifying, the way that works is basically that sets where you'll grid in a certain split based on your best qualifying lap. You definitely want to do that, because there's a lot of guys that don't attempt it, choose to start from the pits there in the back. I'm one of those that says, take your qualifying run, try and find a great spot on the grid if you can.
Well,
go ahead, Rich.
Sorry, Bill. Let me just say this. It's a bit of a game. For instance, I'll give you an example. I won't mention any names here, but they put forward a team member to join the race. It's all about when you join the race, then your iRating gets looked at, and then it positions you in this particular split. So you got an 8,000 iRating guy, never driven the car before, but he registers the car and makes sure that they get into the top split. They didn't even have a qualifying time. No names, no pack drill.
I see, but you guys are looking at it. I'm looking at it from the other direction, Sean. If VS Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the Daytona 24 on the iRacing service. We apologize, had a bit of a technical issue there, but we got the gremlin hammered out, and we are good to go right now as we are currently working into hour number 14. About 4 more minutes to go, and we'll be working starting with 13 to go from there. Our leader right now, VRS Coanda Sim Sport, still in the prototypes. And then continuing to race to lead in the GT3 class, our Pure Racing Team Black and Pure Racing Team Yellow. Sean, let's go up and update that gap that we had on our closest battle up there for the lead in the DPs. That gap's up to almost 9 seconds now.
Yeah, Cronky really been hammering it the past couple laps. Lawner not able to do anything with it, but now Lawner back up to speed now. I mean, his pace is good, but just not enough pace to make any real solid gains. As Cronky now getting around. That's Brock Salmon in the Trans-Tasman Racing machine. They're in 6th place. Now got to go a lap down.
Richard pitting from 3rd in the GT3s. It's Bessie is in Mad Cow Racing. It looks like I think they've made a driver change, bringing in Scott Gray to race for them.
Yes, and they still in pit lane at the moment. They were kind of in 5th position, and that's probably where they'll slot back in once the pit window is closed. But just when you think that the names can't get any better, if you look at the guys in front of them, VRS Coanda took out a great driver and put another great driver in David Williams in the car at the moment. Aftermath has got Timmy Hill in the car. Maximilian Benecke stayed in the car in 1st place. So this race, it's going to be quite fascinating as the hours wind down. And if all of these guys stay clean, it'll be interesting to see what's happening after about 18 hours or so. And we're only halfway there.
And it looks like Mad Cow Racing has come out of the pits now. And I think they're still going to follow, and I think I'm going to still have them in third spot. No, I guess not. We'll see where they
Fifth.
sort out here in a minute. Yeah, they're down to fifth. Okay, we have an interview down here from Jesper Durica.
User was moved to your
Go
channel.
ahead and bring him in. Jesper, we heard you. We heard you coming over the microphones there. I know that you had to make an extra stop. Was that what I was hearing, or was that just an emergency stop that you had to make?
That was a planned stop there, but there was a lot of guys around me.
That's
and I
what it
wasn't
was,
sure if somebody else was going to pit, so I just wanted to communicate clearly that I was going to be pitting.
Are you happy with the way your team has been going so far?
Yeah, absolutely. We're a little off the pace, but we've kept it really clean, and I think at this point in time, it's allowed us to be in a position where we are. And Malone's in the car now, so he should be able to put in some nice lap times and help out our position.
Yeah, we know Eminem. He will certainly do a good job for you. Where's your team? If I can find you on the charts, where are you currently running right now? Are you able to see that, or maybe our director can tell us that? Look, running 13th in class.
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
Do you plan to get back in the car, or are you done?
Later on tonight, I'll be doing another 2-hour stint. I believe 10 o'clock, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Now we know Matt is from the U.S. and you are as well. Do you have anybody across the pond to maybe do a midnight stint, or is somebody going to have to stay up late? Is all U.S. drivers?
Well, we got one from the United Kingdom, Mike Mason, who he did the second stint earlier on, so he'll be back on again for the second to last stint and possibly the last one.
All right, well, good luck to you right now for You Look Normal, Your Performance. Did I get that one right? Is that the name of the team? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we can do that one. Hey, congratulations. Good luck to you the rest of the way.
Good luck to you, too. Commentating.
Yeah, well,
Guys, I gotta jump straight in here and say we have a battle on our hands. Have a look at car number 9, Massimo Era, and the car in front of him, Thomas Pettigene from Virtual Drivers. There's a gap of about 1.3, 1.4 seconds between them, and it is a battle for position. Let's have a look at that. There's a car in between at the moment, and of course that... Oh, and the car in between spins. That's one of the Audis by the looks of it. Spins. That will slow up Era, and Era's also passed by one of the DPs at the same time, so he's just lost a ton of time to the car that he was chasing. The gap now goes to 6 seconds and was just 1 second, so he's lost 5 seconds in one corner.
Looking at that ball, I think that may be more. Yeah, let's see who else is collected
That was Ian
there.
Ford. That was Ian Ford who avoided that getting down in there.
What a great job from Ford to get around those two drivers.
Yeah.
That was Era got around him there, and Backman as well.
Wow, and Ford just getting on the outside of Era there and able to get away first. Woo, boy, that was dicey.
Yeah, that was a pucker moment, as we say. Now we can report that the car number 1, Maximilian Benecke for Pure Racing Team Black is in the pits on a regulation pit stop. Will they do a driver change? Let's I'll put my camera on Maximilian and see what's happening over there.
Now the teammate Yellow, the Pure Racing Yellow has already come in, so this will be to cover them.
Guys, in the DP class, Atomic Motorsports Blue came in from 11th place. They're up 10 laps, 10 spots from the start. They are in. Harold Stadler in the car now for Marcel Vanderlinden.
Gee, these pit stops are long for these GT3 cars.
Yeah, it's fuel and tire. So right now, this is kind of interesting. We can maybe pick up, I think they're on the same lap, but we can pick up Pure Racing Yellow. They are just working their way through the bus stop. Now Benecke begins to roll. Did Benecke stay in the car? He sure did.
Yes,
and
he
the
did.
Yellow team just coming around the what would be corner number, I guess corner number 4. Yeah, that would be the fourth corner on the oval.
Yeah, they are further lap down to the.
They are a lap
to the
down.
black
They
team.
are.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's no position battle here. I'll keep an eye on the battle we were talking about earlier. The gap is 6.7 seconds now. So Massimo Erra for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing has got his work cut out to try and catch Thomas Pettigene from Virtual Drivers again. That was looking like a very, very promising battle for us there, but it petered out. But we'll keep an eye on it. I'm pretty sure that he caught up before. He'll catch up again.
Well, another one that we can keep an eye on if we go to GT3, because we're going to be here for a while. Car number 14 looked like they're currently running in about 10th or 11th spot there. White Car Matter, what we're looking at right now. This is Karthik Pai. Car number 14. They have about an 8-second lead over the driver we just talked to, Positive Champs. No, I correct. That's not it.
That's an interesting name, Karthik Pai.
Yeah, that's a. Well, let's assume I'm pronouncing it right, but
sounds like the name of a band, maybe.
It does. He is. I would, off the top of my head, I would have guessed like India or Pakistan from that name, but it says Texas. Yeah. And I'm getting confirmation from a fellow Texan, our director Amjad Yaman, that he does live in the Lone Star State.
Oh, and we have a car going very wide there. Who's that? Let's have a look. That was Ove. Whoa, the names. I'll just stick with Ove for the moment. He's in the DP. He went really wide into turn one, and but he's gathered it up and he's back out there. He was passed there by the car that I was watching, which was, of course, the car of Maximilian Benecke.
Okay, guys, you know what? Not necessarily a battle for position, but a good run here going. Marco Arcidiacono in the Wave Driving Revolution machine, running fourth now in the DP. He's got our friend Jose Maria Lopez right behind him. They were battling pretty good. Jose's got the speed right now. And just behind them, Yoni Bachmann. So these are three cars that could hook up and start making a little trouble for the cars in front of them.
We look at Bachmann on there right now, running in 7th spot.
And Lopez is hanging with him. Lopez had a decent run through the bus stop there. Not too far off the tail there of Marco. Going to stick with Arcidiacono. That sounds right. Love the car. Got the Italian flag on the hood. On
So I'm
board
having
with
a look.
Lopez chasing him.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. Keep on there.
Yanni Bachmann coming over the mic saying something there.
Yeah, I think he's got a GT3 car racing a little bit close with him right now, and maybe not appreciated it a whole lot. He's able to get away from him.
Yeah, Yoni had to get around Jerome Haag there and Adria Perez.
Well, whilst we got a little bit of silence going there, let me jump in and have a look at the GT3 and just do a breakdown on these GT3 cars. So we saw Maximilian Benecke come into the pits a lap or so ago, and he's back out there, fresh tires, full fuel, so he's doing a full stint. Andreas Olmensberger pitted about 8 or 10 laps back, so he's out there. He's a lap down to the leader. Then we've got everyone else. The third place, David Williams. He's 31 seconds back to second place on the same lap. Timmy Hill is a further 23 seconds back to David Williams. He's in fourth place, and that's on the same lap as well. And then you've got Mad Cow Racing Scott Gray, who's 44 seconds back to fourth place. So these guys are all on the same lap, the top five, barring your first two. So, sorry, barring your first car. And I've noticed that Scott Gray's just been chipping away at that gap. It was 58 seconds when we started the broadcast. It's now down to 45 seconds. A pit stop's taken place in between. But he's knocked off 15 seconds or so from the gap. So just chipping away there, Mad Cow. And who knows? Maybe he will be able to catch up in another, I don't know, 6 hours or so.
Well, you know, Sean, I know you spend time on the booth. What I think is fascinating is here we are so far into this race, and still the pit windows are just about the same for all these guys. You look at the guys in the GT3 class, the top 5 guys, they're all running within 3 or 4 laps of each other as far as the cycle goes.
Big battle here into the bus stop. Sorry there, Soup.
No problem.
Huge battle into the bus stop. And listen, tell you what, Jose Maria Lopez done a really good job hanging on to the tail there of Marco Arcidiacono, and that is paying off dividends because Yannick Danish up in 11th is right up there in front of him. They've caught up to the Petronas Racing team and are closing the gap quickly.
And Sean, there's only a 2-second gap between Lopez and Danny, so that's a battle for position.
Yes, sir. And Danish just getting by the mini laps cars down to Andre Hegelman in the CTC Racing Red Machine. That car sitting in 38th right now. Danish getting a nice run through the International Horseshoe. But here comes Marco. Wave driving revolution on the way. Heading to the left-hander.
Bit of a bobble there from Lopez, but he gathers it up again and he's attacking as they go into the Western Horseshoe now, and then they'll approach the oval. A couple of cars in front of them as well, but the battle is right here. Lopez versus what did we say? Danish.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lopez trying to catch Danish, and again Lopez doing a good job of hanging out with Marco here.
I think Yannick is in trouble right now because I think these guys, even looks like Hedgehog. Here's a guy we know from the MX5 World Tour, used to do a little bit racing in those underpile cars. Right now, running in 38th spot.
I don't know how I said it. Saw Hegelman.
That's okay.
Hegheim, Andre Hegheim. Sorry there, Andre.
But I think Sean, you found the key to this. It's the 4th place car of Arcidiacono is going to bring these guys right along. This was going to bring Lopez. In fact, Lopez isn't going to wait. Here we go. He's coming on the outside. He's following the Italian driver through on the outside as they're going to go down, cross the start-finish line. He doesn't get him yet. They go into the first corner and consider that pass made.
Gonna run with the horse that brung you. And he does that. Jose Maria Lopez gets that position away.
Now we'll see if Yannick in 12th position can get on the tail. I've been there, Yannick. I know what you're trying to do. All right, I'll just hook on, but they're going.
And Lopez can thank the driver in front of him, which is Marco, for pulling him along and giving him that tow, which enabled him to pass Danny.
Danish has been out there for about 49 laps on this stint, so he's run a couple stints.
Yeah, Danish actually has run quite a few laps. That's about 106 laps for him now, if my timing and scoring is showing me that correctly.
See,
So
guys,
we
that
have
gap now. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, that gap now between Mad Cow Bessie and the car in front of them, which is Timmy Hill for Aftermath, that gap is down to 42 seconds now. So it's chipping away there. I'm working on 6 hours before. Now I'm working on like 3 hours to catch him. And of course, I'm joking, guys.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Hey, Sean, just to follow up on that point, I was kind of, we have a car. Who is that? Hedgheim got very loose there, going off into, looked like corner number 1, but he gathers it up. We're going to watch it on replay. Watch him. This one took my breath away for a minute because if he got it a little bit farther, there's a wall out there.
Well, luckily you've got a little bit of runoff there, enough to work with that you can still get the car turned. You got to get it all the way down to first gear, get on the binders a bit, but if you're careful, you can still make it through.
You know, Daytona, as a rule, whenever you have like a roval, those corner number ones are always scary because you're coming off the oval and you're heading onto the infield. And sometimes I think like Charlotte, for example, boy, that's an unforgiving corner number one. Not quite so bad here at Daytona. They give you a little more runoff.
Not much, Bill. Not much. That wall on the outside is
comes pretty
close.
quick.
Oh yeah, you can get so loose there, and you know what it does is if you get loose there, it flings you into the wall on the left, and you not only take yourself out, but you become a hazard for the drivers following as well. So, and you're carrying as much speed as you are at Charlotte. Charlotte, of course, you've got to make the turn. If you miss the turn, you hit the wall front on, and your day's over. So both tracks have a vicious turn one. And there are other rovers as well. New Hampstead comes to mind. We've raced there. A few others as well where it's always dicey in turn one.
Guys, watching Jose Maria Lopez on screen, still doing a really, really good job of hanging out with that fourth place car and taking advantage of that draft. And Yannick not able to do anything with it. He's still sitting back there trying to catch up. He loses the draft in the high-speed sections of the track up on the oval. Everybody getting down through one now. I'm sorry, not out of the International Horseshoe.
Yeah, that's the smallest gap that we have in the race at the moment, and
it's
certainly
good tight.
It's a battle.
It's good tight racing, Richard.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah, everybody working together here. This is a good example of what the kind of skill that we're working with out here. These guys are really working together. Everybody giving a little bit and getting out of the way when they should. Good stuff.
Absolutely, and just so you guys we catch up, there's a couple of guys in the pits that are ahead of this battle. Nolan Scott for Inex Racing DP, he's in the pits. Over Trengarade, who we mentioned earlier was off track. He's just done his pit stop, coming back out on track right now. So things are always changing in this race, and it's so fascinating, Sean, these long races. And there we go. Moritz Lohner in the pits, Justin Brunner in the car now for Inex Racing.
Oh, he's missed the pit entry.
Oh, big trouble
he's
for
going
for
around.
Yeah.
He actually looped it in pit lane.
Yeah, let's catch that on the replay here.
I think he was worried about bringing it in too hot, and he just couldn't get it woed up, and then he put it out on the grass. And now the question is, will he, not only when he brings it around, will he have a penalty to serve as well?
Yeah, no,
He'll get a black flag for that, for sure.
Yeah, he was over 55, but definitely when he slid across the line there. Wow.
So it looks like he's taking a tow now, guys. This is terrible.
No, I think he was able to find his spot. I think he was able to, his pit lane was at the his block was at the end of, so I didn't think he didn't miss his spot after all.
Yeah, he's in the pits. And out he comes.
Yeah, and actually, Kay Kushwabe gets in the car.
Yeah, change of driver. Kay, how do you pronounce it? Kay Kashube?
Kashube, I like.
Right, Kashube.
Sounds like a doo-wop phrase.
And we should mention Justin Brunner. Sorry, Sean, I'll get this out quickly. Yeah. Justin Brunner has jumped in the car for Inex. And Patrick Wolf for Sim RC is in the pits now as well.
Well, that spin and that bad pit stop for those guys not going to help. Kroenke able to get out to just almost a minute and a half ahead now.
Yeah, that's a big gap now from what was it before? It was pretty small.
It was down to about 5 or 6, but then he had it up to about 12 at the time of the spin, and then it was getting bigger, but it got big really fast.
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Yeah, it did.
Johnny Bergman in for Glacier Racing now as well. Looks like all the pit stops happening in the DP class at the moment.
Have 28 laps.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was talking about, Sean, that even after this long into the race, look how all the DPs are still coming in together. as a guy on the box, are you trying to calculate at this point a fuel number to see how many stops you have left, or is that something you don't worry about till it gets closer?
You know what? No, I'm waiting a little bit longer. I mean,
okay.
I'm starting to have a really good idea of what things are going to look like. Of course, pace is important, and keeping the car out of trouble is important. And when those things happen, that's, baby out with the bathwater right there.
Right.
I mean, you got to start all over again. So you're starting to get a pretty good idea, but you're also kind of protecting yourself against planning too soon, and then again something happens and you've got to re-rack and do everything again. So there's a lot going on. Soup, I'm going to be honest with you, we're doing this broadcast, but in a deep dark corner of my brain right now, I'm still working numbers with what's going on with our car.
Are you multitasking? Yeah.
I am. I'm not watching it. I have no idea what's going on. But
let me break in here. There's a battle brewing here down in the lower orders of the DP class. So we're looking at car number 19, David DeRoche, dare I say, versus about 1 second difference between Dennis Garis, who we know about him. He's for Gecko. There's a genuine battle there. 1 second between them at the moment, although DeRoche has just been overtaken by another car. But let's keep an eye on this battle. 1.5 seconds it is now. So how would we pronounce that name? David DeRoche? It's fascinating to me that iRacing is an international service, and we have drivers from all over the world, from the smallest little rocks that have 2 people living on them to the biggest cities in the world, like California's, Los Angeles perhaps, or New York. And fascinating, all the names that we come across in carrying out our duties as broadcasters. Look at this battle into the bus stop there. That is so brave. Going into the bus stop too wide in a 24-hour race, I can't fathom it, but guys will do it.
Yeah,
and I'm not hearing anyone else. Oh, there you are.
There we go. I had a few technical gremlins I was trying to sort out there. I was leaning on you there. Look at this Lopez battle.
Sorry there,
now we look at DeRoche. That's okay.
Long as nobody's storming the castle, if that's happening, and we got problems. But
I was worried there for a moment.
I'm very, very impressed. We talk about the DP class, and we've still got cars out here. We're now, guys, we're well over 12 hours into this race, and or I'm sorry, not quite 12 hours yet. You get what I'm saying here. We're approaching the halfway point of this race, and we've still got leaders out here in the DP class laying down 1:38. 1 minute, 38 seconds around this track, 3.56 miles. Think about that. You've been out here running for over 11 hours now, and it's got fatigue. Well, I guess my point is fatigue is going to start setting in here, guys, as we hit the halfway point of this race.
Okay, so my comment on that, Sean, is yes, certainly it is a big credit to these guys that they can focus enough to keep those sorts of speeds up. But you have to remember that they do come in, they get fresh tires, they load up with fuel, they change drivers. So normally at the beginning of a driver's stint, he's all hyped up and ready to rock, and he produces some really good times, and then when the drivers get fatigued, and you got drivers that do a lot of time in the car. For instance, Mad Cow's James Stevenson in the long race at, I think it was Le Mans, he did something like 11 hours of driving. I mean, that's crazy. But after you've done 3 or 4 hours, you must be really tired, surely.
Yeah, I think for most teams, the trick, Richard, is to double stint avoid the triples if you can. Unfortunately, one of our drivers is one of the GSRC Turn 2 drivers is having a triple stint today, but it happens. But again, most of the teams you're looking at double stinting, and that's a couple hours in the seat, just under a couple hours. It's very, very demanding.
So now I just want to jump to a car here. You look normal. Your performance? Question mark.
Real quick, this is the VRS coming in from the lead. So go ahead, Rich.
Yes. Martin Kroenke coming in. We'll observe whether in fact there's a driver change. But what I want to say about you look normal is we have a driver, Matt Malone, who is well known to us from various series, and in fact he also has his own stream channel called I forget what, Grip TV. That's Matt Malone. So we'll put the cameras on Matt Malone from You Look Normal, Your Performance, question mark. Don't know about the team name, but certainly we'll look at the driver.
Guys, Kroenke staying in the car.
Now, it looks like... Now, Hoisingveld has gone around VRS, but I don't think it... I think they're on the same lap now. Yeah. We're going down here. We have more information coming in. Oh, so we're hearing that there was the reason that there was a problem with core when Hoisingveld came in, they had hit the wall in the bus stop.
Yeah, I had totally missed that. Hadn't picked it up,
yeah.
Sue.
Well, all things considered, I guess to have that issue in your pit window, I guess is okay. That is adding insult to injury. So let's take a look at the car. The car looks, well, the right side looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Sean, they can do a lot of cosmetic repair on they can replace those. We've noticed that a lot. If it looks pretty, does it race pretty, or is that not always the case?
Actually, with the DP, if it looks good, it's probably driving good. Yes, okay. I think that's a good assumption. Yeah, now they're Kroenke there in the lead. Just up in front of him, though, Justin Brunner's now up in third place. He's in for Anex Racing DP. That car in third. Still on the lead lap. Hanging on to it, actually, just by a thread here.
Guys,
Actually,
while we're... Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
No, I was just going to say, looking at my timing and scoring, actually, I think that will put him a second lap down, actually, if he passes him. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, I'm going to do a rundown on the GT3 class. So our leader there is car number 1, Maximilian Bennick. He's been in the car for a while now. He's racing for Pure Racing Team Black. They are 22 laps down from the lead, but that's not the point. He is leading his class. And the thing that I want to say is he is in fact 2 laps in front of second place in that class, Andreas Olmensberger for Pure Racing Team Yellow. So that's his teammate. They are leading by 2 whole laps, and then down to third place we have a 27.5 second gap to David Williams in the VRS Coanda Sim Sport car, and that's all 3 of those are Mercedes cars. Then in fourth place, Timmy Hill racing for Aftermath Motorsports Red. He's a further 28 seconds down. Now we are talking about near 11.5 hours, give or take a few minutes. And you're talking about gaps between third and fifth place, 27 and 28. Fifth place is being held down by Mad Cow Racing Bessie Scott C. Gray in the car, 38 seconds back. But look at those gaps, 27 seconds from third to second. Timmy Hill, 28 seconds between Scott and Timmy as well. So after nearly 12 hours of racing, you've got less than 30 seconds gaps. I think that's fantastic.
Absolutely. Why don't we go ahead? We'll do the same thing. We'll take our time through the top 5 in the DPs. Now out there in front for VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 1 in the number 88 machine, it is Martin Kroenke having an easy run of it right now. It looked like it was going to be a little bit of a battle there from K. Doobie-Doo Kashubi running in the number 33rd machine for Hostingveld Core Motorsports, but some issues in the bus stop and at the pit lane have dropped them now 40 seconds back. Almost a minute behind them for Enix Racing DP, that is Justin Bruner holding on to third, and he's got about 43 seconds back. I like this team, Sean. Wave Driving Revolution. That's has the Italian driver in it right now, Marco
Arcidiacono.
There you go. That's let me do that. I want to do that name again with a little more of an Italian place. Marco Arcidiacono.
No.
Arcidiacono. There we go. How about that?
There you go. There you go. Not bad.
I got another hour and a half to get that one done. Stay in the car for a while. And then finally, the driver from Germany running in 5th place from SimRC.de Florida team is Patrick Wolf. Out there running in 5th. He's got quite a lead over anybody else. There's your top 5 all the way through.
And again, Bill, you're looking at 41 seconds, 56 seconds, so slightly bigger gaps between 2nd to 5th place, but all of them still on the same lap, and I think that's really great. And getting back to my GT3 class over here, Bessie, Mad Cow Bessie, he's cut that gap. Remember when I said it was 45 seconds and that was about 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago? Now down to 29 seconds, under 30 seconds. So Scott, 37 seconds it is, my apologies. So he's chopped down a further 8 or so seconds off that gap. That's huge in what is probably about 1.5 stints or so. So they are catching. Scott Gray doing a great job in that car, and it is looking good for them at the moment. They've obviously got a car that has no damage. I've had a good look at the car, and it's doing very well at this stage.
Man, up here up front in the DPs, Martin Kroenke is just crushing the field, guys. He's caught the Enix Racing DP machine with Justin Brunner behind the wheel. The Indiana driver, threat of going a full lap down here, guys.
Big battle here for you, Sean. Let's go down to Bruno De Como, 13th place, car number 6.
Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the iRacing 24-hour at Daytona. This is the top split. We are working here with about 13 hours and 21 minutes to go. We apologize for having to leave there. We're having some more gremlins that we had to deal with. The weather is bad in Dallas right now, and our director is having to deal with an act of God. But we are back right now. Let's look at 12th position if we could. This is a battle that has been going on. Moving, this is Jose Maria Lopez getting around Bruno De Carmo back into position. But this is not done yet. This has been going on because there's other drivers involved that these guys have to deal with. One of them being the driver in 4th overall in class, Marco RC Diacono back there running behind them, and then another driver ahead of them, Kei Kishubi, running up there as well. These guys have done this more than once. Watch an eye as they work around another slower car. That's Scott Gray. Now here he comes. He's going to see if we can make this pass. He's going to force him to do it on the outside, I believe. De Carmo tucks back in behind. This is a good battle, Sean.
I love watching this on board here with De Carmo heading through turn 1. But you know what? Lopez just a little bit better that time. Lopez going to keep it tight here through the horseshoe. Again, just a little bit better run through the turn there. Lopez seems to have the car hooked up right now. You're flat out right here. Going to back out a little bit because of that GT3, but tuck it in tight.
Oh, they're going to get together.
Yeah, boy.
It pushes. He's actually got pushed off. That was Massimo Aragon really bumped out of the way.
Massimo Era, that's the contact there between those two. Picks up a little bit more damage there on the left side of the car. Not much. They should be okay. And of course, Marco Arcidiacano back there, he's got to watch out and watching all that unfold right in front of him.
I don't want to draw conclusions here, but Jose Maria Lopez, that might be a driver with some real-world racing experience. Oh, I'm getting confirmation that it is from our director. Okay, well, they talked about it in the first half. Well, if you missed the Joe Peak version of this one, I believe Jose Maria Lopez right now is racing Formula E. Last time I heard, I think he's racing in the that battery-powered racing down there. That is very exciting.
It is very exciting, actually.
You know what? I think what would make it more exciting if they actually put speakers on the car, though, and at least simulated the engine noise. But I think they like it being quiet. It allows them to race those races in places they normally could.
I can't wait to attend my first one, because that's the part of it I'm going to have to really observe, is the lack of any real sound, you know?
I have my wife just stand behind me when I'm watching it. She just goes, vroom, vroom, and it helps.
Lopez really starting to open it up on De Carmo. Kishubi is still having a nice run up in front of them. His pace is really, really good right now. I mean, his last lap was a 1:38.5, Soup. That's still a really, really fast pace this deep into the race. I mean, his average right now, I think, is his average right now is a 1:38.9 on his current run right now, about 14 laps.
My wife actually got out of her recliner chair. She's watching this on, it's a little bit of a tape delay. She actually came over and slugged me in the shoulder for that last comment. Hey! Man, she's going to hear this too. She's going to come back and hit me again. All right. Boy, let's go back to our leader right now. Chrono is really putting those lap times down, but there's trouble everywhere. He's looking to put a lap now, I believe, on Justin Brunner.
Okay, our sixth place DP is in. Bendaball Sim Racing White. Juan Lopez bringing the car down now.
Cameron Barry for Team Bushfink Racing also in the pits. I think he had some connection issues because he disappeared for a little bit and then came back into the pits. Not sure whether he had some problem there, but that's your 18th place.
And then we had that interview earlier. We talked about you look normal. Your performance. Remember, Matt Malone was in the car. I can report that Matt, melts in your hand, not in your mouth. Malone had crashed the car now, and that's back out there, but they've dropped down considerably. Car has no hood.
Yeah, car had a bit of damage on the front when we spoke about it early on, so that's just increased the damage now.
Is that a bonnet in Australia, Richard, or is it a hood down there? What is it in Aussie?
We call it the bonnet.
The bonnet.
The bonnet of the car, which is the front hood. What do they call the rear? The trunk. You guys call it the trunk, don't you?
That's the trunk.
That's what an elephant has. It's the boot.
It's the boot, yeah. That's what we call it, the boot. Boot of the car. Not just, differences in the vernacular. That's quite okay.
Let's go up to the leader right now. I believe he's about to put a lap on Justin Bruner. Go ahead, Sean. What do you got?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's exactly what I picked up on. Martin Kroenke has now caught Justin Bruner, the third place car, getting ready to put him a lap down.
Wow, and Sean, that's incredible, isn't it? I mean, that's your third place at the moment being lapped.
Yeah, that's incredible pace by that VRS Coanda SimSport team. Listen, we've broadcasted up over these races, guys. We know what VRS brings to the table every time they get out here. So they're well trained, well practiced, and they have a good plan. And I'm sure they got a very, very smart guy on the box. So it's paying off for them right now. They're going to put the third place car a lap down. Still, Richard, it's early days, isn't it, brother?
Absolutely. We are currently 10 hours and 48 minutes elapsed. So we're coming up to, 11 hours 48. So we're coming up to the halfway point. And sadly, we are going to have to leave you guys, your viewers, very shortly as well. We do, of course, apologize for the technical issues. Dallas, Texas is being
we're under assault. We're under assault right now.
By storms at the moment. So our director has suffered from that. But Sean, I'm hating the idea of having to leave this race. It's fascinating.
Oh, it's been a blast. It really has. Yeah, there's some great driving going on here, and obviously some of the very, very best racers in the world that iRacing has to offer. And what a great showcase for iRacing and all of us here, bringing this broadcast to you to get this wonderful sim out there to the people, and just again a great display. Guys, Bruner doing a good job of holding off Kroenke right now. He does not want to give up that spot. Bruner is boogieing right now, doing a really good job of keeping himself in front of Kroenke.
Well, Sean, I think it could be a matter of pride, and it's also a matter of just making him work for it. You make him make that pass on the outside, he spins away from you, and that'll help. Right now, let's...
Bruner making it a little bit wide, maybe even right now.
Justin Bruner is a very good driver, by the way. I've seen him in various GT3, and I think Champion Motorsports, I want to say, comes to mind, Justin Bruner.
Well, the Indiana driver. Yeah, the Indiana driver, again, one of the quality racers here on the service. We've seen him before. I can't remember exactly which series he's in, but doing a real bang-up job right now to keep that leader just behind him.
And you were talking earlier about VRS Coanda. They have quite a stable of talent. They throw a whole... You're not sure who you're going to get every race, but whoever it is, they're going to be good.
Yeah, guys, I've been just watching the gaps all the time on the top 5 drivers of the GT3, and of course they're all in Mercedes-Benz cars, and the gaps have been so steady. So it's been hard for David Williams to make up any time from third place to second place. Similarly, Timmy Hill, it vacillates between 33 seconds, 34 seconds, or 22 seconds, 23 seconds. It just goes to show how equal these drivers are in their chosen cars. So much so that any gains are going to have to be made in the pits rather than on the track. There's just nothing to be gained on the track. Although I have to say that Scott Gray has steadily cut that gap down, but it's coming down very, very slowly. So your top 5 is still Maximilian Benecke. He's been in the car for quite some time now. He's a lap ahead of second place Andreas Olmensberger, who's also been in the car for a very long time. Then you've got Timmy Hill in Aftermath Sports. He's David Williams is next best. He's 22 seconds back. Then you've got Timmy Hill, a further 33 seconds back for Aftermath. And then Scott Gray for Mad Cow in 5th place, another 33 seconds back. So this is going to play out over the next 12-13 hours still. And one can only wonder what the final result will be.
Joel Guez in the pits there, for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 24-hour GT team. Joe,
that's
real
sixth place,
time,
by the way. That's
Joel,
it.
man suit.
I'm using this equipment right now. I finally got the track map figured out. It's on my overlay right now. Man, I love it. I know you use it as well for up on the box.
Yes, sir, I do. I'm using it right now too.
Yep, Joel, I can tell you that Joel's put in a lot of time. One of our team members, Travis Schwenke, spends a fair amount of time talking to Joel because he's like a tester for the software. And they work together to try and, enhance the software all the time. Joel's worked very hard. He's got a very comprehensive set of software there, and it certainly works well. I have not used it, but I do have a license to use it. I just have not used it yet.
That's because you have your own to use there as we look at a battle for P6.
Yeah, battle is heating up. Yoni Bachman and Brock Solomon in the Trans-Tasman Racing Machine, the Australian driver, putting the heat on Bachman.
And Williams is in the pits from 3rd position in the GT3 class. So that will drop him down. This looks like a scheduled pit stop. So he'll drop down for a while from that 3rd place. Or yes, he certainly will drop down because he was only 30 odd seconds ahead. So let's keep an eye on that. Yep, Timmy Hill passes now.
Yeah, on screen, Solomon got a great run there off of the GT3 car.
He sure did.
Here. Yeah.
He got him behind Benecke and got a great suck. Now, I think that Bachman has already made this pass earlier. I think Solomon's trying to come back and get it back. Looking to see how the pits are going here. Looks like everyone about right in the middle of their stints. So I don't think anything happened too soon. This should be a pretty good battle.
So David Williams coming out of the pits now. Obviously got his car dialed in and got new tires, fresh fuel. So he stays in the car, by the way, David Williams. So this is his 2nd stint. And he will be coming out he's coming out behind Timmy Hill and Scott Gray. So he's coming out in the 5th position instead of 3rd position where he went into the pits at.
Oh, that was Marcelo Rivera got very loose. That's okay. We're all right, Marcelo. You don't need to go to it. Thought he was going into the wall for a minute.
2nd place also in the pits. There's a change of driver there from Olmensberger to Daniel. Here's a name for you, Schuch. And Aftermath coming in as well. That's 4th position. Timmy Hill coming in. Let's see if they change drivers. Approaching his pits now. So all the pit stops happening, and these guys, Sean, these guys are entirely on the same pit strategy by the looks of it.
It does look that way, Richard, and as long as they can keep pace, you look for that in that last 30 minutes for somebody to get racing.
Yes.
Looking at this battle for 9th place as it's really heating up right now. This is between CTC Racing Black, and it's going to get the pass made. That's Oscar Mangan getting in there. That's for Infinity Sim Sports. Gets the pass made on Obi Trengerid.
Yeah, CTC Racing Black getting overtaken there. It's a good move by Oscar Mangan, Infinity Sim Sports.
We've got a car
Gets them
off
up
track.
tonight.
That's Mark Schindel for Acme Racing in a DP. Off track in the Western Horseshoe. Brings it back on track now. Got a little bit of damage, I think, from that one. A big spin from him.
Boy, yeah, the Acme machine just gets off there. It gets a little bit of the tire barrier, but I don't think they picked up any damage, Richard.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Looking at Mark right there. I think we know Mark from the Autobahn series.
So, making mention, Joel Guez, who we spoke about earlier, he is the first of the Audis in this race. And if you listen to the tone of the car, the Mercedes has this deep growl. I love that sound. And whereas the Audis have this high-pitched scream, doesn't make them any slower, certainly, but they just have a completely different sound to them. And guys will actually, in some cases, choose the car, the Mercedes, purely for the fact that it sounds better. And Scott Gray now in the pit. So once they cycle out, first to fifth place, this has been the way that it has been for, oh gosh, the last 3 hours or so. And he's in. He'll take on fresh fuel. Will they change drivers? I don't think so. They're normally double stinting these, and he's on his first stint still, so he'll be doing his second stint now.
Hey, and if we can go back to the battle between Oscar Mangan in 9th now and Ove Trengerid, Obi would be wise to try and get back around him if he can, because Oscar's got 2 more laps on that car. He's 2 laps ahead on pit strategy there, and I'm wondering if Ove probably wants to try and get back in front of him here, and I'd rather be in front of him when he goes in the pits than behind him, try and make up even a little bit more time. We know that outlap's going to be really, really tricky for when Oscar's got to get back out on track, or his teammate.
Right now, those guys are very close to their window. In fact, Infinity should be coming in, if not this time, next time around.
Yeah, I'm thinking the next time. Right now, it was 27 laps that time by.
Well, this would be interesting to see if we can follow this. We'll maybe follow it all the way through. These guys are real close. They're going to be making their stops. We can see if old worn tires on one lap are faster than cold new tires. Ove may just be staying out there for one more lap, see if he can do it and get out in front and then play defense.
They've got Bushfink Racing right in front of them there. Cameron Bain wheeling that machine, the Bushfink Racing yellow. They are in 20th.
And getting some flashing getting towards them.
Yes. There. I'm on the way. Get out of the way.
Cameron, I'll answer for you. I see ya. Let's wait till we get on the oval. And I don't think that's going to happen either. He's really got it down.
Okay, let's get the camera on somebody I just want to talk about for a second here. Guy Leach. He is in 14th place in class. And he's in a Mercedes, and he's racing for Oceanic Sim Racing. Now, the reason I have picked him out is because he's from Australia, New Zealand. So he's from Australia, The name Oceanic is what caught my eye first of all. And the name, Guy Leach, I know that name. Now, I don't know if this is the same person, but there used to be an Ironman champion. Now, Ironman is where they do the swims and the bikes and all those sorts of things. It's actually a life-saving clubs that get involved with those sorts of things. And Guy Leach was one of the very best in that sort of competition. So I am wondering whether this is the same Guy Leach. I'm hearing from our director that it's not. That's very disappointing to me.
Boy, you laid that up so nice there, too,
I know.
Richard.
All I know
sorry,
about,
buddy.
to follow up on Oceanic, that's if you ever have a movie and you need a plane to crash, it's always Oceanic Airway. I'm telling you, that airline crashes more.
Don't say it. You could get you could get.
I don't think there is such a thing as Oceanic. Yeah, no, there is no Oceanic Airway. That's the one they always crash for fun. Hey, Infinity has come in and made their pit stop.
In some places, they call Australia, New Zealand Oceania.
I like that.
That's a fact, and that's why I picked up on Oceanic sim racing, because I knew he had to be from Australia or New Zealand.
Or New Guinea. How come New Guinea never gets any love from you guys? Okay, go ahead, Sean.
I think we've got 3 cars that are all going to be coming in right about the same time. Ove, Trengereed, CTC Racing Black. Getting by him right now is Martin Kroenke. He's not going to be in that mix, but Ove, and then just behind him, let's see who else. Well, there goes Rivera, is coming off for Evolution Racing, Australia 229. They weren't in that mix, but right now it looks like Kashube, Brunner, and Patrick Wolf all are going to probably have to come in about the same time. So a lot of DPs getting on off the track and on the track at about the same time, guys.
Yeah, if we can look right now at 9th position, this is Ove Trengereed there as he gets around the back marker of Pi. Why I'm watching this, remember he was in that battle with the Infinity driver that came in. They took their pit stop. He stayed out for 2 laps now, but the bad news is I thought he might have a chance. The bad news is, Sean, he just ended up in a beehive of trouble here.
Oh boy, talk about trouble. Jose Maria Lopez in trouble in front of our leader. Or I'm sorry, right in front of Kei Kashube, the second place car. Coming down into turn 1. Big trouble for Jose Maria Lopez. Did a good job of hanging on to it, but boy, that was a close one. Let's go on board with Kashube. That's what you really want to see right now.
And this is not the first time that these guys got together. When we went to break, these guys actually, Lopez was trying to get around him once, and they actually touched. Now Kashube's coming back. Oh my.
That was a special moment for sure. Well, Kashube's getting away from him now. Lopez didn't get around the GT3 car. He just passed there. Actually, Jerome Hogg. They're in 40th place there for the virtual drivers, number 54 team. Getting by him, Oscar Mangan. Mangan just coming off that pit stop for Infinity Sim Sports. That cycled him back to 11th, guys.
There's some guy sitting on the side there, Benjamin Gonzalez. Off track completely. VEC Sim Racing.
Lost it in one.
That's a DP just sitting out there on the I think that's the International Horseshoe where he's at. He's got going again now.
Right in front of Harold Stadler. Stadler did a good job to get around him.
Yeah, he loses it coming off the exit of 1 and
then he parked it. Yeah, he parked it like going into 3, I guess.
He had traffic going through, but then I don't know. He pulled off there. He pulled off there at the end of that. We'll watch it. He gets loose here in turn 1. He waits for a few cars to get by. Gets back on track. Comes down to the end of the horseshoe here, and then parks the car in the corner, and then gets back under power. So Not sure exactly what was going on. Maybe some technical failure going on there for that
Yeah,
car.
I think he had a phone call, mate. I think he had a phone call.
Well, he is back under power, heading through the horseshoe now. Maximilian Beneke in the pits, guys, for Pure Racing Team Black on his way out.
So Patrick Wolf in as well, over Tengerade in as well. So pit stops happening again.
Now, I have a good battle for pit stops for you. Remember, we were watching the battle between CTC Racing Black and Infinity. They were battling for 9th position. Well, Infinity came in early and did that stop. Well, now here comes CTC right now. They're in it. They're making their stop. Right now, Infinity has come back out on the oval. In fact, I think they're going to get him. CTC starting to roll. Let's see if we can pick up Infinity. This is going to be close. CTC just exiting the pit right now. Infinity has gone by. So Oscar Mangan, while the other pit stops come in, I think he's going to probably end up in 9th, 10th position. I think is going to go back to the driver for CTC currently. Oh, it's still Ove Tengerid still in there.
Bear in mind, guys, the gap between Oscar Mangan for Infinity and Jose Maria Lopez ahead of him is only 0.6 of a second. So here is a battle for position going on right in front of us here.
Yeah, but something tells me maybe Lopez needs to still come in. I'll go check it. Well, about 7 or 8 laps. A few of those guys up ahead, we're going to see some guys. Trans-Tasman Racing is going to have to come in with Brock Solomon. Glacier due to come in as well anytime. In fact, they're in right now.
Well,
guys,
just looking at the way they're racing here, sorry, Sean, they are definitely at it because Mangan wants the position of the guy in front of him. And Joni Beckman in the pits as well there. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, I was just looking at the time difference between Kay Kashube and Martin Kroenke right now, and I know Kroenke is coming up against the pit stop here in a couple laps. Looking to see if maybe Kashube had a chance to close on him a little bit. He will, but I don't think it'll be enough to pass him, guys.
Well, what's going to be...
you go ahead, Bill. You go
What's
ahead.
going to be interesting here is Justin Bruner currently racing for Enix Racing DP. They're running in 3rd. Remember, Sean, that was the car that VRS was trying to get around that couldn't. We were watching it, and they were trying to actually put him a lap down, and Justin said, "Nah, I'm not having any of that." And he actually pulled away. So now he's already made his stop. We'll see if VRS can come on and maybe get this done in pit lane. VRS currently working on a 26-lap stint. They should be in, well, the next couple laps.
Oscar nearly made the pass there on Jose Maria Lopez. Just couldn't get it done as they came out onto the oval. Lopez fighting for that, maintain that position, and we are talking about a battle here for 9th place.
Yes, sir. It's a good one too. And you know, Yoni Bachmann just right up in front of them.
Yeah, but he's a lap ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. You're right, Richard. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. But this battle is real, and Mangan just lacking a little bit of determination. He backs out, so he's erring on the safe side, I think.
It's all DP traffic in front of him too. Fast drivers. Joshua Chin's up there. Patrick Wolf's still up there. Yoni Bachmann, who I mentioned. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of work there for Lopez and Oscar Mangan if they want to get around.
Yeah, just let's see how Mangan does when they get back onto the oval. We see that that Lopez has pace. So he might have a little less downforce when they get on the oval. But through the bends here, he's a little bit suspect as they get good exits onto the oval now, and you'll see that Mangan will pull away. Not Mangan, sorry. Lopez will pull away slightly.
Right. Now Lopez is in his pit window right now here. Richard probably got a couple laps left, a couple 2 or 3 laps. Mangan just fresh out, only about 5.5 laps into this stint.
So he will automatically get the position then. Doesn't have to really do anything to get it.
Oh, really can't do anything with it right now. That train just in front of him, it's a rolling.
Wow.
But
Got
on
a
the
bad
same
exit.
Yeah, and then I did the same mistake you did there, Sean, where I got excited about the battle maybe being for 8th up ahead, but that's right, we talked about that being not on the same lap.
Yeah, that's correct. Now, guys, I have been looking through the names of all the teams, and to me it's always interesting as to possibly why people choose a particular name. So, looked at this team called White Cars Matter, and it struck me. I had a look at where they're from. They're from Texas, so they're in the US, and it struck me that is kind of a spin-off on the SJW. You guys in America will know what I'm talking about when I talk about SJWs, Social Justice Warriors. And there's a thing called Black Light. And we have a spin. We'll check that out first, just in front of Mangan.
Yeah, Zavi Clock, positive champs. Coming out of the horseshoe, that car gets around. Yeah, there we go. Following Zavi Clock there, Richard. I think he just loses it.
Dear.
Maybe just a little bit too much power to the rear wheels there, Richard.
Yeah, let's have another look at that. Zavi Clock we're looking at. Zavi Clock from Positive Champs.
See it goes around.
Yeah, self spin.
So we're looking now as we ride on board there with Zach Clock.
Zavi Clock, yeah, we're riding with him right now on screen.
Positive Champs. Zavi Clock. Zavi? That sound right?
I like that. So we're looking there now, Sean. We're still waiting for our leader to come in. I think they're coming in this time by. That's VRS Corando Sim Sport. We'll see if they swap out drivers. They've used 4 different drivers.
Well, they're not fuel mapping. They better come in or they're going to be out of it. They're going to be out of fuel, that is.
And they got it figured out. As they're going around one more time, they're going to say 30.
Okay.
That's why they can run long. They're look at this. They're running longer than everybody else.
There might have been a map lap in there, possibly. I think you're going to need more than one. You're probably going to need a couple of those laps, and either that or just they really took advantage of some good drafting opportunities and pushing it right to the pins, man. Pushing it just as far as they can.
So guys, let me update the viewers on the GT class here. I'm hanging on. We are getting the information to hang on, so I'm hanging.
Looking at that pass for 6th place right there. 7th spot. They're following. There goes Bachman, makes the move around. Now, remember, out in front is what I wanted to follow up on here is VRS should be coming in this time. Sorry, excuse me for Veranda there. Sean, remember we were looking at Enix Racing DP. They were trying to lap those guys. We'll keep an eye on this one and see if they can get... Boy, the Enix continues. We follow these guys running in 3rd right now. They are, again, in just a hornet's nest of trouble. Right behind Lee Ellis in 8th place there. Bachman in that battle as well. Getting out of the way is Scott Gray. Scott gets it out of the way. Justin Bruner running in third, and he's got drivers all around him and everybody on a different agenda.
Okay, Cronky's out another lap here, and I'm going to suspect there's been some a little bit of fuel map adjustment with the car, because he is out for another lap. And hey, you know what? If you can put a lot of time between you and the guys that are following you, there's no problem with mapping that fuel out. There really isn't. Especially if you're a lap ahead of everybody, Sue.
Oh, but how can you be fast and still not burn fuel at the same time? That just doesn't seem fair.
Cronky's got it dialed in right now, to be really honest with you.
That's like being a pretty woman who can also sing. I mean, you have one or the other. Do you really need to be gorgeous with a voice? Yeah, and he's flashing now.
Yeah, Harold Stadler holding him up just a little bit. He wants to get by and get going. That's the Atomic Motorsports Blue.
4th place in the pits, Marco Adesiakono. Adesiakono.
I hope he doesn't. I do not want a driver swap there, because I've got his name down now. I want to use it for one more stint.
All right, Cronky finally able to get by there, Stadler, and out of the bus stop Cronky goes.
Okay, when you guys are done, give me the mic. I want to update the the GT3 class.
All right, well, I'm done. Here comes Cronky. He's in the pits finally. 31 laps on that stint.
Well, I'm going to hang on for just a minute, because I want to put the camera on Bruner right now, running in 3rd position for Enix Racing. This is the car. This is the car he was trying to lap, and we're looking to see. We have some smoke out there, but I guess we're okay. Okay, it was a sound glitch, so luckily nothing happened. Or maybe one of the fans lit off a firecracker, one of those 2-dimensional fans. They're pesky. So here comes Cronky into the pits right now. I'm assuming he hasn't got to his spot yet. Is he still there? We go pulling in. So let's see if we can watch. Oh, now we're live. Does it get me up to speed here? All right, here comes
Brunner.
Enix
Brunner's
coming
across
around.
the start-finish line, yep.
This is going to be close. I knew it would be. And I think Cronky's really hustling. Is he going to get him, Sean?
Boy, it's going to be really close. Trying to get back on the lead lap.
Cold tires against warm tires. He's gonna let him by.
Yeah, and again, it's okay to let him by at this point. You know, he's all he's doing is getting his lap back here. That wasn't really a battle for position, just a battle to get the lap back. Justin out there on tires that are now just over 8 laps old.
Now, right behind him, correct me if I'm wrong, is this not a battle for 7th spot between Ellis and Bachman here?
Oh, yes, absolutely, yes.
But
they
the car
are on the
in
same
9th,
lap and battling.
the car in 9th is not, because they're a lap down. Okay, so that's 7th, 8th, and 9th right now, but Mangan's a lap down. So those guys are fighting, and then you have up in front of them, then you have the leader, and then the guy up in front, that's the driver in 3rd trying to hang on to that lap. This could be interesting. Here comes the leader right now. This is Bachman trying to get around trying to get a lap back.
Yeah, that's all of them trying to get a lap back right now. But Cronky appears to be back on the throttle, guys. It looks like that car is getting up to speed, and the heat is back in the tires. We'll see here if Yoni can do anything with him. Cronky probably not even looking in the mirror right now. Got his sights set on getting back up there and putting that car of Justin Bruner's down another lap.
Boys, right now, if I'm Cronky, the last thing I need are 2 guys fighting behind me for position, thinking about getting a lap back. This could get a little ugly. There are 5 evenly matched DPs right there between Bruner, Cronky, Bachman, Ellis, and Mangan.
Yeah, and Bachman doing a really good job of holding on Lee Ellis off right now. Lee Ellis just got in that car.
Xavi Clock, another off there, just rejoining.
There you go, Richard. Here comes the replay. What'd you see?
He just loses it once again and goes off track. And this was in the Western Horseshoe, and looks like he's the same sort of area where he had trouble before, but he brings it back on the track and continues on. No harm, no foul, just lost time.
He got it wound up again because he's clocked.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna grab the mic now. So I want to update the viewers on the GT3 class. So at the moment, Daniel Such was just off track there. This is very important. Yes, so David Williams, this is one of the things I was going to say. David Williams has already done it, but David Williams was catching Such all the time, and the gap was down to about 3 seconds when I spoke.
Yeah,
but then Such had a problem, and Williams has passed him.
That's DeCarmo had got into him, though, on the spin.
Ah, okay. Plot thickens. What are you seeing there, Bill?
So we look back at it again. It looks like Williams got loose and then got collected by
Williams, or was it Such?
Yeah, it's just DeCarmo tried to go around. Yeah, I found that Williams was in the mix as well. DeCarmo just picked up some more. Boy, that car, that's about the 5th time I've seen that car get damaged going around somebody.
Well, at the end of that situation, David Williams has picked up a spot and gone into 2nd place in class. So Maximilian Benecke still in the car for Pure Racing Team Black, still leading by a lap over 2nd place David Williams. But David Williams now in 2nd place from Daniel Such for Pure Racing Team Yellow. So there has been a change of position there. And the gap between Williams and Such is 3.5 seconds or thereabouts. Timmy Hill for Aftermath is in 4th place. He's 42 seconds back from the Pure Racing Team Yellow car. And Scott Gray still steadily chopping that gap down to Timmy Hill of Aftermath. He's racing for Mad Cow. The gap now 30 seconds. So there's your top 5 in the GT3 class.
Let's go to first in the DP class, guys. Martin Kroenke slicing and dicing through GT3 traffic like a ninja warrior.
Watch out, Timmy Hill. My goodness. Yeah. And also he went through Mark Melcher as well. Sean, that was something.
It really, really was, man. Martin is really on the hammer right now. That car is still turning 138s and doing it with ease. But, one thing's remained constant here. Brunner staying in front of him. And you know what? Going back to that last long stint they had, this serves to Kroenke's benefit here. He can ride in the draft of Brunner, and he's already got him a lap down. So nothing really to be gained by passing him again. So he can ride his coattails. Brunner's awful fast. He just turned a 138.2 that last lap. So again, this serves Kroenke well. Fits into his strategy.
Well, Sean, I think you nailed it. I think you're right. I don't think Kroenke's going anywhere if he gets around Brunner. Brunner will just tuck him behind him. Brunner's really fast. I'll just sit back here and continue to go 1 or 2 laps farther than the rest of you
Ellis
guys.
On Bachman.
Guys,
Ellis on
Ellis
Bachman.
Just get by him. Ellis just gets by Bachman.
Actually, Bachman got a bit loose there. I think we might try and get a replay of that, and that's allowed the pass. Sean, this is you.
Yeah, well, here on the replay, there's Ellis on screen there. Yoni Bachman right in front of him. Coming out of the bus stop. Yeah, Yoni having a little trouble there with the exit of the stop.
Oh, Yoni was really lucky to keep that off the wall.
Yeah,
he was loose. He was very loose.
Here.
Look at that. He's virtually, that's going into the bus stop, right? So coming out.
Yeah, you can't see from that angle how close Bachman got to the wall there. He was, maybe he knew where he was and he just was keeping it smooth, but Took my breath away.
But you know, these drivers are very good. They can feel something about to happen and can react, and that's what happened there. Yoni, any other driver perhaps would have been in the wall, but not Yoni.
I can just see him watching the replay of this later on. This chill soup. I had it. Okay, Yoni.
That's right. And you know, these guys, and this is not bad-mouthing them in any way. You have to have a large ego to race at this level. And these guys have large egos, and they're very confident in what they do, and good on them. They are fantastic drivers.
You know, guys, right before that battle developed or exploded, there was a position change back. Rafael Munoz, or I'm sorry, Benjamin Gonzalez got by Rafael Munoz for 18th place there. Benjamin in the VEC sim racing machine representing France. And Rufia Munoz just behind him. That spot taken away.
And you know, guys, we spend a lot of time on the top 5 positions in the race, but there are so many things happening further back, and really we should spend some time looking at perhaps the next 5. So that's what I will do next time.
Obi Trengeri off the track. Had trouble coming out of the International Horseshoe, guys. There it is on the replay. Obi getting the exit off and just loses it. Too much power to those rear wheels. Gotta be easy getting through there, guys. Gotta remember, you got that eggshell, that egg under the throttle. You don't want to crack it getting off.
Well, that was the driver. He was running back there in 10th position for CTT Racing Black. And now Stadler had lost it. It's that corner 1, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Turn 1 loses it down there. It's really, really one of the toughest places on this track to navigate. You're carrying so much speed, full speed down into there. Got to get under the braking just at the right time. And got to get back to the throttle just at the right time. Didn't work out for Stadler that time. No damage to the car.
Just to follow up on the Obi Trengeri spin that he had, remember, he was trying to run down Infinity Sim Sports. They were in that battle before the pit stop. That's Oscar Mengen trying to run him down, but he was pushing it for all he would, and he couldn't get there. No harm to either one of those cars, though, so they'll just get it out there.
So now I would like to spend a few minutes going through the second 5 positions in the GT3 class. We've got the first 5: Maximilian Benecke, Pure Racing Team, VRS Kawanda, David Williams, Pure Racing Team, Daniel Such, Timmy Hill, Aftermath, Scott Gray for Mad Cow, who is catching slowly but surely catching 4th place and getting closer and closer. However, in 6th place we have got Joel Guez for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. He is a lap down to the 5th place. Then we've got Dylan Sharman for TTL. That's 7th place, Team TTL. Claudio Klima for Core Sim Racing GT3. He is in the 8th place. 9th place, Katik Pai in a Mercedes for White Cars Matter. And then in 10th place, we have Tanguy Pedrozzoli for Virtual Drivers. He's in an Audi. So that's the top 10. And the difference between 1st place in the class and 10th place is a matter of 6 laps or so.
Well, Richard, I'll follow up on your idea, and we'll run down the bottom half of the top 10 as well. And if we can hustle over to Vendaval Sim Racing White, get these guys currently running in 6th position before they come in for a pit stop. Maybe we can stay on them for a minute, because I got to guess they're coming in right now. They are certainly getting the flash from behind them. That's the car running in 2nd position. Now let's see if these guys are coming in this time. I thought they might be, and they are going to stay out one more time. So let's give them a legitimate 6th spot there. They are running all by themselves 3 lap down. Then we get back to the 7th position, and this is where the battle is. This is Lee Ellis right now for Trans-Tasman Racing. They are running in 7th, and they are in that battle with Glacier Racing there with with Bachman in there as well. You can see that continuing to go on. We'll stay on this for a little bit as they come out onto the straight. We'll see if Bachman even wants any part of this right now. I think if he wanted it, he could take it. He might just see sitting back there saving fuel. Looking at their pit stint that these guys are on, they're both about the same. Glacier has about 3 laps older tire, but it looks like Glacier happy to run right now in 8th spot. Just save a little fuel. So let's go down one more spot. These are the guys we talked about before. They are not far behind the guys up ahead, but they are a lap down. This is Oscar Mangan racing for Infinity Sim Sports. They are in 9th position. And then rounding out the top 10, trying to run down these guys. They're not that far back, about 21 seconds. Would have been a lot closer if he didn't spin the car. That's Ovi Tengarid right now racing for CT3 Racing Black. So there's 6 through 10 in the DPs. As we work into 12 hours and 30 minutes to race, we are close to, does that mean, if my math is good, does that mean we are 30 minutes away from halfway? That's
yes,
what my
sir.
director is telling me. See how I did that, Sean? That was pretty good of me there, huh?
You know, when we opened this broadcast, or our part of it, okay, the second half of our part, Richard said that it would just fly by. Here we are, just 30 minutes to go until 12 hours. So many cars still on track. So many positions still to be cited. And it is, as Richard likes to say, it is early days here. Early days in a 24-hour race at almost halfway point. Gotta love it.
24 hours of coverage here. And of course, we'll be turning it over to V8's Online in about 30 minutes. And then they will give it back after their 6-hour stint. They'll give it back to the good guys at a race spot to close up shop. It takes a village to bring you a 24-hour race like this. We're glad to be part of it here on GSRC.
We certainly are. And the racing has been fascinating to watch. It's been like a little bit of a chess game, particularly at the top. And we've seen drivers that are so even that it is hard to say how this race will actually pan out. We know that the cream of the drivers are at the top mostly, and that's going to continue. But we're only halfway through, 12 hours approaching. Well, we've got about half an hour or so to get to the 12-hour mark, and then that's only halfway. They've got to do it all again for another 12 hours, and there'll be a new crop of drivers, Sean, probably sleeping at the moment, getting themselves ready to start their stints. And so the average number of drivers in a race like this would be anywhere from 4 to 6 drivers, and some do it with 3, and some really push themselves hard to do it, but not advised. You got to have a lot of drivers to do this thing properly, I believe.
Yeah, and actually, you know, with that last round of pit stops, we did see several drivers that we had basically been with since the beginning of our start to this. Michael Thomas had gotten in for Benjamin Gonzalez on the number 28, and just before that, Simon Trendell had gotten in for Joshua Chen, who had been battling for, I believe that battle was back there for 15th, 16th, and 77th place. So definitely some guys starting to hand over the cars to some other drivers. Like I said, a lot of these drivers we've been with most of the way here. So like you said here, just about as we're wrapping up, I think you're going to start seeing that shift of a whole new round of fresh guys getting ready to come in.
That is correct. And you can see it already. Car number 24 in 6th position. There's a driver that we haven't mentioned before. That's Maddie Kadesoja, I want to say. Kadesoja. And then further down, we have Fabio Gonzalez, Jan Schwitter, Harold Stadler, Carlos Barrita. These are all new names, Sean.
Yeah, glad to have him in the race. Welcome to the party, boys. Well, listen, for those of us here in the United States of America and the North American and South American continents, we are getting ready to what I like to call party time, Soup. as we head into the evening hours here, this last 12 hours of the race are the most fun 12 hours for me when it actually is night outside here, and things get a little strange after about that 1 a.m. point in the morning.
I'll be ordering up my pizza. It'll be coming to my house, and I'll be stepping away from the mic, getting down in my Lazy Boy recliner and enjoying several hours of this here from my home.
Well, Sue, the door is open over on the Turn 2 channel if you want to come down and hang out with us for a bit, okay?
I could do that.
Okay, so at my place, it is 11 a.m. in the morning. So I've been going at this since about 8 a.m. this morning, and it's 11 a.m. at the moment, so still only not even midday here. And when you guys reach the halfway mark of the race here, it'll kind of be around midday for me, so I've got the whole afternoon to perhaps sit back and watch some more of this racing. And I have to say, I'm always fascinated by these very long races, and this one has been no different.
Well, I think the big mover, we got to really tip our hat to VRS. Now, I'm talking about VRS. We're going to go to the GT3. VRS Corando, this is SimSports, the number 18 machine. Pure Racing Team Black and Pure Racing Team Yellow, they were dominating this one, too. And David Williams has come in for that number 18 car and has driven that thing up to the front. These guys, that's a nice run from him. That's probably the biggest move. We've been here for 3 hours, and honestly, everything's pretty much stayed as is in the top 5 all around, except for that one. So these guys have another 12 hours to go. I would not put it out of realism here that there's a legitimate chance that we could see a VRS on the top here in the GT3 series as well. That gap right now between first, it's 2 laps, so they do have some work to do, I guess. Am I getting that right?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yeah, it is quite a bit, yeah.
Maximilian has dominated, and he's been in the car for a long time, but then again, there must be a change of driver at times. We know that David Williams was catching Daniel Such lap after lap, and he was about 6 seconds away when Such had that problem, and that gave him second place. And we know David Williams, he is a great driver. Now, further back, we've got another situation slowly developing, and that is Scott Gray for Mad Cow Racing, who's been in the car for a very long time, but he's been slowly chipping away at a gap which, when we came onto the broadcast, that was around 45 seconds. Have a look at the gap now, Bill. That Scott Gray to Timmy Hill, that gap is 27 seconds, so he's kind of taken off 20 seconds off the gap and slowly but surely caught up to 4th place, and that's a developing situation as well. Other guys have been moving up a little by little, and with 12 hours to go, I feel that this race is still wide open, excepting perhaps for the current first place here. They've got a 2-lap gap, which is quite huge.
Sean, as commentators, we're so used to calling maybe a 3-hour race where we're looking at intervals from 4 to 5 seconds. Are they closing? When you're doing a race like this, you really want to look at intervals of, like Richard just did, of a 45-second interval. Now all of a sudden it's down to 35 seconds. You really have to watch and see those large gaps that are closing. It's a totally different animal announcing an endurance race like this compared to a sprint race or even a 3-hour race that we usually do.
Yeah, and I'm watching that type of battle right now. Kay Kashubi for Huskinville Core Motorsports is doing a really, really good job right now of picking up Martin Kroenke. Average lap over this stint, a lot better for Kashubi. The only problem is Kashubi's out there on tires and fuel that's about 7 laps more than what Kroenke's working with, and unfortunately, so Kashubi not going to catch him. But the fact that Kashubi's now on the same lap and keeping pace with Kroenke could pay dividends down the road at the driver swap in that next stint. You never know. Anything can and will happen in this event.
And we only have 20 minutes to go here on GSRC, so it may not be us, but I guarantee you, either the guys for V8s Online or Race Spots, when they wrap up that final 6 hours, somebody's going to have a moment where they get excited because one of these drivers is going to have an issue, and all of a sudden, everything's going to change. I would be very surprised at the end of this thing if we see the standings the way they are right now. 12 hours is a long time, and we see cars spinning. All it takes is a back marker to spin in front of you, and your race is over.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I mean, you can be the best driver in the world, but if somebody takes you out accidentally or makes a mistake in front of you and you have nowhere to go, that could well change things dramatically. In fact, will change things dramatically.
Yep.
So anything can still happen with 12 hours to go.
I mean, right now, Maximilian Benecke, running in first in class, he's going to have to eventually negotiate Nathaniel Porter, who just locked it up in front of him. And let's put the pressure on poor Nathaniel there as this pass is made. But there's going to be countless numbers of these passes that Pure Racing Team Black is going to have to do before this is over.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And we'll be around to watch some of it. I might stick around and post some information in the chat if I get an opportunity to do so once we go off air. But certainly our 3 hours has not been uneventful, Sean, and certainly it has been fascinating to call and to watch.
Yeah, I really, really love the endurance racing. It's really one of my favorite things to do. There's just so much strategy at play, and I'm an analytics type of person. I love crunching numbers and using spreadsheets and getting out the slide rule and the pencils, and it's a good time. But endurance racing is just so much fun. The team element of it is really is what gets me. That's the part of it I really love. Yeah. Every driver is so dependent upon the driver before him or the driver after him.
And how about iRacing for doing a good job to bring that in for us there as well? Looking down here. Oh, we're going to be talking here. We have an interview right now. And who have we? Oh, we brought in Brenton O'Brien for ERA. Brenton, how's your race been going so far?
It's a long night. G'day, guys. How are you? Great job on the broadcast. A few issues, but it's just fantastic what you're bringing to us. Look, we're an Australian team. We've got three cars. We had three cars in the top split, so we're really stoked with that. We had some issues with our GT3, which was running pretty well, but got caught up in somebody else's mess, and their day is done. It was done a long time ago. We've still got the two C7s putting around, but quite a while ago there was a major glitch, it would appear, where a lot of cars dropped out, and both of our cars suffered badly because of that. So we dropped a few laps, but we've still got a healthy, both cars are still healthy. So it's a long way to go, and anything could happen. And the goal is to try and get into that top 10 of the top split. If we can get one of those cars doing that, I'm sure everything will be we'll be a lot happier by the end of the day.
Now, do you only have Aussie drivers racing for you? Do you have anybody on the other part of the globe that maybe can do the midnight stint for you?
Well, we're actually diving in the deep end tonight for the first time. We don't normally run the international drivers, but from Austin, Texas, we have David Weiss driving with us, C7 driver. We were about to have another guy come in. I'm not going to give his name away because he's going to be pretty popular when people find out he's available. But he's going to probably drive with us maybe later in the day, if not for a fair chunk of 2017. But if you look at the 228 now, the MPMS Racing Simulators car, yeah, it's a clean car. Ian Ford's done a wonderful job. David has also did a great job. We had Luke Harvey made his international debut today as well, and he did a real solid job as well. Punched out 107 laps straight, if you don't mind. So, the daylight's finally here for us. It's 11:15 our time. It's been a long night and still a long way to go.
Well,
hey,
as
Bill,
we're looking
can I jump in?
Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, Brenton, this is Richard Losper here. I'm also from Australia. In fact, I'm in Brisbane, and I want to just mention a couple of things. I know who you're talking about. I won't mention his name. But I also know Ian Ford. I used to race karts with Ian Ford up here in Queensland. So, I know his face. I know him personally. I also know his brother, Michael. So, I wish you guys all the best. I want you guys to get right up in there into that top 10 as you no doubt want to do. So good luck to you, buddy.
Well, appreciate that, Rich. you've actually met Ian, so no doubt you've seen him, so no doubt you've sought some sort of therapy for that. Rich, if you haven't, it will forever stick to you, mate. So make sure you make the most of that and see a specialist, mate.
He was
I'm
just
sure
a
we
kid.
can work your way around it.
Yeah, Brendan, he was just a kid at the time. I think he was about 16 years old or so when we were racing karts together. He's not that much older now, mind you.
Yeah, well, Ian's in quite a battle right now, guys.
Problems.
We're gonna take a quick break. This Global Sim Racing. I'll be back in a few. Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel. We apologize for the delay in the broadcast. We've had technical difficulties beyond our control. GSRC is going to end their part of the broadcast right now, but we want you to check back with the boys at V8 Online and, of course, RaceSpot later on, because we expect that they're going to be able to cover some more hours of the race if it's available. Right now, we'd like to thank everybody that made this possible. I'd like to thank iRacing for inviting us to be part of this broadcast. We sure had a good time doing it. We'd like to thank the companies and equipment that you see on screen right now that we use on the broadcast. We'd also like to thank the people responsible for the music. That would be Eric Eckholm and Casey Lalonde. GSRC will be back tomorrow to cover the Bob Pond Endurance Series. That's going to be on Sunday. You don't want to miss that. It'll be exciting. And check, if you want to find out more about Global Sim Racing Channel, go to your best bet is globalsimracingchannel.com to find out more about all the upcoming broadcasts. Okay, for right now, we're going to close up shot. I'd like to thank my mic mates, Sean Ambrose and Richard Losper, also Amjad Yaman and Dougie Beard for his camera artist work. Right now, we're off to storm the castle. So until next time, race hard, race clean, and we'll see you on the track.